Imagine a gentleman in a high-collared coat, walking with measured steps along the banks of a hedgerow in the English countryside. The air is damp with dew, the sky a dull, overcast grey, the kind that diffuses light in such a way that every colour appears muted yet somehow more vivid. He is alone save for his net, a small stack of jars in his satchel, and a leather-bound notebook secured with a buckle. His name might be William, or perhaps George. There were many like him, and his pursuit? Butterflies. It might seem an unusual pastime for a man of means in the 19th century, but butterfly collecting, known as lepidoptery, was no idle whim. In Victorian Britain, it became a fashionable and serious pursuit for the respectable classes. What began as a quaint interest among aristocrats evolved into a cultural phenomenon tied to the age's wider obsessions: classification, empire, and order. The Victorians lived in a world of rapidly multiplying complexity. The Industrial Revolution had brought noise and soot, but also a desire to impose clarity on the chaos. Natural history, and entomology especially, became a vehicle through which the educated classes could exert a kind of quiet control. A pinned butterfly was not just a specimen, it was a claim of understanding, a conquest of disorder. And more often than not, it was also a moment of calm. You see, entomology provided the perfect balance. It was studious without being too demanding, outdoorsy without being vulgar. Gentlemen of leisure, overwhelmed by the pressures of estate, management, political duties, or social obligations, found solace in the patient observation of moths and beetles. These were not just insects, they were meditative companions. Of course, there was a process to it all. Collectors adhered to a routine that was, at times, more rigid than that of a factory worker. A gentleman might rise at dawn, long before breakfast, to take advantage of cooler temperatures and still air, conditions in which insects were easier to catch. Donning a linen suit and soft-soled shoes, he would tread carefully through underbrush and meadows, stopping to note the movement of a wing or the subtle shimmer of scales in flight. The net was always the same, long-handled, light-framed, with a white muslin bag at the end. A collector did not swing wildly. He waited, watched, and only when the moment was just right did he flick his wrist and trap the specimen. After that came the gentle transfer to a jar, sometimes with ether, to sedate, and then careful storage until it could be pinned back home. Pinning was its own ritual. Done in a quiet study or drawing room, the body of the insect was stretched on a corkboard. The wings, delicate as ash, were spread using strips of tracing paper and held in place with tiny needles. Too much pressure, and they'd tear. Too little, and the wings would curl. It was a slow, exacting process. For many, this was the moment of deepest relaxation, a stillness that overtook the collector entirely. Why did they do it? Some would say it was for science. Charles Darwin himself wrote about beetles, often stuffing multiple live ones into his pockets while traveling on foot. Others collected to populate private cabinets of curiosity, wooden cases lined with velvet, displaying moths like rare jewels. And then there were those who simply needed something to do with their hands and minds that didn't involve arguments in Parliament or the demands of society life. But behind it all was a more delicate truth. Victorian men, trained to be stoic, reserved, and endlessly industrious, rarely spoke of mental fatigue. The collecting of insects gave them a reason to walk in silence, to crouch in hedgerows, and to lose themselves in minute details. They could be present and invisible, productive and aimless, all at once. The Royal Entomological Society, founded in 1833, was not just an academic body, it was a gentleman's club of quiet thinkers. They exchanged letters, illustrated observations, and even live specimens shipped from far corners of the empire. A collector in Cornwall might receive a moth from Bengal, another in Yorkshire, a beetle from the Amazon. The insect became a symbol of global connectedness, all under the polite cover of scientific exchange. There were even social rules around collecting. One was not to trespass. One did not collect in cemeteries unless permitted, and one certainly did not collect during church hours. There were too lively debates over whether it was ethical to collect butterflies at all. Were they not gods? Delicate creation. Was it appropriate to end their lives for the sake of classification? But these debates were largely philosophical. Most collectors simply saw it as a gentle pursuit, far less harmful than shooting game or wagering fortunes. Hat cards, still the act of collecting wasn't always so serene. There are stories, long forgotten now, of men who would race one another for a sighting, vaulting over fences in full coats, or chasing a rare comma butterfly for hours until it vanished in a puff of leaves. For them, the thrill was part of the cure. To be out in the world focused on something so small, so transient, it offered a reprieve that few other activities could match. The equipment, too, became a point of pride. Collectors compared pins, debated killing jars, some swore by laurel leaves, others by chloroform, and discussed whether the wings should be angled or flat in display. Journals were kept with the same precision as accounting ledgers, noting location, time, weather, and behavior. Some of these journals survive, filled with hand-drawn illustrations so meticulous they rival printed lithographs. And so, the Victorian gentleman's net was not just a tool, it was an invitation. An excuse to be alone without explanation, to retreat from conversation, responsibility, and even self. A solitary ritual disguised as science. But why was it insects? Why not birds or rocks or flowers? The answer lies partly in accessibility, bugs are everywhere, and partly in their mystery. Unlike birds, they do not sing. Unlike mammals, they do not cuddle or charm. They are alien, intricate, and utterly silent. And perhaps, for a generation raised on strict etiquette and constant performance, that silence felt like a gift. As we follow this trail deeper into the world of Victorian insect collecting, a question begins to form, not of science, but of society. What does it say about an entire generation of men that they found their deepest peace not in conversation or celebration, but in the still wings of dead butterflies? You find yourself in a quiet Victorian drawing room, the ticking of a mantel clock, the faint rustle of leaves outside the window, and the dry shuffle of paper are the only sounds. A gentleman, perhaps the same who walked the hedgerows, is bent over a broad mahogany table, aligning the wings of a dead peacock. Butterfly. His hands move not with sadness but with care, reverence even. Behind him a walnut cabinet stands against the wall. Its glass doors reveal neat rows of mounted insects, jewel beetles from India, moths as large as a hand from Ceylon, and the humble meadow browns from the fields just beyond the estate walls. Each pinned specimen is labeled in perfect copperplate, script, date, location, Latin name. This is not merely a collection, it is a private museum, a visual journal of one man's hours of solitude and study. By the middle of the 19th century, these cabinets of curiosity were common among the educated classes. While the term originated in the Renaissance to describe rooms filled with exotic wonders, the Victorians made it more precise. Their cabinets weren't chaotic, they were taxonomic. They reflected the era's obsession with order, systematization, and classification. The British Empire was expanding, and with it came an influx of strange and previously undocumented species. Butterflies, beetles, and moths from tropical colonies arrived in wooden crates, carefully packed with soft straw or folded leaves. Collectors at home eagerly awaited shipments from botanists and missionaries abroad. They might spend an entire evening, sometimes more, carefully unfolding wings and preparing the specimens for display. In some circles, these collections became quiet status symbols. The larger and more diverse your insect cabinet, the more well-traveled or well-connected you appeared. Some men even commissioned artists to illustrate their collections. Watercolors of rare butterflies hung beside pressed flowers and engraved maps, each element reinforcing a quiet scholarly identity. But as the pastime grew in popularity, a curious undercurrent developed: competition. Of course, it was never called that outright. It would have been unspeakably vulgar for a Victorian gentleman to declare he was trying to out-collect his neighbor. But the signs were there, inviting fellow collectors to view your cabinet, casually mentioning a rare hawk moth you obtained from the West Indies, or offering pointed corrections about Latin names at the Royal Entomological Society's monthly meeting, and some collectors became obsessed. There are documented cases of men traveling hundreds of miles across rough country for the chance to glimpse a particular specimen. Others wrote heated letters to publications, accusing rivals of mislabeling or exaggerating their findings. And, though it was rare, there were even break-ins, yes, thefts of insect cabinets. What was once a personal pursuit had, for a few, become a silent arms race. At the heart of this was the thrill of rarity. The common butterflies, the whites, the coppers, the meadow varieties, were quickly and easily found. But the rare ones? The purple emperor with its elusive shimmer and high-flight habits? Or the death's head hawk moth with its eerie skull-like marking? These were the trophies. And obtaining them was an endeavor. It meant knowing habitats, seasons, wind directions. It required standing motionless under the sun for hours. It called for patience, timing, and luck. Yet the thrill wasn't just in the capture, it was in the ownership. The idea that, on this wooden pin, a man could preserve a moment that may never occur again. It was permanence carved out of ephemera. In time, some gentlemen began commissioning bespoke insect cabinets. These were often works of art themselves, lined with velvet or silk, hand-carved, some even with secret compartments. There was a delicate balance to be maintained, too lavish, and it veered into vanity, yet too plain, and it lacked the dignity the pursuit was meant to convey. Interestingly, it wasn't only men who took to entomology. A number of Victorian women, often under the guise of improving their botanical or illustration skills, became quietly accomplished collectors. Mary Kingsley, the explorer, collected beetles during her travels in West Africa. Eleanor Ormerod, though more known for her agricultural entomology, kept careful records of her insect observations. But while male collectors gathered in societies, women were often confined to home studies, sketchbooks, and private letters. Still, for both genders, the practice was deeply meditative. Imagine the act of labeling. A collector, ink pen in hand, crouched over a paper tag. Writing slowly and with precision, Papilio June 18th, Dorsetshire, near Beaminster. A few words, and yet each one carried weight. The location was a memory, the date, a season, the name, a scientific link to something greater. Some collectors wrote field journals that spanned decades. These were not meant for publication. They contained no grand theories or revelations. Instead, they documented the seemingly mundane, the changing of butterflies' flight patterns over the years, an unusual coloration, a particularly early hatch. These journals are, in many ways, the most revealing. Through them, we understand that the Victorian collector wasn't just studying insects. He was observing time, nature's rhythm, his own solitude. The entomologist Philip Henry Gosser once wrote, "The pursuit of butterflies is not for the hurried, nor for the restless." And he was right. This was not a hobby for the impatient. It required slowness, stillness, a willingness to do nothing but observe. In this way, insect collecting became, paradoxically, an escape from the very world that had enabled it. Industrial England was loud, dirty, and relentless. Cities grew crowded, train whistles pierced the air, factories belched smoke. Even country estates felt the pressure of change. Telegraph wires strung across fields, and new roads cut through old forests. Amid all this, the act of stooping to observe a beetle became an act of resistance, a refusal to be swept up. And there was one more element to this odd passion, the sense of secrecy. While some collectors proudly displayed their cabinets, many preferred privacy. There are accounts of men who kept their collections locked away, shown only to a select few. Their study became a sanctuary, a place where time slowed, where no one expected clever conversation or quick decisions. Only the quiet hum of wings remembered. Perhaps in the end, this is why insect collecting held such enduring appeal. It allowed Victorian gentlemen to be meticulous without being ambitious, to seek without striving, to find satisfaction not in achievement, but in arrangement. But as we look deeper into this world of jars and pins and velvet-lined drawers, a new curiosity emerges. If the insects were preserved, what exactly were these men trying to keep from disappearing? Let us return one final time to the quiet room with its ticking clock and musty scent of old paper and varnished wood. The cabinet still stands, its glass doors faintly smudged by decades of careful hands. Inside, rows of butterflies sit motionless, their wings locked in time, their colors softened by age but still surprisingly vivid. Perhaps no one has opened this cabinet in years. The man who once filled it is long gone. His journals lie tucked. In drawers, ink faded. His butterfly net, its muslin bag yellowed with time, hangs on a hook unused. The house around it may have been inherited, sold, or left to decay. And yet the insects remain. This was the quiet paradox of Victorian insect collecting. So much effort spent preserving what was, by nature, fleeting. By the end of the 19th century, entomology had reached its cultural peak. The Royal Entomological Society flourished. Field guides were published and updated. Scientific names were debated with zeal. But the world was changing faster than even the most determined collector could catalogue. The motorcar arrived, electricity, the telephone. Suddenly the rhythms of life accelerated. Fewer people took long solitary walks. Fewer still sat for hours with a magnifying glass and a dead moth. The insect cabinets, once symbols of gentlemanly devotion, became artifacts of a slower age. Some were preserved. Others were sold to museums, auctioned off, or quietly discarded by descendants who did not share the obsession. So few, heartbreakingly, were destroyed during the World Wars, lost in bombings or repurposed in the face of need. And yet, traces remain. Step into certain natural history museums in England, and you'll still find them, drawers filled with the handiwork of these forgotten men. Their names written in spidery script on tiny tags. Their specimens still neatly pinned, labeled and dated, each one a small attempt to hold the world still, to understand its pieces. Scientists still refer to some of these collections today. They help document species that have since gone extinct, track population changes, and even identify climate trends. What was once a quiet personal pursuit now plays a role in global environmental research. It's a reminder that even the most seemingly mundane activities can echo through time. But what of the men themselves? What did insect collecting mean to them? Not all were scientists. Not all were artists. Some were lonely. Some were bored. Some were curious beyond measure. But they all shared something, a desire to notice. In a world roaring into modernity, they paused. They squinted into hedges. They studied veins in wings. They sat still long enough to see what most of us walk past. In many ways, this is the part that history books often forget. Not the wars, the inventions, the revolutions, but the small, slow habits of ordinary people, trying to understand their place in a changing world. There is something deeply human about their efforts. The care, the patience, the quiet belief that the tiniest details matter. That a single butterfly, caught and preserved, might teach us something about the vastness of life. For some collectors, it truly was about knowledge. For others, it was closer to therapy, a ritual for the anxious, a structure for the overwhelmed. Insect collecting gave form to stillness. It filled time with purpose, and it carried a kind of melancholy too. The very act of pinning an insect is a moment of finality. You've caught it, yes, but only by ending its flight. The collector must live with that duality, to admire beauty while simultaneously ending it. Victorian society did not often make space for emotional expression, especially among men. The pursuit of entomology, cloaked in scientific discipline, became an acceptable outlet for emotion. A quiet grief for lost time, a subtle joy at discovery, a meditative patience in a world that demanded speed. Some of the most devoted collectors were those who had endured personal hardship, illness, loss, exile. To them, the insect world offered a kind of continuity. No matter the turmoil of the human world, the butterflies still emerged in spring. The beetles still dug their tunnels. The moths still came to the light. Even today, entomologists and naturalists speak of this sensation, the strange peace that comes with observing insects. The world narrows, the mind quiets, the chaos recedes. Of course, not everything about this history is so romantic. Colonialism played a large role in the availability of exotic specimens. The insects gathered from India, Africa, and the Americas were often acquired through networks established by empire, shipped in boxes by missionaries, soldiers, or traders. The process of naming species sometimes ignored the knowledge of indigenous peoples who had understood them for generations. And like many scientific pursuits of the time, entomology reflected both the curiosity and the entitlement of empire. We cannot look at these cabinets without also seeing that shadow. Yet even in this, we glimpse the complexity of human history, how even the most boring topics reveal layers of meaning. The butterfly pinned in a glass case is not just a bug, it's a marker of time, a symbol of empire, a whisper of personal solitude, a fragment of global science, and a reflection of human desire to make sense of the world. What started as a gentleman's hobby became a legacy that far outlived the collectors themselves. Today, few people collect insects in the same way. Ethics have changed. Digital photography and environmental awareness have shifted how we engage with nature. But the impulse, the quiet need to notice, to preserve, to connect remains. Perhaps you felt it too, walking along a path, spotting a ladybug on your sleeve, watching a moth bounce against a window, listening to the summer hum of bees in a garden. These moments are small, but they pull you out of your own noise. They remind you that time, however relentless, is made up of stillness too. So the next time you find yourself in a moment of silence, when the world seems too fast, too loud, think of the Victorian gentleman and his net. Think of the long, patient walk through a meadow, the quiet satisfaction of catching a glimpse of something fleeting. Picture a long, narrow room, its walls are lined with wooden shelves stacked high with ledgers, thick, worn books filled with columns of figures, shipment details, and cargo notes. A row of desks stands beneath tall, paned windows that let in the humid light of a Calcutta morning. The air smells faintly of ink, mildew, and distant spices. Outside, the sound of carts and porters echoes from the street. Inside this room, 20 men sit silently. Each wears a thin linen shirt, rolled at the sleeves. Each holds a quill, and each is focused entirely on numbers. They are the clerks of the East India Company, keepers of the empire's accounts, stewards of tea, textiles, and tin. Their world was not the battlefield or the governor's mansion, but the desk, the blotter and the margin note, and through their hands passed the data that powered a global trade network so vast, so intricate, it shaped the economic landscape of the modern world. Yet their work, day by day, was mind-numbingly repetitive. The image of empire is often one of explorers and generals, but behind every consignment of Darjeeling, every shipment of opium, every stack of muslin or bale of indigo, there was a man hunched over a ledger, scratching a line through parchment, calculating weight, price, and duty. The British East India Company, founded in 1600, had by the 18th century evolved from a modest trading enterprise into a sprawling quasi-governmental force. It governed territories, minted its own currency, fielded armies, and extracted enormous wealth from India and Southeast Asia. But to do any of this, it needed records, exact, complete, and unrelenting records. That's where the clerks came in. A clerk's day began early. In the intense heat of colonial outposts like Calcutta, Bombay, or Madras, work started before the sun reached its fiercest peak. Most clerks lived in modest company housing, ate a plain breakfast of tea and toast, and walked to their offices, in long cotton trousers and soft shoes, sometimes wearing pith helmets to block the sun. The office was a world unto itself. Strict routines ruled the day. Each man was responsible for a particular set of entries: cargo receipts, customs duties, ship arrivals, inland transport fees, payments to local suppliers. Mistakes were not tolerated. A single error could ripple through the chain and cause delays or financial losses. Many clerks worked from copies of copies. Original cargo manifests would arrive from shipping yards or inland depots, often written in a mixture of English, Portuguese, or local dialects. A clerk's job was to transcribe them accurately into the company's official books. He might write the same name, SS Bengal Star, 50 times a day, alongside measurements of tea crates or textile bolts, Some clerks handled correspondence. They transcribed letters sent from London headquarters, answered queries from merchants and translated orders into clear instructions for local agents. These letters were written with exquisite formality, long paragraphs of cautious language, carefully chosen salutations, and closing signatures that could run 5 lines long. There was little room for flair or opinion. The language was as measured as the work itself. Lunch was taken around noon. It was usually short: an egg sandwich, a piece of fruit, maybe a small glass of chilled gin if the heat was punishing. Conversation was minimal. Topics revolved around shipments, exchange rates, or the occasional cricket match. Rarely did anyone discuss the politics of empire or the ethics of trade. It was safer to stick to numbers. In the afternoon, the light shifted, and the ink dried faster on the page. The fans, if there were any, creaked rhythmically overhead. The sound of scratching quills and the faint rustle of linen sleeves became the background music of the imperial day. Outside, history moved. Revolts were plotted. Fortunes were made and lost. But inside, the clerk adjusted his spectacles, dipped his pen again, and continued. What drove men to this life? Many were the younger sons of middle-class British families. Without inheritance, they sought careers that offered stability and a path to respectability. The East India Company promised both. It also promised something else. The chance, however, slim, of promotion. A diligent clerk could rise to the position of writer, then factor, and eventually perhaps even chief merchant or collector. With each title came more responsibility and more paperwork, but for most, advancement was slow. The hours were long, the work dry, and the climate often punishing. Fevers were common, so were homesickness and isolation. Letters from home took months to arrive. Some clerks, especially in remote postings, went weeks without meaningful conversation. Their ledgers became companions, familiar, structured, and predictable, and so they kept writing. The act of maintaining records, of detailing the movement of thousands of pounds of tea or bales of cotton, became its own form of mastery. The clerk came to know the shipping cycles, the seasonal changes in supply, the quirks of particular ship captains. He could look at a name and recall what warehouse it used. He could read a price fluctuation and know what monsoon had delayed: the harvest. In this way, the most boring job in the empire became one of the most indispensable. It was the clerks who caught discrepancies, who flagged unpaid debts, who noticed when 2 ships arrived from the same port carrying conflicting manifests. Their pens were as powerful as any musket, though far less glamorous, and it was not without pressure. Supervisors, often more senior, clerks, reviewed every line. Mistakes were noted in red ink. Repeated errors could cost a man his position. Promotions depended not just on accuracy, but on discretion. A clerk who noticed a discrepancy, but quietly resolved it was valued more than one who made a fuss. Politics thrived even in the realm of ink. Some clerks kept private journals, much like the insect collectors of England. But these diaries were filled with complaints of the heat, of the boredom, of the absurdity of their own importance. One entry from an anonymous Madras clerk reads, "Today I copied the shipment list of tea bound for Port Cornwallis for the 4th time. The ink blotted on line 27. I debated starting again, then I didn't. And yet even in their complaints, there is a sense of commitment, a sense that despite the monotony, the job mattered." It's worth asking, could the empire have functioned without them? The answer is almost certainly no. The generals may have drawn borders, and the merchants signed deals, but it was the clerks who made sure the cargo actually arrived, who tracked every coin, who kept the empire from collapsing under the weight of its own complexity. And still, when we study the British East India Company, we rarely remember their names. They were not heroes. They did not command armies, but they kept the books that held it all together. So as we imagine this narrow room filled with ink-stained paper and silent men, one can't help but wonder, did they ever pause in the middle of all those numbers and ask themselves what exactly they were building? The smell of the ledger room, ink, damp parchment, boiled starch from morning shirts, was strangely consistent across continents. Whether you stood in a humid outpost like Calcutta, a dusty port office in Surat, or the slightly cooler rooms of Fort St. George in Madras, the atmosphere was the same, still expectant and saturated with the quiet burden of detail. It was in these rooms that the British Empire organized its appetite, one page at a time. If you looked closely at a clerk's work table, you'd notice that every item had a function and a reason. The inkwell was always kept to the left or the right, depending on handedness. The quills were trimmed at precise angles, sharpened each morning with a small penknife. Blotting paper rested beneath the forearm to prevent smudges. A tin of sand. For drying ink sat beside it. A small weighted ruler helped keep long lines straight. And nearby a stack of previous day's ledgers, pages filled with figures that told the story of ships that had come, goods that had moved, and coin that had changed hands. Each line was a summary of labor that had taken weeks to arrange. A line like, arrived, Brig Anne-Marie from Bombay, 62 chests Assam black tea, 4 crates peppercorn, 3 barrels cochineal dye, duty assessed, 9 rupees, 3 annas. Each figure, seemingly dull, represented entire ecosystems of effort. The pluckers in the tea gardens, the packers at the river docks, the sailors, many of whom would never see home again, the customs officials, the tax collectors, all collapsed into a sentence, made uniform and forgettable by ink. This was the brilliance and the danger of bureaucracy. For the clerks, the ledgers became a world in themselves. Over time, they could read the pages as stories. A certain ship's delay might hint at seasonal storms along the Coromandel coast. A dip in cotton yield suggested unrest in the hinterlands. The abrupt disappearance of a merchant's name from entries might mean illness or scandal. Some clerks prided themselves on their memory. Living ledgers, they were called, men who could, without reference, recall the quantity and quality of cargo received at the harbor months before. It was a quiet competition. Who could correct a mistake from memory? Who could detect a false invoice by habit alone? And then there were the ledgers themselves. Each book was handmade, stitched with linen thread and bound in leather. They were often beautiful objects, their pages watermarked, their margins lined with red ink. Some clerks treated them with religious care. There were superstitions. Never open a new ledger on a Tuesday. Always use the same ink for a shipment line. Never cross out a captain's name. Even their handwriting became a kind of ritual. East India Company clerks were known for their neat, calligraphic script. It wasn't for aesthetic purposes, though it was undeniably elegant. It was for legibility and uniformity. These were documents that might be read by company directors in London months later. They had to be precise. In this age before typewriters, legibility was power. But what did the clerks think of the goods they documented? Most had never tasted the tea they logged, or worn the silk, or seen the opium that would be loaded onto ships bound for China. They knew them only as numbers, weights, crates, taxes. Some, however, began to notice patterns and consequences. For example, opium. It was logged like any other cargo. 52 chests, origin, Ghazipur, bound for Canton. But by the mid-1800s, some clerks began to realize that these shipments were not just goods, they were part of a vast damaging trade. They read letters from port agents detailing riots, blockades, and broken contracts. They transcribed orders from London about pressure to be applied and routes to be secured. They saw how often the same goods moved in circles, silk and tea in one direction, opium in the other, and yet the ledgers remained neutral. They recorded damage to goods, but not to people. Delays in shipments, but not in lives. The clerks, bound by their roles, continued to write, but there were small rebellions, a misplaced comma, an ambiguous date, a ledger left uncorrected when a superior's math was clearly flawed. These were the clerks' protests, not loud, not heroic, but subtle expressions of discomfort in a system too large to confront directly. There were other cracks in the quiet. Some clerks wrote letters home describing a world at odds with their work. One wrote in 1847, "I spend my days recording coin as though it were virtue. But I have seen the faces of those who carry the crates. They are thin, and they do not know our names." That same year, cholera swept through Madras. It disrupted trade, yes, but also struck down several junior clerks. They were buried quietly, their names added not to memorials but to payroll logs with the word deceased beside their title. Their ledgers were passed to others, their handwriting ending mid-sentence. Life in the ledger room moved on. For the survivors, the routine was everything. Even grief was catalogued, not felt. A new recruit arrived, add his name to the roster. A colleague died, reassign his manifest entries. Some men retired and returned to England, taking their diaries and their salary with them. Others stayed, growing older among the ledgers, rising in rank slowly, becoming overseers of the very desks where they once sat as anxious young writers. And yet, through all this monotony, all this paper and policy, the empire changed. Ports expanded. Trade patterns shifted. The Suez Canal opened, shortening the journey between Britain and India. Steamships replaced sail, and eventually the East India Company dissolved in 1874. What happened to the clerks? Many were absorbed into the new civil services. Some retired. A few returned to their home villages in Britain, forever changed but with little to show for it. They brought home strange phrases, sun-darkened skin, and a habit of exact penmanship. That looked out of place on grocery lists. And what of the ledgers? Thousands were stored. Many still survive, gathering dust in archives, basement libraries, and government vaults. Others were lost, eaten by insects, damaged by flood, or discarded when offices were modernized. A few, fascinatingly, turned up in antique shops, bought by collectors who admired the script but understood none of the story. Yet within them is a map, not of geography, but of labor. Of a world shaped by routines so dull they were almost invisible. What do we do with such a history? We often speak of empire in terms of conquest, but the real machinery of control was quieter. It ticked in ledger rooms. It lived in ink. It depended on men who followed rules, transcribed orders, and believed, whether by conviction or habit, that order was good. And when that order failed, it wasn't with an explosion, but a misfiled invoice. A shipment delayed. A number entered wrong. As we draw near to the final pages of this story, one question lingers. Did the clerks ever suspect that, in writing all those numbers, they were slowly becoming part of the empire's own footnotes? It is often said that history remembers generals, kings, and revolutions. But seldom do we pause for the men behind the ledgers, the clerks whose only monuments are brittle sheets of parchment and faded ink lines. Let's pause for them now. By the late 1800s, the East India Company was gone. Officially dissolved by an Act of Parliament in 1874, its functions absorbed by the British Crown. Its offices were shuttered or repurposed, its administrative structure folded into what became the British Raj. But the clerks remained, in some fashion, absorbed into the newly forming Indian civil service or quietly retired, their names removed from payroll logs and posted orders, and with them, so too faded the peculiar rhythm of life in the ledger room. There was no grand farewell, no ceremony. One day the doors simply didn't open, the inkwells dried, the desks gathered dust, the ledgers, those heavy, meticulous tomes, were boxed, filed, or left behind entirely. In places where dampness crept through the stone, mold began to soften the corners of pages. A few were rescued, their value recognized by historians. Others met their end in burn piles or garbage carts, unceremoniously discarded. But in archives around the world, thousands remain, silent, waiting. In the British Library, if you're patient, you can still request to see one. It will arrive in a grey box. Inside, the ledger, bound in dull brown leather, its edges rubbed smooth. Open it and you'll find entry after entry, each line a ghost of a man's daily labor. March 3rd, cargo received 24 crates Malabar pepper, weight 1302 lbs. Dues collected 14 rupees, 2 annas. Captain J. Worthington. No fanfare, no embellishment, just the record, just the facts. And yet within those facts lives an entire ecosystem. Someone grew the pepper, someone harvested it, someone packed it into crates, someone lifted those crates onto a boat, and someone, likely sunburned, sweating through linen sleeves, unloaded them at a wharf and delivered them to a customs house. where a clerk made this very entry. This is the kind of history we often overlook. These clerks didn't wage wars or deliver speeches. They didn't redraw borders or write constitutions, but they made the system function. Without them, no goods would have been taxed, no contracts upheld, no ships reconciled. They were, in a sense, the empire's memory, and like memory itself, they were often vague, repetitive, and quietly powerful. But what of their inner lives? Beyond the ledgers, a few clues remain. Some clerks kept private diaries. Not many have survived, but those that do paint a portrait of quiet discomfort. One man, posted to Bombay in the 1850s, wrote, "Every day I write the same names, the same. Ports, I feel I am building something large and invisible, something I cannot see but I am certain exists, like a machine that hums beyond the walls." Another, stationed in Rangoon, noted, "The warehouse burned last night. They say rats chewed through the hemp. I entered the losses into the book this morning. 8 crates of cotton, 2 barrels of gum. I felt nothing." There is an eerie neutrality in these writings, not because the clerks lacked feeling, but because they had trained themselves to observe without reacting. Empires are not only built on power, but on paperwork, and paperwork requires composure. Still, some clerks quietly resisted. One inserted footnotes into margins, tiny observations about poor packing or suspicious discrepancies in ship manifests. Another reportedly kept 2 ledgers, one official and one private, where he noted his real thoughts. This second book was never found, but rumors of its existence passed among clerks like a whispered joke. Over time, their work changed the world, more than they ever realized, because the clerks did not just copy figures, they structured them. They created systems, formats, and templates that informed how records would be kept for generations. Their styles, tables, margins, annotations, would go on to shape modern accounting, trade documentation, and bureaucratic practice. You can still see traces of their structure today in customs forms, shipping bills, and financial statements. Their handwriting may be gone, but their format lives on. But there was something else they left behind, something harder to quantify, the culture of administrative obedience. The clerk's discipline, his unwillingness to question, his precision, his ability to repeat without complaint, became a model of colonial efficiency. It was admired, even exported. Colonial offices in Africa, the Caribbean, and Southeast Asia were built on the same ethos. Bureaucracies patterned themselves on this silent, clerical backbone. Yet beneath this structure lay contradiction. The same. Men who calculated duties on spices may have never spoken to the farmers who grew them. The clerks who recorded opium shipments might have never seen the devastation it caused. They functioned as blind nodes in a wide, impersonal machine, their humanity dulled by repetition. But perhaps they knew that. Perhaps they didn't. The clerk's tragedy is not that he lacked importance, but that his importance was hidden from him. He was told his job was small, just a number, just a line. It begins with a key, a brass one hung on a hook by the back door of a modest brick building. Every morning, just as the first light gathers over the cobbled streets of a small English town, perhaps Shrewsbury or Bath, or even a little village, near the Welsh border, a man rises, dresses in a wool vest, polishes his boots, and walks through the fog to retrieve that key. He is the town's postmaster. And this, as it is every morning, is his first act of duty. The post office itself is humble. 2 rooms, sometimes 3, one for the public counter, one for sorting, and a cramped rear chamber for records and supplies. The smell is always the same: old paper, sealing wax, dust, and pipe smoke from the night before. It is not grand, but it is ordered. That is its pride. In the 1800s, especially the mid-century decades, the postal service in Britain was a marvel of bureaucracy. It had to be. Every day, hundreds of thousands of letters moved between cities, across borders, and over oceans. And at the center of this sprawling web was the postmaster, neither a statesman nor a laborer, but something in between. A keeper of time, a guardian of promises. His day began before the town stirred. Mailbags arrived by coach in the early morning hours, dropped off at the rear door by bleary-eyed drivers. Some came from larger hub stations, London, Bristol, Manchester, while others were from neighbouring towns. The bags were heavy, coarse, and often damp. The postmaster's first job was to inspect the seals, each bag tied and wax-stamped to prevent tampering. He checked them silently, one by one, noting any breaks or inconsistencies in his leather-bound logbook. Once inside, the sorting began. Here is where the real work lived. On long wooden tables under weak lamplight, letters were divided according to route and urgency. There were no zip codes, no automatic scanners, just human eyes reading each address and slotting it accordingly. Larger offices had junior clerks for this, but in smaller towns the postmaster did it himself, often memorizing handwriting, recognizing return addresses at a glance. Letters came in all sizes and conditions, some written on thick, perfumed paper, folded and sealed with family crests. Others were cramped notes on poor parchment, smudged with the grime of working hands. A letter to a local widow from her son in Birmingham, a bank notice, a political pamphlet disguised as a sermon, a soldier's letter from overseas carrying the faint scent of mildew and the weight of uncertain news. Each was placed where it belonged, sorted, stacked, or slipped into canvas pouches depending on the route. Outbound mail was separated into two types, paid and to be paid, the latter requiring collection upon delivery, a small but frequent point of friction in villages where coin was scarce. But the most sacred task, the cancellations. The postmaster wielded the hand stamp like a badge of office. Dated daily, its heavy base pressed red or black ink over the corner of every letter that passed through his hands. This mark wasn't merely decorative, it was legal proof. It meant the letter had entered the Queen's mail, subject to the laws and penalties of tampering. Each town had its own cancellation style, some simple, others ornate. Collectors today still admire their craftsmanship. Mid-morning brought the public. The bell above the front door jingled as villagers arrived, some daily, others weekly. A farmer picking up a letter from his cousin in Ireland, a young woman sending a package to her sister in London, a magistrate retrieving court notices. They stood patiently in line, familiar with the rhythm. The postmaster greeted each by name, knew their handwriting, often guessed their sender before they even opened the letter. He kept strict accounts. A small box of coppers and shillings sat near the ledger book. Every fee, every overage, every underpaid stamp was tallied. Mistakes were frowned upon. Once a month, an inspector might visit from the regional office, examining his logs, weighing discrepancies, and noting whether the public counter was kept in good order. By midday, the postmaster was often alone again. He took lunch at the desk, bread, maybe cheese, tea in a cracked ceramic mug. Sometimes he read. More often he wrote. Brief reports, reorder forms for sealing wax, damage assessments for wet mailbags. He preferred order. He trusted systems, but the afternoons held their own rituals. A delivery boy, often no older than 12, would arrive to collect the outbound mail. If the town had only one such boy, his name was likely known by every resident. His canvas bag, slightly too big for his frame, would be hoisted onto his shoulder as he prepared for the round. The postmaster gave him instructions, especially if deliveries required payment or signature. Then came the quietest hour. When the day's work was mostly done and the evening dispatch not yet arrived, the postmaster would sit alone in the sorting room. Sometimes he would clean the stamps. Other times he might organize returned mail, letters sent to those long moved or long dead. These were the saddest to handle. Some were marked undeliverable, others held no return address at all. A few were opened per protocol to check for clues. Their contents, often mundane, offered brief, strange windows into private lives. Grocery lists, dried flowers, apologies never received. The job, for all its repetition, carried weight. The postmaster was trusted. He held secrets. He knew who wrote often and who had stopped writing altogether. He saw the change in envelopes, once tidy, now desperate. He watched for the letters that came with black-edged borders, heralds of death. He rarely commented, but he noticed everything. At dusk, the second coach arrived, collecting outbound mail and delivering final bags from larger routes. The process repeated, seals checked, letters sorted, the logbook signed and locked, away. A final walk through the rooms, lamps extinguished, And then, with a soft click, the postmaster turned the brass key once more, locking the door behind him. His day was over, but even as he stepped into the cobbled street, smoke rising from chimneys, the air now cool and still, the mail continued its journey. Horses galloped, steam trains hissed, ferries crossed rivers. Across the country, and sometimes across continents, thousands of letters were in motion, all because a man in a wool vest made sure they left on time. We may find such a life uneventful, predictable, even dull. But as with the insect collector and the company clerk, it was precisely this devotion to routine that built the world we live in. Without the postmaster's steadiness, information could not flow, businesses could not run, families could not stay in touch, news could not spread. He was not a hero, but he was vital. And so we are left with a quiet question. In an age defined by haste, what might we learn from a man who measured his worth not in urgency, but in reliability? The postmaster did not think of himself as important, not in the sense of politicians or landowners or bishops whose names were printed in town bulletins. His name was not carved on plaques or shouted at meetings. He wore no uniform of rank, issued no commands, and yet each day dozens of people relied on him, more than they realized, because in the 19th century, the post office was more than a place to collect letters. It was the pulse of a community. Let's imagine the rest of his week, beyond the ordinary rhythm of sorting and stamping. On Tuesdays, he handled parcel claims. These were days of mild chaos. The back counter stacked with brown paper bundles, some with broken corners, string unraveling, or a scent of damp soap or spilled flour. Farmers arrived to collect seed catalogues. Bakers received shipments of spices. Occasionally, a parcel was opened in front of the counter if its damage was too great to ignore, its contents appraised with slow nods, as if interpreting the entrails of a bird. On Wednesdays, he recorded the telegraph summaries. Though many smaller towns had not yet received full telegraph service, they might still get courier summaries of telegrams sent from the next station over. These were sealed in red envelopes, urgent, confidential, often signed in haste. When handed over, the postmaster said little. His job was not to read, but to deliver, yet he knew, not from snooping, but from watching. A man's expression when receiving such a letter often said more than the words inside ever could. Fridays were the quietest, set aside for account reconciliation and internal correspondence. The postmaster wrote to regional offices, updated salary records for his delivery boys, ordered fresh ink and gum, and filed complaints about late mail coaches. In a drawer beside his desk, he kept slips of paper listing his supplies, candle stubs, extra sealing wafers, unused postal forms. He tallied them at month's end with the same seriousness one might use to balance a merchant's ledger. Through it all, the townspeople came and went, and without intending it, the postmaster became something else, a witness, a silent archivist, of community change. He noticed when the miller stopped receiving letters from his son. He noted when a widow began receiving them from a new return address. He saw the nervousness in a schoolboy mailing a letter to London with coins hidden in the folds. He observed as handwriting changed on envelopes, first shaky, then absent, replaced by unfamiliar loops and strokes. He never spoke of these things, but in a town where so much of life was spoken aloud, in the market square, the church pews, the tavern stoops, the postmaster held the private thread that bound people's lives together. He saw more than just letters. He saw transition, weddings, deaths, departures, estrangements, all filtered through his hands. On his desk lay the aftershocks of family arguments, business deals, military postings, and long-delayed apologies. He sometimes wondered how many of these letters were opened with joy, how many with dread. He would never know, but he knew their weight. Some were heavier than others, not by mass, but by meaning. A telegram from the War Office, a letter with black edging. A reply that had taken 6 months and 3 colonies to arrive, and over the years, the postmaster became part of the scenery, just as reliable as the clock tower's bell or the grocer's chalkboard. People trusted him because he was always there. He never changed. Not his gait, not his manner, not even his penmanship. Children who once clutched coins for stamps became adults who mailed bills and birth announcements. Some moved away, then returned years later, startled to find the postmaster still at the counter, squinting over his logbook, his voice unchanged. It's easy to dismiss a life spent among letters as uneventful, but pause for a moment and consider what passed through his hands, the treaty between merchants, signed in triplicate. The soldier's final words, posted just before battle, the anonymous tip that led to a trial, the deed that settled a land dispute, the petition for new drainage, signed by every farmer in the parish, the job offer that changed a family's fortune. The letter never opened, marked return to sender. The one sent too late. Each piece of mail was a thread in a much larger weave, and the postmaster stood at the loom, feeding them through. Even the simple technologies of the job held meaning. The wax seal, a symbol of privacy but also authority. The hand stamp, not just a mark, but a commitment. The paper ledger, the only thing that remembered after all else had been forgotten. In the age before digital memory, before mass communication, the post office was both bridge and barrier. A letter could connect two hearts or sever them. It could arrive in time to save something, or just too late. And in the middle of all this, the postmaster kept time. There's a story, half legend, half truth, of a village postmaster who, upon noticing a letter marked with an unfamiliar script and no return address, opened it after it had sat unclaimed for over a year. Inside was a confession to a crime committed decades earlier in a town 3 counties away. The postmaster forwarded it to the local constable, quietly, without ceremony. Did he ever learn what happened? Likely not. But the mail moved forward, as it always had. That was his job. In this way, the postmaster became something of a moral figure, not through judgment but through neutrality. He treated all mail the same, all people the same. His presence reminded the town that even in a chaotic world, some things still ran on time, some things still made it through. We often think of legacy in grand terms, books published, titles earned, monuments built. But the postmaster's legacy was different. It was trust. It was reliability. It was showing up day after day for decades through illness, weather, and war. And in a small town, that was no small thing. And so we are left with a thought, soft, as a wax seal pressed gently into paper. What is the value of a life spent delivering other people's words? There is a kind of silence that settles over a room after the last mailbag has been locked, after the final letter has been placed in its pouch, and the stamp cleaned and returned to its box. It is not an empty silence, but a full one, dense, with the weight of what has passed through. The postmaster knew this silence well. It came at the close of each day, but more distinctly, at the close of each era. He had served through changes, from horse-drawn mail coaches to the arrival of the rail, from handwritten letters to the introduction of the penny post, which democratized correspondence in 1840. That year the world shifted under his feet. With the introduction of the penny black stamp, suddenly the post was no longer a tool of the privileged. Anyone could write. Factory workers, washerwomen, apprentices, people who had never before imagined their words would travel, now sent birthday greetings, notes of love, updates from the cities they'd moved to, and the postmaster saw it all. A revolution, not in gunfire but in envelopes. The mail volume tripled in a matter of years. New routines were drawn, additional sorting hours added, delivery boys hired, sorting systems refined. Where once he sorted letters by memory, now he needed trays and dividers. And yet, despite the changes, the core of his work remained unchanged. Every letter mattered. Every mark was exact. Every error, a failure of trust. He trained younger clerks, who fidgeted more, who asked why stamps had to be placed in a particular spot, or why the ink pad had to be changed so often. He didn't scold. He simply did the task again, slowly, until they understood not the rule but the rhythm. He never raised his voice. He never hurried. His voice was dry, his patience long, and the townspeople grew with him. Children who once came to send notes to grandparents now sent business contracts. The elderly who once brought weekly letters to cousins grew fewer, their hands shakier, until their names stopped appearing in the post at all. But even loss had its forms. Notices were still signed, letters still folded, mourning paper still, edged in black. The rituals of death carried the same weight as those of birth or celebration, and the postmaster, without comment, marked them, logged them, delivered them. Eventually a new inspector arrived, younger, less interested in the weight of routines, more interested in streamlining. New equipment came, metal sorting frames, mechanical date stamps, thinner ledgers with printed lines. The postmaster adapted. He always had, but in time the days grew slower, his hands less certain, his walks to the office more labored. A tremor in his left hand made the stamping difficult. A persistent cough slowed his sorting. He trained a deputy, a young man named Thomas, eager, polite, but too quick with the ink. When the time came, there was no ceremony, just a final day, a clean desk, a signed final ledger. The townspeople learned he would be retiring in the spring. Some stopped by, not to mail letters, but to thank him. They brought small cakes, books of stamps saved from over the years, old envelopes he had marked decades ago, now yellowed with time. Some didn't say anything, just nodded. That was enough. He left behind his hand stamp, worn smooth where his thumb had pressed it thousands of times. He gave it to Thomas, said nothing, just placed it in his hand and nodded. In retirement, he kept a small desk in his home where he sometimes sorted old letters, some never sent, others kept for memory. He wrote occasional letters himself, not often, but always neatly. He never used typewriters. His handwriting remained elegant to the end. His death came quietly, years later. The town mourned, not loudly, but deeply. Not because he was famous or influential, but because he had been there always. For over 4 decades, his hands had moved the words of others. His presence had been a guarantee that letters would leave and arrive, that people's stories, however ordinary, would be carried forward. And now, a question lingered in the air, like ink, just barely dried. Who remembers the man who remembered everything? In time, the world moved on. Mail volume surged again, then declined. Phones replaced letters. Trains replaced coaches. Email replaced stamps. But something remains. In old post offices now turned into cafes or libraries, if you look closely, you'll find remnants. A groove worn into the counter where hands once rested. A date stamp tucked behind glass. A plaque with dates, names, forgotten titles. And in archives among forgotten family papers, you'll still find his handwriting, proof of delivery, approval of postage, careful lines across folded paper. His legacy is not a single event. It is accumulation, it is repetition. It is trust built, one envelope at a time. Perhaps the world doesn't need monuments to such men. Perhaps it only needs to remember that history was also carried by quiet hands, behind quiet doors, on quiet mornings, and that sometimes the most powerful role is not to speak, but to carry the words of others, safely, steadily, without fail, because somewhere someone was always waiting. The lamplighter was always ahead of you. No matter how early you rose or how late you returned home, the lamps along the street, tall, slender poles topped with little glass boxes, were lit, clean and gleaming. They flickered softly through. The fog, a line of sentinels against the damp darkness. And though few could name him, everyone in town relied on the lamplighter. By the dawn of the 20th century, Britain's major cities were glowing with gaslight. Electric lighting was beginning to emerge in wealthier districts, but the vast majority of public streets, alleyways and rural roads were still lit by flame, and those flames did not burn on their own. They were lit, trimmed and tended by a quiet workforce of men who scaled ladders, cleaned soot from glass, and carried light through the fog. This is their story. Imagine it is just before 4 a.m. in the Edwardian winter. The street is silent, the stones are slick. A thin mist hangs in the air, and the breath of early horses curls into clouds as they clop in the distance. And then, without fanfare, a man appears. He wears a wool coat with patched elbows, trousers tucked into boots, and a scarf drawn high over his mouth. On his shoulder is a long pole, metal-tipped, hollow and grooved for grip. He walks with purpose, moving from lamp to lamp, pausing beneath each to carry out a task few noticed, but all relied on. He is a lamplighter, and his route is long. Most towns divided their lamps into sectors, with one lamplighter responsible for a few dozen, sometimes over 100 lamps. Each lamp required daily attention, not just lighting and extinguishing, but cleaning the glass panes, checking the mantle, the small mesh that glowed when heated, and wiping soot from the brass or ironwork. Some lamplighters were employed by the local gas company. Others were municipal workers. A few were contracted per route, paid by the lamp. Regardless of arrangement, their job was a blend of maintenance, punctuality, and silence. The pole they carried wasn't just for lighting. Inside each lamp was a small lever or valve that controlled the gas. Using the pole, they would open the valve, strike a flame with a small lighter or match attached to the pole's end, and then briefly wait to ensure the mantle ignited correctly. If it didn't, they would adjust the flow, strike again, and try until the soft, steady glow filled the lamp housing. Once lit, they moved on. Most towns required lamplighters to complete their rounds before dawn and return again at dusk to extinguish the lamps, unless wind or rain had already done so. Weather was their greatest adversary. In high winds, the mantle could shatter. In heavy rain, the flame might drown. In fog, the light became scattered and weak, creating that soft, eerie glow often described in Edwardian literature. The lamplighter was not only a technician, but a kind of early riser's clock. His presence marked time. For bakers, early dock workers, and watchmen, he was often the first soul they saw. Some greeted him with nods, others with silence. But his figure, stick in hand, climbing ladder, moving steadily along the road, was part of the scenery. Children sometimes followed him, especially in small towns. They were fascinated by the act of lighting, the way the pole flicked, the brief bloom of flame, the soft hiss of gas catching fire. Lamplighters didn't speak much. They rarely shooed children away, but they didn't encourage conversation either. Their work required focus. One false move and the glass might crack, or worse, a gas leak might go unnoticed. That's what made this boring job so quietly essential. Lamplighters weren't just maintaining light. They were preventing danger. In poorly maintained lamps, gas could accumulate. A single careless match could result in an explosion. Therefore, the best lamplighters were those who said little, arrived on time, and carried a rag to polish the brass. The brass polish, in fact, became a point of pride. Most gas lamps were built with brass fittings, collars, hinges, sometimes finials at the top. Over time, soot, rain, and grime dulled the shine. But lamplighters who took pride in their route would keep a cloth and a tin of polish in their satchel. They'd give each lamp a quick buff, just enough to keep it gleaming in the morning light. It wasn't required, it wasn't even noticed by many, but it mattered. In the fog-heavy mornings of cities like London or Liverpool, a well-polished lamp stood out. It caught the light in a way that made the street feel safer, more orderly. And for some lamplighters, this was their silent mark, a way to take ownership of something no one else would claim. Their schedules were dictated by the seasons. In summer, the lamps burned for only a few hours each night. In winter, they burned nearly all day. This meant early mornings and late returns. Lamplighters often carried a small oil lantern themselves to help with visibility before the first lamps were lit. They were paid modestly, often just enough to get by. But the job was stable and in many towns respected. Lamplighters were among the first municipal workers to be given pensions. Some served their whole lives, working the same route for decades, but like so many quiet professions, their role was slowly undone by progress. Electricity arrived, first in banks and theaters, then in major streets, and eventually in neighborhoods. At first, lamplighters were reassigned to maintain electric street lamps, cleaning globes, changing bulbs. But as systems automated, the need for daily lighting disappeared. Routes were shortened, posts went unstaffed. Some lamplighters adapted, others faded into retirement. A few, stubborn or sentimental, continued lighting lamps even when it was no longer required, out of habit or loyalty, or a love of the old brass glow. And as their numbers dwindled, so too did the recognition. Today, we admire the romance of gaslight. It appears in novels, films, and paintings, but rarely do we acknowledge the man who kept it burning, the one who rose in darkness, walked in silence, and lit each flame by hand. What did he think about as he walked? What was it like to carry light through a sleeping town, knowing it would be seen but not remembered? What was it like to spend a life illuminating the lives of others while remaining in the shadows? The lamplighter knew the streets better than anyone, not in the way that shopkeepers did, tied to a single storefront, nor like delivery boys who learned shortcuts and alleyways. The lamplighter knew the rhythm of the street, the shift of its shadows, the creak of certain doors, the smell of rain when it struck the cobblestones at dusk. His path took him through narrow lanes and broad boulevards, along factory rows and past the quiet fences of townhouses. Twice daily, 6 days a week, and always he looked up. His attention was not drawn to the shop fronts or the people, but to the tops of the posts, to the gas lamps that crowned the city like a string of patient stars. Each one had a name in his mind. The crooked one by the old bakery, the one always clogged with soot outside the tavern, the brass one that shone too brightly on clear nights. He walked with tools slung in a satchel at his hip, a leather pouch, with a small wrench, rags, spare mantles, a tin of polish, and a small candle stub for emergency light. His pole was taller than he was, worn smooth from use with a hook on one end and a spark light on the other. It was not ornamental, it was an extension of himself. People rarely noticed him. That was fine. The lamplighter was not a man of conversation. His work was quiet. And in a way it demanded that he remain part of the background. If he did his job well, the lights came on exactly when they should, burned evenly, and vanished at dawn. His success was measured by invisibility, but that didn't mean he wasn't part of the street's story. He saw things, not secrets exactly, but fragments of life. He saw the widow on Rose Lane light her own lantern when her husband's letter didn't arrive. He saw the boy who waited each night under the third lamppost on Cornwall Street, hoping his father's shift would end early. He saw the baker's apprentice steal kisses in the soft glow of the rear courtyard lamp, always, snuffing it with a breath before anyone could see. He never mentioned what he saw, but he remembered. One evening, while polishing the rim of a lamp outside the town hall, he overheard a debate inside, a loud argument over replacing gas with electric light. A younger councilman made the case. No soot, no smell, no flame. It's progress. An older man countered. But we've trusted gaslight for 50 years, it's part of the town. The lamplighter said nothing. He just moved to the next post. Still, he felt the shift coming. Electric lights didn't flicker or need relighting in storms. They didn't smoke or attract moths in the same romantic way, but they also didn't require a man. Once connected, they worked on their own. A street could be illuminated by a flip of a switch instead of a pair of worn boots and a flint spark. The lamplighter felt no anger about this, only quiet inevitability. He had already seen it happen once. In the neighboring town, lamplighters had been reassigned, some to janitorial work, others to new roles at the electric company, and a few let go entirely. One man, a friend, had polished the same lamp every night for 30 years. When it was replaced, he was given a token and a letter of thanks. He now worked as a night watchman at a warehouse. Fewer lamps to light, the man had said, but more locks to check. But here, in this town, the gas lamps still stood, and until they didn't, the lamplighter kept working. Each week he followed his checklist. Monday and Thursday were for glass cleaning, wiping the panes inside and out with a cloth soaked in vinegar water, then dried with muslin. Tuesday was for polishing the brass fittings, checking the hinges, and tightening the finials. Wednesday and Friday he replaced mantles that had burned too thin. Saturday was maintenance, checking the gas valves for leaks, adjusting the pressure, scraping soot buildup from the top vents. Each task took only minutes, but repeated over dozens of lamps, it filled his day. He took pride in the finish. A freshly polished lamp caught the evening light just so, glowing not only from within but without. His route passed through neighborhoods rich and poor, but he treated each lamp with the same care. To him, the brass outside the banker's house deserved no more polish than the lamp beside the soup kitchen. The children who used to follow him had grown up now. Most barely nodded as they passed. A few worked in shops along his route. One, a girl who used to watch him light the lamp from her upstairs window, now worked at the switchboard office across the square. She smiled at him once, hesitated as if to say something, and then moved on. He thought of asking her what it was like, working with cables and buzzers, sending voices through wires instead of light through glass. But he never did. Sometimes, at the end of his route, he paused beside the last lamp and looked back over the row of glows. There was something satisfying about it. A line of warm halos rising above the rooftops, each one a promise kept. He never thought of himself as sentimental, but there were nights when he polished a lamp and saw his own reflection in the brass, older, leaner, eyes a little dimmer. He realized he had been lighting these streets longer than most residents had lived here, and in that reflection, a question quietly burned. When the lamps no longer needed him, would anyone remember the man who once gave them their glow? It did not happen all at once. The end of gaslight came quietly, like dusk itself, slow creeping, barely noticed until the shadows had already fallen. In the early spring of 1910, the first notices appeared in town halls across Britain. Municipalities were modernizing. Electric lighting had proven efficient, cost-effective, and increasingly popular in cities like Manchester and Birmingham. It was brighter, safer, and no longer required men to climb ladders in the snow. The transition would be gradual. Lamps would be rewired in batches, routes would be shortened, staff reassigned, and where possible, efficiency would be prioritized over sentiment. The lamplighter read the notice once, then folded it neatly and placed it in his coat pocket. He didn't speak about it, not to the other workers, not to the clerk at the gas company, not even to the boy who helped him polish the taller posts on market days. He simply continued his rounds. Each lamp he lit felt more precious now. He took more time cleaning the panes. He folded his cloths with sharper creases. He tapped the brass caps a little more gently. At each stop, he looked at the fixture, as if it might be the last time he saw it lit. There was no announcement of his last day, no ceremony, just a schedule. Lamps along Upper Row would be converted first, followed by King Street, then the West Bridge. He adjusted his route accordingly, skipping the newly installed electrics. They no longer needed him, but the gas lamps, the few still waiting their conversion, he treated like old friends. One in particular stood near the edge of the river walk, beside a bench few people used. It had a slight lean to it, barely, perceptible unless you knew what to look for. Its glass was older, tinted faintly green. The brass was worn from wind and weather. It was the first lamp he had lit on his very first route. He visited it each evening, even after the rest had gone. Dark for good. He polished it. He lit it. He watched the flame flicker and grow, casting its soft amber glow over the river's edge. He told no one. But that lamp became his marker. One evening a young boy wandered by, the son of a fishmonger who sometimes delivered scraps near the docks. "Why do you still light this one?" the boy asked. The lamplighter didn't answer right away. He pressed the end of his pole against the valve, waited for the familiar hiss, and watched as the mantle flared into bloom. Then he said, "Because it still listens." The boy nodded as if that made sense. Maybe it did, but soon even that lamp was scheduled for removal. A man from the electric company arrived with tools and diagrams, shaking the post gently, inspecting its base. The lamplighter watched from a distance, hands in his pockets. He said, "Nothing." But that evening, after the man had gone, he lit it once more, one last time. The next day it was gone, replaced by a steel post with a white bulb that hummed faintly, but had no soul. He didn't cry. He simply folded his cloth, returned it to his satchel, and walked home without lighting a single lamp. His employment officially ended 3 weeks later. The letter was brief, a note of thanks, a final wage envelope, a recommendation letter for light custodial or municipal service. He placed it in the same pocket as the first notice. Then he hung up his coat for the last time. For a while, people forgot. The town lit up at night, brighter now, with bulbs that snapped on and off by timer. They were cleaner, more uniform, but something was missing. The light was sterile, too. Perfect. It did not dance. Years passed. Children grew. The old roots faded. But in time, nostalgia took root. By the 1930s, a few towns began restoring their gas lamps, not for efficiency, but for charm. They became ornaments of a bygone era. Postcards featured them, poets wrote of them. Tourists admired their glow in small corners of old cities. And in one such town, someone remembered the lamplighter. They found his name in an old employment register, Henry Cole, maintenance custodian, Route 4B. A quiet man, described as punctual, reliable and fastidious in presentation, no children, lived above a watch repair shop. Retired 1910, deceased 1923, but his notes survived. In the municipal archives, beneath piles of maintenance forms and gas company receipts, there was a small notebook. Inside, sketches of lamp heads, diagrams of valve angles, notes on fog behavior, and wick duration, and lists of each lamp on his route, all 127 of them, with handwritten observations beside each. Crooked post, but steady light. Glass cracked, replace next order. Burns clean in wind. Leans toward river, still listening. And at the very end, a single sentence, written in darker ink, as if with firmer hand. Someone has to carry the light, even if no one sees. That notebook now rests in a glass case in the town's small heritage museum. Next to it stands one of the original lamps restored, lit each night by an automated timer. But once a year, on the night of the winter solstice, a town worker turns off the electric supply and lights it by hand, just once, with a pole, a match. And a moment of stillness. No one watches. No announcement is made. But the light burns. For the man who once walked the streets before anyone else in cold and fog, not to be seen, but to make seeing possible. If you walk into a dusty records room, one with no computers, no blinking screens, just shelves and drawers, you might hear nothing but the soft slide of metal against metal. The drawers creak, their contents whisper, and if you pause long, enough you begin to feel it, the order. Not excitement, not discovery, just order. That's what the filing cabinet was made for. Today, we barely notice it. A piece of office furniture, often dented, sometimes locked, usually ignored. But there was a time not long ago when the filing cabinet was considered a marvel of organizational engineering, a tool so effective, so quietly radical, that it reshaped the way institutions worked, ideas were stored, and bureaucracy itself was built. This is the story of how drawers and folders became the unsung backbone of the 20th century. Before the cabinet, chaos ruled. In the 1800s, office documents were stored in bundles, tied with ribbon stacked in pigeonholes, shoved into wooden boxes, or folded into ledgers. Retrieval was a nightmare. Files were often organized by who had last touched them. No central logic, no structure, just piles of paper, growing thicker with every month. A clerk in a lawyer's office might spend an hour searching for a single document. A secretary in a hospital might walk room to room with loose files, hoping someone had borrowed them. Papers got misfiled, lost, or accidentally destroyed. No one could say how many important agreements, payments, or medical records vanished simply because they were placed on the wrong desk. Enter the filing cabinet. It arrived gradually in the late 19th century, first in insurance offices and banks, then law firms, hospitals, and government agencies. The earliest models were made of wood with sliding trays and brass handles. Later, steel cabinets emerged, durable, fire-resistant, stackable. But the true revolution wasn't the cabinet itself. It was the idea of standardized paper. A single sheet size, 8.5 x 11 inches in the US, A4 elsewhere, allowed for folders to be made uniform. Folders could be labeled, tabs could be alphabetized, cabinets could be divided by year, subject, department. Entire buildings were redesigned to accommodate rows of them. And suddenly, for the first time, information had a physical place. This changed everything. A clerk could now open a drawer, move through labeled folders, and locate a specific contract. From 2 years ago, within minutes, an accountant could store receipts by month and cross-reference them with expense logs. A police officer could retrieve past case files in alphabetical order. Efficiency soared, errors dropped, work flowed. It may sound dull, but this is how the modern office was built. Not on ambition or inspiration, but on paper. Labeled, filed, and retrieved. The cabinet became a fixture. It was the grey rectangle in every room. The sound of its drawer opening marked the start of a task. Its satisfying click signaled the end. For those who worked with them, there was a ritual. In the morning, you unlocked your cabinet with a small brass key. You pulled out the top drawer, felt the gentle resistance of the rollers, and heard the folders whisper as they shifted. You found the one you needed, invoices, Q3 1928, and withdrew it with care. You read it, annotated it, then returned it precisely where it came from, not just out of habit, but out of reverence. The system worked because people respected the drawer. To misfile was to break the pact. To place correspondence Henderson behind Hopkins was to introduce chaos into the quiet. It was an act of disorder, sometimes punishable by reprimand. In larger offices, there were even full-time filing clerks, individuals who did nothing but maintain the logic of the cabinet. They were not seen as important, but they were vital. You might imagine them. A woman in a pressed blouse, hair pinned neatly, moving between rows of cabinets in silence. A man in a waistcoat, sleeves rolled, pencil behind one ear, lifting file after file with methodical precision. They didn't speak much. They didn't need to. Their job was to make order. And in that order, others found what they needed to. Do their jobs. What did it feel like to spend your day among files? It wasn't thrilling, but it was steady, predictable. There was satisfaction in alignment, in knowing that a file rested exactly where it should, and that someone, tomorrow or next year, would find it without struggle. Filing clerks had long memories. They knew by instinct where to look. They understood how a misspelled name could mislead, or how one mislabeled tab could throw off an entire drawer. They developed a kind of spatial intuition, able to sense when something was missing just by the gap between folders. Some even had their own methods, little tricks to catch mistakes, a green paperclip for ongoing items, a corner folded for duplicate copies, a pencil mark on the tab when a file was requested and taken out to make sure it returned. And always the same rhythm: open, slide, scan, retrieve, close. A whisper of motion, a choreography of drawers. There were politics too. Which cabinet stood closest to the boss's desk? Which files were locked? Who had the key? In some offices, access to certain drawers signaled trust or power. The deeper the drawer, the more confidential the contents. Some cabinets had false bottoms, secret compartments, or mislabeling to disguise sensitive materials. But most of it was simple: a letter, a folder, a drawer among many, a cabinet among dozens. And yet each piece held together the structure of the entire place. You might be wondering what happened to the people who kept the files. Some became obsolete, like the gas lamplighters. Others transitioned to new roles as paper gave way to digital systems, but many were simply forgotten. When offices moved or modernized, the cabinets were emptied, their contents scanned, and the furniture sold or scrapped. The clerk's rituals, so precise, so necessary, vanished overnight. Yet here's the strange thing: even today, when we organize digital files, we still use the same logic. Folders, tabs, hierarchies, file names. We still open and close things. We still retrieve and save. The virtual has mimicked the physical. The filing cabinet lives on, in every desktop screen, in every cloud drive, in every label you've ever clicked, and that's the legacy, not the furniture itself, but the framework. The mindset, the belief that information deserves a place. That memory is built not on recollection alone, but on organization. It's strange to think that so much of our world, our government, our healthcare, our legal systems, once depended on a person placing the right folder in the right drawer. And stranger still to think how many decisions, lives, or futures hung on whether someone labeled a file correctly. To outsiders, the filing room seemed lifeless. Long rows of grey or beige cabinets stood like soldiers in silence, each one identical. each drawer in turn filled with more of the same, paper clipped or folded, bearing stamps and signatures. No noise, no movement, just stillness. But to those who worked inside it, the filing room was alive with structure. There was a pulse to it, not fast, but rhythmic. A pattern set by tasks repeated daily, weekly, monthly. It was not a place of invention or chaos, but of alignment, of equilibrium. And the people who worked there did not chase ambition. They preserved continuity. Let us imagine one such place, a government office circa 1936. A woman named Mrs. Alderton arrives early. She wears gloves, even indoors. Her hair is set, her shoes practical. She does not speak as she enters. She simply removes her gloves, sets them beside the inkwell on her desk, and unlocks the first cabinet of the day. Her job is to manage the housing claims, regional north drawer. It is not glamorous, but it is important. Each day, new documents arrive. Applications for repairs, property disputes, rent evaluations. Each must be dated, categorized, stamped, and placed in the correct folder. If the applicant has an existing file, she finds it. If not, she creates one. Labels are written in black ink, always block letters. Mislabeling is a serious matter. She hums as she works. Not music, but the soft sound of paper being aligned, clips fastened, folders slid into place. At exactly 10:30, the supervisor makes a round. He checks drawers randomly. Not for content, he trusts her, but for order. Are the folders level? Are the tabs legible? Have the new dividers arrived? His visits last 3 minutes. She does not flinch. She has never received a correction. In the corner, a junior clerk makes tea. He is new, his filing is uneven. He places Hargreaves Eleanor after Harrison Joel. Mrs. Alderton gently removes the folder, fixes it, and says nothing. She understands that it takes time to internalize the alphabet when you're nervous. The cabinets are labeled by category, not name, not event, category. Building permits 1927-1931. Civil complaints property line. Leases, temporary, 3-year terms. Each cabinet has 4 drawers. Each drawer holds about 3,500 documents. That's over 14,000 pieces of paper per unit. And this office has 28 cabinets. Mrs. Alderton has worked here for 19 years. She has never needed to search for anything longer than 10 minutes. Sometimes she dreams in categories. The power of the filing cabinet was not in its simplicity, but in its scalability. You could begin with one drawer, then add another, then another. The system grew in parallel with the expansion of modern institutions. Governments relied on cabinets to track taxes, births, marriages, pensions. Hospitals used them for patient charts. Universities kept exam records, tuition accounts, and disciplinary notes, all neatly arranged in rows. And companies? Corporations exploded with cabinets. HR, legal, purchasing, sales, product design. Every division had its set. Entire floors were devoted to them. Filing departments were created, staffed, and audited. People joked that in some buildings, the cabinets outnumbered the people. But the system worked, so long as the logic held. That's the fragility of it. The moment a file was miscategorized, misfiled, or misplaced, the illusion of order collapsed. One missing sheet could halt an application. A mistyped label could derail a pension approval. Entire lawsuits were delayed because someone misfiled a complaint under A instead of C. So the clerks adapted. They developed checks, double labels, cross-reference cards, color-coded folders, backup logs. Some offices had weekly filing audits, where supervisors would randomly select a file and ask the clerk to produce it within 120 seconds. Those who succeeded earned small commendations. Those who didn't were quietly noted. And yet, even with the pressure, many filing clerks took quiet pride in their role. They were the glue, the timekeepers, the librarians of bureaucracy. Some had peculiar habits. One always carried a ruler, not for measuring, but for aligning paper. Another kept a bottle of lavender oil in her drawer to mask the metallic smell of filing dust. One man refused to file anything unless the ink on the signature was completely dry. He had once smeared a minister's name and never forgave himself. They were, in a way, archivists of the everyday. And though no one came to thank them, everyone relied on them. A man seeking a work permit would receive it on time only because a clerk had filed his paperwork correctly 3 weeks earlier. A widow's pension arrived only because someone had placed the death certificate in the correct folder. A student's grades were preserved because a filing clerk resisted the urge to go home early and finished sorting the semester's reports. Their work was not flashy, but it mattered. Over time, new technologies emerged. Microfilm, carbon copies, duplicating machines, then computers. Each innovation threatened to replace the cabinet. Each promised speed, ease, convenience. But something was always lost in the transition. With digital systems came errors of a different kind. Data overwritten, corrupted, deleted. Files lost in invisible folders, unreachable by search. Clerks became data entry specialists, their intuition devalued, their expertise in physical space rendered obsolete. The cabinets were wheeled into storage rooms, then removed entirely. Some were sold, others scrapped. And with them went the habits, the rituals, the quiet logic of alignment. Today you can still find them in certain corners of the world: old libraries, basement archives, small-town municipal offices, law firms run by stubborn men who believe in paper, cabinets still standing, their drawers intact, labels faded but readable, and sometimes within those drawers, a file untouched for decades. You open it. The paper is dry but intact. The handwriting is neat, the signature legible. You close it and place it back. And in that small act, you feel it, the still beating heart of the old system. The belief that information, once received, should be kept. That memory is not something you store on a server, but something you maintain with care. That drawers, dust, and paper are not obsolete. They are quietly eternal. The final file wasn't remarkable. A property deed from 1912, slightly yellowed, edges worn, typed in ink now fading to purple-grey. It sat folded once in a manila folder labeled Macmillan T. Disputed Fence. The label was clean. The folder's tab, though smudged from decades of fingertips, was still legible. It had not been touched in 40 years, and yet when a question arose about a boundary, a wall, a claim, someone went to the cabinet, opened the third drawer, flipped past the M's, and there it was. Right where it should be. This is the filing cabinet's triumph. It didn't innovate, it didn't think, but it remembered. And memory, especially in a world that moves fast, is its own kind of revolution. The quiet power of filing cabinets lies in what they protected. Not just facts, but stories. A marriage license wasn't just a piece of paper. It was the beginning of a family tree. A discharge note from military service wasn't only an exit form, it was a life's chapter closed. Her receipt, a blueprint, a handwritten complaint. These were the echoes of decisions made, events lived, paths chosen, all preserved not by historians, but by clerks. Clerks who didn't attend ceremonies, who didn't sign policies, but who knew exactly which drawer held the birth certificate of a man long buried, and where the last letter from his son was filed. And when that mattered, when someone came looking, it mattered immensely. There's a photograph taken in 1954 inside the archives of a railway company in Yorkshire. The room stretches far back, row after row of 4-drawer cabinets, each tagged in stencil with codes like L47 or T2 Westline. The floor is linoleum, the ceiling low. In the foreground, a woman stands, her back turned, hand on a drawer, eyes scanning the tabs. She is unnamed, not the subject of the photo, just caught in it. But you can see in her posture that she is searching, with purpose. Her fingers hover over folders like someone reading Braille. She's not guessing. She's remembering where the paper lives. Some filing clerks had no formal training. They learned by doing, by watching someone else. Others followed manuals, stiff booklets with phrases like avoid overstuffing and respect tab integrity. Some offices used decimal filing systems, others alphanumeric. A few used idiosyncratic internal codes known only to those within the room. To an outsider it looked arbitrary, but to the clerk it was a language. In the Ministry of Roads, for example, the file marked C3 North Bypass Drainage might be found not in the B drawer, but in the Infrastructure Deferred Projects drawer, because it had been frozen due to budgeting issues. Only someone with institutional memory, or a highly annotated cross-reference sheet would know that. This was the clerk's genius, not just that they filed, but that they understood the filing. They had minds built like cabinets, and like cabinets, they often stood unnoticed until opened. As the century turned, digitization came quickly. Boxes of files were scanned in batches. Labels were typed into metadata fields. Tabbed folders became drop-down menus. A mouse replaced the index finger. At first, filing clerks were tasked with data migration. They sat before clunky scanners, feeding sheets one at a time, watching the digital progress bar crawl across the screen. They created digital folders to mirror the cabinets. It felt strange, disembodied. The tactile satisfaction of paper gave way to the distant click of icons. Some adapted. Others did not. One woman, nearing retirement, simply refused. "I don't trust a file I can't touch," she said. When asked why, she answered, "Because the machine doesn't care if it loses it." That was the heart of it. The clerk cared. The cabinet cared in its own quiet way. Together, they were a promise that what had been written down would not vanish. In recent years, there's been a small return to filing, not in offices, but in archives, in libraries, in people's homes. There's comfort in the folder, the certainty of its location, the knowledge that should the power go out, you could still open a drawer, still read what someone once wrote, still hold the record in your hands. Some places have even begun restoring historic filing rooms. Cabinets are kept as artifacts. Files are preserved in climate-controlled vaults. Visitors walk among the drawers like museum-goers, marveling not at what was invented, but at what was remembered. In one such place, a county archive in Devon, a filing cabinet still contains a record from 1894, a dispute over a parish fence. The folder is crisp. Inside, a letter penned in black ink. "I respectfully request that the boundary be honored as drawn in the original land grant of 1819, signed by my father and witnessed by Mr. Lowther." That land no longer has a fence. The house is gone. The name's long buried. But the letter remains, because someone filed it, because someone labeled it, because someone cared. The filing cabinet never asked to be celebrated. It never claimed brilliance. It simply offered a place for memory to rest. And long after computers replace every drawer, long after offices become wireless and paperless, long after clerks become code, the image of the drawer will remain, a rectangle, a label, a promise, that what we write down, if we are careful, will not disappear. So here's a question to end. This story, in a world that now deletes more than it preserves, who will still remember where things are kept? The day begins in darkness. It is just after 5 in the morning, and the city of Boston is still wrapped in mist. The brick buildings are cold, the streets half frozen, and the gas lamps along Milk Street flicker dimly. But in a modest room above, a tailor's shop, a school teacher is already awake. He lights a candle. Its glow stretches across a small desk, where lesson plans from the night before sit half-dried in iron gall ink. A sliver of bread rests beside a folded napkin. Tea steams faintly from a chipped mug. There is no rush. There is only routine. Here's a man in his late 30s, dressed plainly, a wool waistcoat, linen shirt, and heavy boots. His spectacles are slightly askew from a fall the previous winter. His left hand is stained with chalk, his right, ink. He rises, puts on his coat, and gathers his satchel. Inside, a leather-bound register, a few battered readers, an apple for lunch, and a carefully wrapped bundle of goose-feather quills. There are no textbooks for every subject, no pre-printed worksheets. Most of what he teaches will be copied. By hand, onto slate or paper, line by line. The school bell rings at 7. He unlocks the classroom himself. It is a single-room square, with 2 rows of windows that rarely open properly. The wooden stove in the corner is unlit. He'll tend to that before the students arrive. The desks are narrow and shared. Each bears the carved initials of former pupils and the stains of ink spills long past. A Bible rests on the lectern. A map of the 13 colonies, faded and water-stained, hangs by a string from a bent nail. On the blackboard, a quote from the previous day still remains. Industry and learning must walk together. The teacher empties ashes from the stove and lays fresh wood. He checks the chalk supply, broken into thumb-sized pieces. He sets the attendance register on the desk and marks the top of the page with the date, February 9th, 1834. By 7:15, the first students begin to arrive. There are 27 children enrolled. 19 come today. Some walk from as far as 2 miles. Some arrive with hands raw from cold, sleeves too short for their growing arms. Boys sit on one side of the room, girls on the other. The youngest are 7, the oldest 13. Most will leave school by the age of 14, some to work in shops, others in factories, and a few, if they're lucky, to continue their studies. The teacher does not greet them loudly. He nods, points to their seats, waits for silence, and then the day begins. First, reading. Each child opens their McGuffey reader, or if they cannot afford one, shares with a partner. The teacher reads aloud, slowly, clearly. He chooses passages on moral instruction, obedience, thrift, patience. He assigns lines to be copied on slates. Be kind to thy brother, one line reads. A kind word is never lost. Children scratch the letters carefully, tongue between teeth, chalk squeaking slightly. Next, arithmetic. He draws numbers on the board. Addition, subtraction, long columns of figures, no calculators, no multiple choice, just the slow grind of computation done in silence. Errors are erased and corrected without comment. He walks the rows. Offers a nod of approval here, a soft correction there. Never praise too loudly, never shame too harshly. Balance is everything. At 10 km, there is a 15-minute recess. Some children go outside, some stay in. One boy stares out the window, watching the chimney smoke drift sideways in the wind. 2 girls whisper behind an open primer. The teacher eats the apple in 3 bites and returns to his desk. Then comes penmanship. This is his favorite part of the day. He hands out lined copybooks, checks the inkwells and places the quills just so on each desk. His own handwriting is neat, measured, slightly old-fashioned. He writes a model line on the board. Discipline is the friend of wisdom. The children copy it, some with elegance, others with blotches. He watches them bend their heads, steady their hands. This, he believes, is how character is shaped, not through speech but repetition, through the quiet self-mastery of the written line. Lunch is brief. Most students bring bread or a potato. A few eat nothing at all. The teacher drinks the last of his tea. He allows himself 2 minutes of stillness before the afternoon lessons begin. Geography is next. He uses the old map to quiz capitals, rivers, trade routes. They chant together. Delaware River, Hudson River, Connecticut River. He points to a faded patch on the map. Who remembers what lies west of Ohio? A small hand rises. Illinois? Correct, he says. No smile, but a small nod. Then comes dictation. He reads a passage from Poor Richard's Almanac. The students write as he speaks, slowly, carefully. He watches for dropped words, for backwards letters, for ink that runs when the nib is pressed too hard. At I-18, 2:30, lessons end. There is no bell, just the quiet shuffle of books into satchels, chalk dust on sleeves, and the whisper of young boots against the floorboards. A few linger to ask about a mistake in their sums. One girl returns a borrowed slate. Cloth? A boy with red ears asks if he spelled neighbor correctly. He did not. But the teacher commends him for asking. When the room is empty, the teacher begins his final task. Marking. Each slate is reviewed. Mistakes noted. Copybooks are stacked by neatness. He makes no harsh marks, just small, firm corrections in red. Then he wipes the board clean, lays out the next day's readers and banks the stove for the night. He writes in the register, attendance 19, lessons completed, arithmetic 5 to 7, penmanship copy line, reading, parable of the sower. By now the city outside is turning grey. The streets are damp. The lamps have been lit. A cart rolls by, wheels clattering on stone. But inside the classroom, everything is still. The teacher gathers his things, places the chalk in a tin, closes the register, puts on his coat. Before leaving, he glances once more at the board. The faint ghost of the morning's quote remains. visible only in the right light. He whispers it once aloud. Industry and learning must walk together. And then he locks the door. He will not be remembered by name. There is no statue of him. No street bears his title. No student will recall the exact day he taught them to write a capital G or subtract a column of sixes, but they will remember the room, the calm, the discipline, the fairness, the light of the stove, the feel of the quill, the steady presence at the front of the room who never missed a day unless illness took him, who greeted each morning as though the lessons mattered and believed they did. And perhaps that is enough. Because as we look back from our world of screens and scrolls, we might ask, what would a man build knowing his work would be erased by the very children he taught? Each school day was nearly the same, and that was precisely the point. In 1830s Boston, in a time before standardized curricula, before mass-printed schoolbooks, before grades and report cards as we know them, a teacher's greatest asset was repetition. Not because students were slow, but because life was fast. So fast that a single missed day of learning could mean the difference between understanding a sentence and forgetting the alphabet. So the school teacher returned each morning not to variety, but to discipline. The order of the day mattered. The posture of the student mattered. The silence between questions mattered. Repetition wasn't a flaw, it was philosophy. There was something sacred in the blackboard. Most homes didn't have one. Chalk was expensive. Slate, breakable. The blackboard was the beating heart of the classroom, more valuable than any book, more expressive than any speech. The teacher used it to write letters, draw shapes, practice geography, and copy scriptures. He took care of it like a craftsman would a tool. He sanded the surface once a month with a cloth soaked in vinegar. He stored chalk in a dry tin. He wiped the board after each lesson with even strokes, never circles. Circular cleaning left residue that caught the light and distracted the eye. Each week, a new quote was selected for the top of the board. Sometimes from the Bible, sometimes from the New England Primer, occasionally when he was feeling daring from an Enlightenment thinker, but only when he was certain the children wouldn't tell their parents. One week it read, "Without knowledge, the people perish." Another, "To err is human, to forgive divine." The students copied the phrase daily, not for the meaning but for the shape of the letters, yet some, the teacher suspected, read between the lines, especially the older girls who wrote with graceful curves, and the older boys who scrawled with growing impatience. The board was not just a tool, it was a guide. Then there were the books. Most students had one, sometimes two, the McGuffey reader, and perhaps a spelling primer. Books were shared when they could be. Torn pages were repaired with care. Some were passed down from older siblings, bearing names written in fading pencil and notes scribbled in the margins. The teacher had a few more, one Latin grammar, though he used it less now, a well-worn King James Bible, a battered volume of moral philosophy for the young, and a ledger not of grades but of observations. In the margins he'd write notes, not numbers. Joseph reads haltingly, nervous. Eliza, very bright, often helps others. Samuel, poor eyesight, always squinting. There was no reward system, no gold stars, no report cards. With letters or numbers, evaluation came in the form of attention. When he paused at a student's desk, adjusted their grip on the quill, or corrected a spelling aloud, that was how they knew he was watching. One of the most delicate arts was knowing when not to correct. Humiliation was easy. Correction was public. The line between discipline and embarrassment was thin and once crossed, hard to uncross. A teacher who made a child feel small lost them. A teacher who made them feel capable, even while pointing out a flaw, could shape them. He spoke softly when correcting, rarely raised his voice, but his silence, when needed, was sharp enough to stop a room. Afternoons brought a quieter mood. By 2 o'clock the energy had waned. The fire in the stove burned low. Ink dried slowly in the cold. Slates began to chip where students pressed, too hard in fatigue. These were the moments he valued most, when the noise of the outside world faded and the students became still. It was then he introduced stories, not from textbooks, not from lessons, but stories he had memorized, from history, fables, or scripture. He told them of Cincinnatus, the Roman farmer who laid down power and returned to his plough, of Ruth gleaning wheat with dignity, of the young John Adams walking miles to borrow a book. He didn't tell these stories with grandeur or flair. He told them as facts, plainly, letting the lessons settle without forcing them. Some children listened with rapt attention, others stared out the window, but all of them heard, and years later, long after they had forgotten the sums and the spellings, it was the stories they remembered. On Fridays they wrote letters. The students were instructed to write as if to someone far away. A cousin, a soldier, a lost friend. Some wrote stiff, formal messages, others sentimental. A few invented people just to have something to say. The teacher never read these aloud. He simply collected them, read them privately, and placed them in a box labeled correspondence exercises. He kept every letter, even the poor ones, especially the poor ones. Once a month, the school inspector visited. He was a man of stiff collars and thin patience. He asked for attendance numbers, reviewed the register, and asked the children questions meant to test the teacher more than the students. The teacher knew how to prepare them. He drilled them on key facts the week before. Not because he feared failure, but because he didn't want the inspector to embarrass anyone. That was worse than any poor review. The inspector left with faint approval. He always did. But outside that classroom, change was coming. Factories were expanding. Child labor was growing. Some parents questioned the value of education altogether. Others demanded more, faster lessons, modern subjects, stricter discipline. Newspapers debated whether teachers should be men at all, or whether women, being more nurturing, ought to replace them. He read these debates, silently, with mild sadness, not because he feared the end of his job, but because the children didn't know the world was shifting under their feet. They copied their letters, practiced their sums, drew map lines on brittle paper, and somewhere machines roared and railroads expanded and expectations rose. He would not keep up forever, but for now, he had the room, the board, the desk, the children, and that was enough, because he believed in the long view, that a student who learned how to sit still, how to write a neat sentence, how to read aloud with clarity, that student was not just being taught, but prepared, not for a test, but for a life, and one day that student might write a letter, a real one, to someone far away, and in that letter they might say something that mattered, and they would write it well, because once, in a cold room in Boston, a man with ink on, his fingers and dust on his coat had shown them how the end of the school day wasn't loud, no bell, no mass exodus, just chairs scraped quietly back, slates stacked neatly, chalk stubs swept into a box. One by one, the students filed out. Some looked back, most did not. Their minds already on chores waiting at home, water to haul, siblings, to mind, potatoes to peel. The teacher remained, he always did. He cleaned the blackboard with slow, even strokes. He arranged the books on his desk. He tallied attendance. Then he sat in silence. There were no meetings, no emails, no rush. Just a pause between the end of one day and the preparation for the next. The classroom was his whole world. It had a smell, a blend of old wood, ink, wet coats, and ashes from the stove. The kind of smell that didn't offend or change, just settled, like a second skin. The windows, slightly warped, rattled when the wind picked up. One corner of the ceiling leaked in heavy rain. The floor near the teacher's desk had a dip worn into it from years of pacing and standing still. He knew every creak, every draft, every surface smoothed by generations of small hands. In many ways, the room was a living memory. On the walls hung scraps of maps, a single tattered flag, a few verses handwritten on yellowed parchment. They weren't decorations. They were reminders, anchors in a sea of changing seasons, changing students, changing expectations. He once joked to himself that he could teach in the dark, just by feel. It wasn't far from the truth. There was no pension waiting for him, no promise of recognition, no retirement plan. When his time as a teacher ended, it would likely be sudden. A cough that didn't go away, a fall on the ice, a weariness that deepened past the point of recovery. He had no children of his own, no one to inherit his books or his habit of sorting. quills by how they sat in his hand. His legacy, if one could call it that, would live in the curve of a student's penmanship, in a line of scripture remembered by heart, in a habit of silence that stayed with a child long into adulthood, and in that he found peace. In late winter, he received a note from a former pupil. It was folded in fourths, mailed from a town west of Worcester. Inside was a short message, written in fine, upright script. Mr. T, I now teach 30 boys in a one-room schoolhouse. I use the same verse you taught us. Industry and learning must walk together. I say it each Monday. It seems to help, thank you. He held the letter for a long time. There was no return address, no request, just a message sent across time. A quiet affirmation that something somewhere had held. He placed it in his desk drawer, not with pride, with humility, because the truth was he rarely saw the outcome of his work. He taught children to read, but he did not read their future. He did not expect every student to become a scholar. Some would go on to cobble shoes, to dig canals, to sew buttons into uniforms. Some would fight in wars not yet imagined. Some would live quietly, others with great consequence. But all of them, he hoped, would carry something they learned in that room. Not dates, not formulas, but habits. A respect for language, a patience with difficulty, a reverence for attention. These were not measurable, but he believed in them. The seasons passed in rhythms. In autumn, he taught by lamplight, fingers stiff with cold. In spring, the windows were cracked open, and the sounds of gulls and carts drifted in. In summer, the classroom air grew thick, and chalk turned soft in his hand. In winter, he wore an extra scarf and taught through steam from his own breath. The school year was never fixed. Some children disappeared for harvests. Others left suddenly when work called or parents moved. A few returned. Most did not. The roster changed like the weather, but the room stayed the same, and so did he. In his final year, though he did not know it, he began to slow. He corrected fewer slates, let small mistakes pass unremarked. He paused longer before starting dictation. His handwriting stiffened. His voice grew raspier, less commanding, but the children still listened, because something about his stillness created a kind of reverence. They knew, somehow, that they were watching the end of something. One day, he did not come to school. A neighboring teacher stepped in for the week. A note was sent to his lodging house. He had taken ill, chill in the lungs, they said. Nothing serious. He returned 2 weeks later, thinner, slower, but still upright. He taught until spring, and then quietly he resigned. There was no parade, no certificate, no retirement party. The school committee issued a letter of thanks. He folded it once, placed it in the same drawer as the old student letter, and left the room one final time. No one ever filled the dip in the floor where he used to stand. No one replaced the worn quotes above the blackboard. But the school went on. And the children he taught, they grew up. Some forgot his name. Some remembered only his coat or the way he tapped the board. One or two kept the habit of underlining their sentences with a steady hand. And one, perhaps more than one, opened their own schoolroom one day and copied down a familiar phrase: industry and learning must walk together. The world moved on. Blackboards became whiteboards, quills became pens and then keyboards. The stove disappeared. Windows were replaced. Desks were modernized. The map of the colonies was boxed and sent to storage. But the spirit of the room, of all rooms like it, lingered. It lived in the quiet patience of a teacher, in the slowness of repetition, in the quiet insistence that learning matters, in the belief that you do not have to change the world, only help someone else prepare to enter it. That too is a kind of revolution. And as we think back to that room in 1830s Boston, we might ask, in a life without applause, how many lives did one teacher quietly shape? The city woke before the sun, and so did the stench. In Georgian London, early 1800s, before sewers, before public health boards, before the word sanitation carried weight, the first sound of the morning was often not birdsong or carts, but the slosh of waste being poured into the street. From second-floor windows, back doors and alleyway buckets came the city's unfiltered truth. Chamber pots emptied into the gutters, urine and ash tossed beside kitchen scraps, dogs sniffing and scavenging, and a faint, ever-present hum of rot. This was not unusual. It was routine, and it was also for a growing number of quiet reformers a public emergency. Imagine walking through a London neighbourhood in 1812. The houses crowd each other. Brick soot-stained, streets narrow and uneven. Rainwater mixes with waste, forming shallow, sticky rivers. Children play inches from open drains. Shoes sink into mud made of things no one dares name. The air smells like smoke, vinegar, coal, dust and something sweet but foul beneath it all. And yet this is normal. Privies where they exist are shared between 10 or 12 families. Many are nothing more than wooden boxes above shallow pits. Some are full, others are broken. And when they overflow, as they do, someone must deal with them. That someone is the night soil man, a profession almost never mentioned, even at the time. Paid to carry away human waste under cover of darkness. He moves through the alleys at midnight with buckets and carts, hauling away the city's shame. He works in silence, anonymous, paid in coins and avoidance. No one greets the night soil. Man, but without him, London would drown in itself. At the time, few questioned this system. Dirt was part of life. Disease was seen as moral failure or divine punishment. Cleanliness, where practiced, was personal. Baths in tin tubs, vinegar, on rags, scented powders. But public cleanliness? That was not a civic concern until it began to kill people. Typhoid, dysentery, cholera, illness spread faster in poorer districts. Children died in clusters. Whole families fell sick. And slowly, reluctantly, people began to ask, could filth be more than unpleasant? Could it be dangerous? It took decades for that idea to gain traction. But among early reformers, doctors, clergymen, engineers, whispers of a new kind of thinking began to rise. Cleanliness not as virtue, but as infrastructure. The first changes were small. In 1815, the House of Commons passed an act allowing local parishes to construct drains and gutters, not sewers yet, just basic channels to move water and whatever else out of the streets more efficiently. Few celebrated. But the effect in some areas was noticeable. Streets dried faster after rain. Gutters ran cleaner. Rats, though still numerous, moved elsewhere. Some homeowners even began paying small fees for regular waste collection. A modest revolution. To be taxed, not for defense or religion, but for cleanliness. At the center of this movement were quiet bureaucrats, surveyors, municipal officers, clerks who tracked the spread of disease, the collection of refuse, the routes of waste carts. They didn't give speeches, they didn't build aqueducts, but they measured, they mapped, they filed reports. And from their filing cabinets came the foundation of the modern sewer system. The problem, however, was political. Waste collection cost money. Drains needed maintenance. Who would pay? Wealthier citizens resented taxes for services they believed only the poor needed. And many still believed disease spread through miasma, bad air, not bad water. It would take another 20 years and more deaths before that theory began to fade. But even in 1812, one could find signs of the coming change. Soap, once. A luxury, was being manufactured in larger quantities. Laundries began to appear as businesses. Streets in newer neighborhoods had covered drains. And some landlords, just a few, invested in simple flush toilets for their tenants. Not because of compassion, but because tenants who didn't get sick paid more rent. There were also personal crusaders. A few doctors began tracking patient deaths and mapping them. A clergyman in Whitechapel kept a detailed notebook of illness by street corner, noting that the cleanest alleys had the lowest rates. A widow near Southwark lobbied the parish council to install a public water pump, and when they refused, she raised the funds herself, small acts, easy to overlook. But history is often changed not by revolutions but by patterns, and slowly a pattern emerged. Where water flowed, people lived. Where waste drained, children grew. Where streets were swept, the city breathed easier. The teacher, the tailor, the tavern girl, they didn't use the word sanitation, but they noticed when the smell improved, when the puddles vanished faster, when the corner privy was finally emptied, and while no one applauded the night soil men, their Carts moved faster now. Their work, once isolated and invisible, became part of a larger system. The idea that a clean city was a healthy city was no longer radical. It was practical, and so we are left with a curious image, not a great inventor, but a ledger, not a rally, but a map, not a hero, but a man with a shovel and a cart working before dawn, all part of a quiet, necessary shift, one chamber pot at a time. The question is, when a city changes so slowly, no one notices, how do we know who to thank? By the 1820s, something subtle had begun to shift in London, not on the grand avenues or in the halls of Parliament, but in the back rooms of local parish offices, in ledgers thick with notes, in letters between surveyors, in the hands of clerks with ink-stained fingers, who began to speak of waste not as an inevitability, but as a problem that could be solved. Sanitation reform in Georgian London didn't begin with a breakthrough. It began with record-keeping. In a cramped room above a vestry hall in Clerkenwell, a man named Thomas Butterworth leaned over a map. The paper curled at the corners. A candle burned beside him, its smoke staining the wall above. Each red mark he made represented a privy. Each blue line a channel, each dot a reported case of illness in the last 3 months. Butterworth wasn't a doctor. He wasn't even a full-time employee. He was a part-time assistant to a local inspector, paid by the week and charged with recording the state of the neighborhood's waste systems. He earned no praise. But his maps would decades later form the basis of sewer routes, and he was not alone. In parishes across London, clerks like Butterworth were asked to track nuisances. The term covered a wide range: foul odors, standing water, overflowing, pits, dead animals, even broken chimneys. But behind the word lay the early bones of public health. At the same time, newspapers began publishing letters to the editor. Some were angry, others desperate. A few were precise, even scientific. One, printed in the Morning Chronicle in 1823, read, "Sir, I write not to disturb the breakfast tables of your readers, but to report what all who dwell along Thames Street already know. The street drowns in filth, gutters swell with waste, and we must each morning wade as if crossing a marsh. Shall we call this civilization?" There was no reply, but the letter was clipped and pasted into a city archive. Years later, it was cited in a council meeting. Words like that, fleeting, often anonymous, mattered more than they knew. Meanwhile, new technologies crept into the homes of the wealthy. The flushing toilet, first invented in the 1500s, had long been a novelty. But by the early 1800s, refined models began appearing in the homes of bankers, doctors, and high-ranking officials. Most were made of ceramic. Some even had gold fittings. They worked poorly. The water pressure was inconsistent. The waste often backed up. The city's drains weren't built to handle this kind of system. But even when they failed, these toilets symbolized a new idea: that human waste should leave the house entirely. This idea was not common. Most Londoners still emptied chamber pots into gutters or into cesspools in their cellars. But once a new expectation is born, it is difficult to reverse. And as these fixtures appeared, pressure grew, not just from citizens, but from architects, builders, and landlords. It was the landlords who began to push for reform, not from altruism, but from economics. In high-density housing blocks known as rookeries, shared privies often failed. Tenants became sick. Sick tenants could not pay rent. And when deaths occurred, the property earned a reputation. So some landlords began investing in rudimentary waste management, not full systems, but regular cleaning schedules, deeper pits, access to public drains. They lobbied for permission to build private channels into city infrastructure. They funded their own reports, hiring engineers to study street grades, water flow, and privy placement. These private reports, often ignored by city officials, quietly informed the next generation of sanitation policy. But beneath all of this, beneath the clerks, the builders, the letter writers, was one truth: the waste had to go somewhere, and that somewhere was often the Thames. During low tide, waste dumped into the river would gather in thick, sluggish patches. The smell was indescribable. People living near the banks, spoke of windows sealed shut in July. Ferrymen covered their mouths with rags, and fish, once plentiful, began to vanish. By 1830, even Parliament could smell it. The question, increasingly, was not should something be done, but how. And slowly the tone changed. In 1834, a small but influential pamphlet circulated among members of the City of London Corporation. Its title was dull: Observations on the Management of Domestic Wastewater and the Public Detriment of Common Drainage. Its author, a little-known engineer named Charles Manning, who had spent 15 years working on dock repairs. In it, Manning argued that waste was not merely a nuisance, but a system problem, that sewers should not be reactive, to clear messes once they occurred, but preventive, built to channel and remove waste before it caused harm. He suggested a grid, elevation mapping, gravity-assisted flow. No one acted on the pamphlet immediately, but it was copied, filed, circulated. In time, those ideas became policy. Meanwhile, ordinary people continued to adapt in quiet ways. A baker installed a personal drain from his courtyard to the alley. A dressmaker offered coin to a sweep boy to scrub the curb each morning. A widow began collecting rainwater in barrels, not just for washing but for rinsing the steps outside her shop. None of them would call themselves reformers, but they lived cleaner, and as their neighborhoods changed, they began to expect more. They reported leaks. They filed complaints. They spoke at parish meetings, not to make speeches, but to say, why is it better one street over than it is here? Civic pride began to grow, not as nationalism, but as a belief that cleanliness was a right, not a privilege. And that, too, was a quiet revolution. One cannot point to a single date, or law, or individual, and say, here, this is where sanitation began. But one can open a filing drawer in a city archive, pull out a stack of early complaints, ledgers, engineering sketches, and handwritten reports, and see the beginning. You won't find drama. You'll find margins, notes, water stains, ink, blots, and in them a strange hope that even in the filthiest of cities order could be found. So perhaps we should ask, when a city changes not with bulldozers but with buckets, who carries the credit? It was a warm summer in 1839, and the Thames barely moved. At low tide, the river revealed not silt, but sludge, thick, dark, and nauseating. Along the embankments, the air turned heavy, so foul that city officials avoided meetings near the water. Windows were closed, vinegar-soaked cloths were hung across noses, and whispers began to circulate of something worse than smell in the air. And then the deaths began. It was cholera, not for the first time, but this outbreak was particularly brutal. Entire streets lost their elderly in days. Children weakened by hunger succumbed within hours. Doctors worked without answers. At the time, many still blamed miasma, bad air, as the root cause of disease, but not all. Some, like physician John Snow, began to suspect the water. He was not the first to make the connection, but he would later become the most famous. Yet in 1839, he was just one of many skeptics, walking streets with notebooks, recording cases, mapping clusters. And beneath the cobblestones, the city's secret life continued. The flow of waste, the gurgle of runoff, the unseen veins of a city that was poisoning itself. It would still be years before London had a fully engineered sewer system. But the foundations, the true beginnings, lay right here in the 1830s and 1840s. Not in steel and concrete, but in ledgers and letters. The slow march of sanitation began with persistence. Each death reported by a clerk. Each complaint filed in triplicate. Each engineer's note about drain elevation and brick curvature. Each overlooked maid scrubbing steps before dawn because she couldn't bear the look of it. It was death that forced urgency. But it was boredom, the daily dull recording of conditions, that made reform possible. In 1848, the Public Health Act was passed. It gave local boards authority to oversee drainage, water supply, and street cleaning. It also created the General Board of Health, the first national body to focus on public sanitation. This was a turning point. But even then, the real work remained on the ground. Surveyors walked every street. Engineers reviewed every slope. Labourers dug channels by hand. The night soil men, still working in the shadows, began coordinating with local health boards. New apprentices were hired, not to learn a trade of carpentry or cobbling, but to measure the angle of a waste chute. Some of the old ways remained. Chamber pots were still emptied from windows. Dogs still scavenged gutters, but bit by bit, brick by brick, the city began to change. Small bore pipes replaced open drains. Public water pumps were inspected. Soap became more available. Laundry practices shifted. Streets were paved with better grade stones to allow for easier sweeping. And perhaps most telling, people began to notice filth. What had once been background became complaint. What had once been inevitable became unacceptable. Civic pride, once reserved for flags and holidays, now extended to clean doorsteps and orderly gutters. By the early 1850s, sanitation was no longer the project of eccentrics or radicals. It was policy. It was politics. But it had taken decades of unglamorous labor to get there, and many of the names behind it are gone. We do not remember the clerk who mapped privies by candlelight. We do not teach the story of the widow who cleaned her street daily and urged neighbors to do the same. We rarely mention the boys who cleared blockages from underground channels, some of whom died doing so. We remember the engineers, the laws, the outbreaks, but we forget the quiet groundwork. Today, beneath London, thousands of miles of sewer tunnels carry waste unseen. They are rarely mentioned. Tourists walk over them. Trains rumble above them. And most Londoners will live their entire lives without setting foot in the spaces that keep their city clean. But those tunnels owe their existence not only to great minds, but to everyday persistence. The logic of order, the practice of measurement, the belief that human life should not swim in what it discards. In the end, this is the lesson of Georgian sanitation reform, that slow work, often thankless, often bureaucratic, often boring, can save lives, that what begins as a complaint on parchment passed between offices can become clean water for millions, and that sometimes the greatest heroes of public health are not the ones who cure, but the ones who prevent. So next time you pass a man sweeping a street, or see a city worker unblocking a drain, or notice the absence of stench in a crowded place, ask yourself, what if the measure of civilization is not in its noise, but in the quiet absence of filth? It hung just above the doorframe, round, wooden, and slightly too large for the room. Its hands moved with certainty, not fast, not slow, just steady. It ticked loudly in winter and quietly in summer, depending on how the walls breathed. And, though no one spoke to it, everyone looked at it. The office wall clock, a fixture so ordinary it became invisible, and yet for decades it governed the tempo of modern work. It was sometime around the 1880s when clocks became standard features in municipal buildings, banks, and factories across Britain and America. Not decorative mantelpieces, but wall clocks, mass-produced, weight-driven, key-wound, and designed not for charm, but for consistency. Every office had one, mounted high, slightly tilted forward, encased in oak or walnut. A brass key hung nearby, often on a hook, used once a week by someone no one quite noticed. The clock was the last thing workers saw when they arrived, and the first thing they glanced at before leaving. It didn't speak, but it ruled, the silent overseer of punctuality. In one government office, the clock hung over the mailroom door. It had a white enamel face, black numbers, and a soft yellowing along the edge where sunlight hit it each morning. The second hand swept slowly, almost reluctantly. Each morning at precisely 8:54 a.m., the first clerk arrived. By 9 a.m., the room was full. Not because the clock demanded it, but because everyone had learned. That clock set the tone. Wristwatches existed, but they weren't universal. Pocket watches were less common among lower-level workers. The wall clock was the shared time, the democratic time. If it was fast, everyone worked fast. If it was slow, people breathed easier. But it was rarely wrong. The responsibility of winding it fell to someone quiet, usually the building's caretaker, or a clerk trusted not for their speed, but for their steadiness. The winding happened on Mondays, early. It was a short ritual. Open the wooden face, insert the brass key, Give 3 turns clockwise, listen for the spring to tighten. Done right, the clock kept perfect time for 7 days. Done wrong, it drifted, and people noticed. There are records of offices where disputes arose because one clerk insisted the clock was 3 minutes behind. Meetings were rescheduled, complaints filed. Eventually, many clocks were synchronized, with railway time or the new telegraph-calibrated Greenwich time. But in most places, the office clock remained its own authority. What did it mean to live by a clock? For workers, it shaped everything. Breaks were taken at 10:30 and 3. Lunch began at noon sharp. Meetings started when the long hand hit the 12. Silence fell during inspections. Files were closed at 4:55. The clock didn't just measure time, it defined behavior, and people adapted. One clerk might glance at it, adjust their pace, and rush to complete a letter before the post collection at 5. Another might deliberately not look, refusing to be ruled by it, yet still acting in its shadow. It became, in its own way, a moral compass. To arrive late was not just inefficient, it was disrespectful. To leave early, a quiet rebellion. To watch the clock too closely, a sign of boredom. To ignore it entirely, a sign of power. Supervisors watched the workers, but the workers watched the clock. In factories, the wall clock had even more influence. Shift whistles were loud, but the clock was constant. It taught people the meaning of a minute. How many bolts could be tightened in 60 seconds? How many lines of stitching completed? How long a tea break really lasted? In schools, it trained children for this world. Eyes on the clock, the teacher might say. You have 10 minutes left. The wall clock didn't ask for trust. It simply was. Some offices grew attached to their clocks. In a courthouse in Nottingham, the staff referred to theirs as the judge. Not because it gave verdicts, but because it never erred. When a new clerk complained that it was ugly, the others stared in silence. One said quietly, "It's kept time longer than you've been alive." When power outages struck or renovations displaced furniture, the clock remained, wrapped carefully, remounted quickly, consulted first. But wall clocks weren't perfect. They ticked loudly. They attracted dust, especially on the rim and minute hand. They sometimes stuck in humid weather, and when they failed, time itself felt uncertain. People noticed. When's someone going to fix the clock? Became a loaded question, because to fix the clock was to restore order. Even into the 20th century, as watches became more common, the wall clock remained. In typing pools, in city offices, in factory floor break rooms, they endured. Some were replaced with electric models, some with synchronized punch card systems. But many, especially in older buildings, were just left to tick. One by one, people stopped hearing them, and yet they still worked, measured, counted, marked a second, a minute, an hour, a life. So the next time you walk through an old building and see one, a dusty, square, slightly yellowed office clock hanging just a bit too high to be casual, ask yourself, who wound this? Who looked up at it before making a decision? And how many people over how many years lived by its silent hands? The ticking of the office wall clock didn't just measure work, it measured waiting. Waiting for a meeting to begin, waiting for a lunch break, waiting for the moment when the long hand would finally hit the 12 and release everyone from their desks. If you stood in a government office in the 1930s, perhaps a records department or a licensing bureau, you'd see it. The seated clerk tapping a pencil against his blotter, the line of applicants inching forward, all of them in their own way, keeping one eye on the clock above the doorway. It didn't speed up. It didn't slow down. It moved at its own pace, indifferent to urgency, immune to boredom, impervious to nerves. And in doing so, it shaped how people behaved. There were rituals beneath the clock. In the half hour before closing, a certain mood settled across the room. Papers were shuffled more slowly, voices dropped, pens clicked back into place. Some clerks began to tidy their desks, not because they were done, but because they were about to be. And the clock watched all of it. When it ticked to 4:59, no one left. When it ticked to 5, chairs scraped, coats were grabbed, and the room exhaled. It was like a conductor raising and dropping a baton. Silent, predictable, undisputed. But the clock didn't just rule the day. It ruled the pace of the week. The year, the career. Workers tracked anniversaries by its presence. I've sat beneath that clock for 7 years. I was promoted in the same room where that clock still ticks. I met my wife in this office, under that exact clock. They remembered where the hands pointed when certain things happened, the moment a telegram was received, the minute someone was fired, the hour of an unexpected announcement. Time for them wasn't abstract. It had a face, a wooden case, 2 hands, and a faint hum. The clock also had moods. When it ticked loudly, people whispered. When it was silent, paused, unwound, waiting for repair, the room felt off balance, unmoored. When it chimed, some did, its sound became part of the building's identity. One city hall clock, known for its gentle hourly tone, was described by staff as the sigh of the building. Another, in a university records office, ticked so audibly it drowned out conversations. New staff were told to talk beneath it, not over it, and still no one considered removing it. Over time, workers began to internalize the clock. They didn't need to glance anymore. They felt the minute passing. The woman in the typing pool who finished a letter precisely at 11:59. The clerk who always stood at the filing cabinet at 3 sharp. The messenger who arrived at the supervisor's desk just before 4:45, always. It wasn't about being watched. It was about synchronization. In a world before digital pings and calendar alerts, the clock aligned everyone. You knew what your neighbor knew. You stopped when they stopped. You resumed when they resumed. It was shared time, and there was something comforting in that. But the clock also measured things no one liked to talk about. How long someone stared at a rejection letter. How slowly a manager returned from a disciplinary meeting. How many minutes passed between the moment a phone rang and the moment it was answered. It revealed silences, lulls, pauses too long to be comfortable. In this way, the clock became an unofficial record keeper of tension, fatigue, boredom, resilience. It didn't judge, but it didn't forget. Occasionally, the clock broke. When it did, people noticed immediately. Not because the time was wrong, but because something felt wrong. One clerk in a county courthouse wrote in his diary, "The wall clock stopped today at 2:37. We didn't realize until 3:10. Strange how much you miss the sound once it's gone. It felt like someone important had left the room." When it was fixed, the hands moved quietly back into place, and so did the rhythm of the day. Eventually, new technologies arrived. First, telephones with clocks, then wall calendars with flip cards, then digital watches, desktop screens, automatic timestamp machines, and yet the wall clock remained. In many places it wasn't replaced. It wasn't even noticed. It simply stayed, ticking steadily while the world got faster, and still people glanced at it. A worker leaving late, a cleaner wiping tables, a night watchman doing his final round. Each one, without thinking, looked up, just to check, just to confirm, just to feel time move. In the end, the office clock was never about numbers. It was about permission, the permission to begin, to pause, to leave, the permission to wait, to endure, to continue. It measured, more than minutes, it measured meaning. So the next time you find yourself beneath an old clock in a hallway or stairwell, ticking faintly above your head, ask yourself, how many lives did this clock quietly keep in rhythm? In the end, it outlasted everyone. The supervisor retired. The typist moved cities. The clerk passed away quietly. His desk emptied and reassigned. The office changed names. The department merged. But the wall clock remained. Same frame, same face, same gentle rhythmic tick. No one remembered who had hung it there. No one could say when it was last serviced. And yet, each morning, it still worked. Buildings remember in strange ways. Not in headlines or plaques, but in little things. A groove in the floor where a chair used to sit. A drawer that sticks. A clock that still ticks. The office clock, though unspoken, became part of the building's personality. Tour guides didn't mention it, but workers did. Make sure the time is right, they'd say to a new hire. The old clock's a minute fast, and every so often someone from maintenance would arrive with a ladder. They'd check the mechanism, dust the interior, adjust the hands, and vanish again. No ceremony. Just care. Because by then, even in the digital age, people still trusted it. There's something special about clocks we all share. We carry phones in our pockets. We wear watches on our wrists. But the wall clock, especially the old one, slightly yellowed, slightly loud, is different. It's democratic. It belongs to the room. It serves everyone the same. You don't need to own it. You don't need to ask permission to glance at it. You just look. And it gives you what you need. And maybe that's why they last so long. In one office in Yorkshire, the staff began a quiet tradition. On the final day of a retiring employee, they would take a group photo beneath the clock. There were dozens of these photos, stacked in a folder in the back cabinet. The hairstyles changed, the ties and dresses changed, but the clock never did. Always there, always at the top of the frame. A kind of accidental witness. It never smiled. It never moved from its place, but it was always included. Eventually, the clock was marked for removal. The office was moving floors. New layout, new lighting, new open plan with central digital displays. No need for a wall clock now, the memo said. Everyone had devices. It was taken down by a facilities worker who, when he opened the case, found something tucked behind the pendulum. A folded scrap of paper. Written in pencil were the words, "Wound every Monday since 1923. Never once missed." No signature, no name, just a small sentence, a quiet record of consistency. The worker read it, paused, then placed the clock gently in a cardboard box, labeled it, "To archive, not disposal." That's the truth about these things. They weren't flashy. They didn't innovate. They didn't entertain, but they measured trust. Minute by minute, they told people where they were in the day. They kept work moving, kept meetings aligned, kept hands busy and feet still and calendars in sync. And when the world sped up, when phones buzzed and screens glowed, they still had a place. Quiet, understated, unmoving. Because somewhere, someone still looked up. Today you can still find them in post offices, in courthouses, in old town halls, sometimes working, sometimes paused, sometimes dusty, but still hanging. They aren't there because they must be. They're there because no one ever quite believed they should go, and perhaps that's legacy enough. So the next time you see one in a clock high on a wall, quiet and calm, ask yourself, who watched it for the first time? Who wound it faithfully Monday after Monday? And who years from now will glance at it without knowing why? Because maybe timekeeping isn't just about knowing what time it is. Maybe it's about remembering how long we've all been here, together, waiting, working, watching, tick by tick. In nearly every modest British home of the 19th and early 20th century, there was one drawer, often in the kitchen, sometimes in a hallway dresser, that held no money, no food, no documents, but was guarded just the same. It was the button drawer, not because buttons were precious, but because they were useful. And in households where every penny was counted, usefulness was the highest form of value. A button drawer rarely began as one. It began as a side compartment in a sewing box, or a repurposed tin, or a fabric pouch tied with string. But over time, it grew. Each time a coat was worn to shreds, its buttons were cut off and saved. Each time a child outgrew a school tunic, the fasteners were collected. Each time a parcel arrived with a spare button sewn into the inside hem, it was snipped, labeled, and added to the pile. The buttons never matched. That was part of the charm. Metal clasps from army jackets rubbed shoulders with pearl discs from Sunday blouses. Shiny plastic shirt buttons lay beside tarnished brass ones, pried from long unworn trousers. Some were wrapped in bits of paper marked extra cuff or from George's school coat. Others were left loose, clacking gently whenever the said drawer opened. These drawers were quiet testaments to the working class ethic of waste nothing. In an era before fast fashion and overflowing closets, clothes were worn thin, mended again, handed down, taken in, let out. And the button drawer stood ready to extend their lives one fastening at a time. When a boy came home with one less button than he left with, his mother didn't scold. She opened the drawer. When a father split the seam of his coat on the walk home from the mill, he didn't buy a new one. He asked, "Have we got any of those black ones left?" And always the drawer delivered. Button drawers were also small museums. Some buttons had stories. This came from your grandfather's naval coat. This one was on my wedding dress, the one I remade for your Aunt Clara. That brass, one, it never did fit anything, but I like the sound it makes. For children, the drawer was both off-limits and irresistible. They'd run their fingers through the collection, feeling cool metal and smooth plastic, listening to the soft clicking like rainfall in a tin roof. They'd ask, "Why so many?" And the answer was always, "You never know." That phrase, "you never know," said everything. Because thrift wasn't about miserly living. It was about readiness, about care, about having something on hand when you couldn't afford to wait. Some drawers were better organized than others. The most meticulous households had buttons sorted by color, size, and thread type. Small ones in envelopes, large ones strung onto spare thread. Others were jumbled piles, spilling into matchboxes and old tobacco tins. Her few were sewn into fabric rolls, each looped to a square of cloth and labeled in hand-stitched numbers, but all served the same purpose, a quiet system of preparedness, and in times of hardship, strikes, illness, inflation, they mattered, more than ever, because when there's no money for a new coat, the old one must hold. When there's no new blouse for church, a row of clean, matching buttons makes the difference between shabby and dignified. Women, especially, were the custodians of these drawers. Mothers, grandmothers, sisters, they knew their contents like shopkeepers knew stock. They remembered which buttons had been used, which were saved for something nice which had no match, but were too lovely to throw away. They passed them on, not formally, but naturally. A daughter moving into her own home might inherit a tin of buttons, just in case, her mother would say, and inside were decades of small salvations. During wartime, the drawer became even more important. Rationing made new clothes nearly impossible. Uniforms were issued, but mending fell to the home. Buttons popped under stress, heat, fear, fatigue. Back home, women opened the drawer, matched the buttons as best they could, wrote letters explaining, "I replaced the one on your cuff. It's a bit lighter, but it'll hold." Sometimes a single brass button was sewn onto a wool jumper at home, not to serve a function, but to remind someone of a loved one in the Navy. Buttons became symbols, not just tools. In some homes, the drawer lived on even after the need passed. Even in the 1960s and 70s, when clothes became cheaper and more disposable, the button drawer remained, now less urgent, but still there, still opened when something needed fixing, still added to with the occasional spares sewn into shirt labels. Some of these newer buttons were strange, neon plastics, novelty shapes, company logos, but they joined the collection all the same. The drawer had become less a necessity and more a family record, and today you can still find them in older houses, in inherited sewing kits, in biscuit tins labeled MISC. The buttons are still there, waiting. Even if no one remembers where they came from, even if no one quite knows what to do with them, but open the drawer and they'll still clatter, a soft chorus of past clothing, past care, past intentions. So here's a question. In a world where things are thrown away so quickly, what does it mean to keep something so small, just in case? To someone unfamiliar with its rhythm, the button drawer might seem random, a mess of mismatched plastic, metal, shell, and thread. But to the ones who used it, it was a system, not a perfect system, but a lived one. Because every household, especially in working-class Britain during the 19th and early 20th centuries, managed small economies that official histories often forgot, the currency of thread, fabric scraps, and above all, buttons. In Bay, mining towns, mill villages, dockside neighborhoods, and narrow London terraces, money was rarely fluid. Wages were thin, and anything extra, even a new button, could feel like a luxury. Clothes were patched, not replaced. Shoes were resoled, not thrown away. Shirts were turned inside out, sleeves remade, hems restitched. And buttons, were the hinges of this world. They made the difference between wearable and unwearable, between presentable and shameful, between good enough for Sunday and not fit to be seen. There were unspoken button hierarchies. Coat buttons were the most prized, sturdy, decorative, often metal or horn. Shirt buttons were common, but useful, needed in multiples, and often replaced. Trouser buttons required strength. Mothers chose these with care, testing them between finger and thumb. Then came the specialty buttons, covered silk for formal wear, ornate glass for blouses, and brass insignias from uniforms. If you had 2 matching brass buttons from a soldier's jacket, you saved them for something important. They carried weight, literal and emotional. Some women became known for their button collections. A neighbor might ask, "Have you anything in dark blue, 2-hole, big enough for a cardigan?" And the woman would know. She'd rummage through her drawer or tin, fingers brushing past a dozen sizes until she found just the right one. Sometimes trades were made, 3 shirt buttons in exchange for a larger jacket fastener. A soft barter system that never needed records, only memory. This was a quiet market, a market of dignity, not of wealth, because the goal was not to look rich. The goal was to look cared for. The button drawer was also a place of invention. Mothers turned unmatched buttons into patterns. A cardigan with 4 different colors became a cheerful patchwork. Children's school jumpers bore mismatched fasteners not out of style, but of necessity, and often with a mother's quiet pride at the cleverness of the fix. When a cardigan was missing 3 buttons, and the drawer offered only one of a matching kind, she might replace all of them with 5 others that did match. Resourcefulness became design. This was not wasteful. This was domestic engineering, and the drawer carried memory too. Some buttons were never used, not because they were broken, but because they meant something else. The small brown wooden disc from a baby's first coat. The black jet button from morning dress kept long after grief faded. The elaborate brass one from a father's war uniform, too heavy for wear but too dear to discard. Sometimes late at night a woman might open the drawer and touch those buttons, not for sewing, but for remembering. Each one had a story. And while fabric wore thin and thread broke, buttons lasted. Even in death they mattered. In some parts of Britain, a special button might be sewn into the lining of a funeral coat, a kind of silent tribute. A token from a uniform or a wedding suit or a child's gown. The person buried never knew, but the one who stitched it did. With time, these drawers became intergenerational. When a daughter married or moved out, her mother might gift her a pouch of buttons in for your own drawer. This wasn't sentimental, it was practical. And yet it carried a certain weight. It said, "You're starting your own home now, you'll need these." It said, "Things break, but not everything must be replaced." It said, "You're not on your own, my buttons are now yours." By the 1950s and 60s, the drawer began to shrink. Ready-made clothes became more accessible. Department stores sold entire outfits with spare buttons already attached inside. Thread became cheaper. Time became tighter. The art of darning and replacing buttons was still taught, but less practiced. And yet the drawers weren't thrown out. Even if only used once a year, they remained. Under beds, in hall cupboards, in biscuit tins and old sweet jars, quietly, waiting for the next lost button. Some became dusty relics. Others remained active, tended like gardens. And still today, in some homes, you'll find them. A tin tucked away. A drawer half filled. Maybe long untouched, but still carefully kept. Because even now, even in a world of next-day shipping and disposable fashion, some things still matter. The sound of buttons clicking in a box. The deep feel of running your hand through 100 tiny circles of plastic, wood and metal. The knowledge that, even if you can't fix everything, you might still fix this. So perhaps the real question is, what do we choose to keep when keeping is no longer necessary? And what does it say that, for so long, we kept buttons? In an attic somewhere, a box sits unopened. Inside, a scattering of buttons. Metal, plastic, shell. Some faded, some still gleaming. There are no labels, no note to explain them. Just a soft clinking chorus when the box is nudged. A sound as familiar and soothing as rain on windows. The house has changed owners. The drawer no longer exists. But the buttons remain, quiet proof that someone long before believed in holding on to small things. Just in case. There's a strange dignity in the button. It doesn't sparkle like jewelry, it doesn't proclaim wealth, but it does its job. It fastens, secures, holds, quietly, day after day. And for generations of working-class families in Britain, that was enough. Buttons were the tools of daily repair. They stood in for what couldn't be replaced. They gave structure to hand-me-downs and allowed dignity in the face of poverty. And when those families passed on their habits of mending, of saving, of watching over what they owned, buttons became part of a broader inheritance, not of objects but of values. Some households treated the button drawer as sacred. There were rules. Never take without asking. Never throw one out. Always check the drawer before buying new. The drawer wasn't decoration. It was part of the home's ability to sustain itself. To open it was to admit, we have needs, but we also have means. And sometimes a single button said more than words. A worn mother-of-pearl from a wedding blouse reused on a child's dress. A single brass navy button carefully stitched into a handmade bag during the war. The one surviving button from a coat lost to fire or to time. Saved, not because it would ever be sewn again, but because it was all that remained. The drawer became a small archive. Not curated, not arranged, but preserved. It didn't matter if you knew which button went to which garment. What mattered was keeping them at all. Museums today often overlook button drawers. They display uniforms, gowns, shoes, but not the fasteners that held them together through their second, third, and fourth lives. Historians speak of revolutions, reforms, and resistance. But few speak of a woman sewing buttons by candlelight at 11 p.m. after finishing a 12-hour shift, or of a boy choosing the strongest one for his father's coat before walking out into the snow. These aren't the stories in textbooks, but they are the stories in sewing boxes. In one oral history, a woman recalled her grandmother's button, tin in Liverpool. It had this sweet smell, unlike old wood and dried thread. I remember sitting cross-legged on the floor while she made tea, just running my hands through them. She told me once that buttons remember the shape of the person they've held. I don't know if that's true, but I believed her. Maybe she was right. Maybe in some quiet way, buttons do remember. The curve of a collar, the pull of a winter coat across a chest, the nervous fumbling of a child dressing themselves for the first time, the unfastening of grief when black mourning clothes are slowly packed away. The drawers are disappearing now. Fewer children learn to sew. Clothes are cheaper, repairs are rarer. Fast fashion has replaced lasting fashion. And the just-in-case mindset has given way to just order another. But in certain corners, charity shops, village halls, spare room dressers, the old tins remain. Not because they're useful, but because someone couldn't quite bring themselves to throw them away. That too is a kind of memory. So here's the last picture, a quiet room. A tin on the table. A hand, older now, sorting buttons by color, not because it's needed, but because it feels right. The sound, still comforting. The habit, still familiar. The sense that even if no one wears these buttons again, someone once did, and someone cared enough to keep them. Because when everything else frayed, jobs, clothes, plans, the button held. And maybe that's the story worth keeping. The factory was loud. Steel clanked. Gears spun. Belts snapped against wheels. Hammers fell in perfect sequence. The sound was constant. A pulse. It wasn't music, but it had rhythm. A rhythm that ruled everything. Speech, movement, thought, and yet somewhere along one brick wall away from the machines and oil drums hung something still. A tin cup, plain, dented, and swinging faintly from a nail hammered into the mortar. It wasn't special, but it was known. Everyone in the shop had used it. Everyone respected it. It was a signal that for a few minutes each day the noise could stop. Factories in the late 1800s weren't designed for comfort, especially in the industrial towns of northern England, the Midlands, and later across America's Rust Belt. Factories were built to maximize output. Windows were small, air was bad, hours were long. The concept of a lunch break, as we understand it today, didn't exist. What did exist was the pause. It wasn't official, it wasn't on paper. But in every factory there came a moment, Usually halfway between starting and finishing, when someone put down a wrench, someone else wiped their brow, and the tin cup passed hands. Filled from a shared jug or tap, the cup made its slow circuit around the floor. You drank. You passed. You didn't talk, you didn't linger, but for a few minutes the noise dulled. The machines didn't halt entirely, but they softened. The foreman might pretend not to notice, or he might sip from the cup himself. In this silence, there was something sacred. The tin cup wasn't just about thirst, it was about permission. Permission to pause, to breathe, to remember your own body in a place that often asked you to forget it. Some factories allowed 10-minute breaks, others only 5. A few, none at all. But regardless of policy, the practice emerged, not from management, but from the men and women on the floor. They created it, sustained it, guarded it. In textile mills, the pause came when the shuttle slowed. In steel shops, when the fires were restoked. In bottling plants, between deliveries. In button factories, when threads ran. Out and machines were rethreaded, and always the cup hung nearby. Sometimes it was an old enamel mug, sometimes aluminum, sometimes chipped porcelain with the handle long gone. No one cared what it looked like, only that it was there. The first union-organized break laws wouldn't arrive until the early 20th century, but the need was already understood, not just physically, but mentally. Factory work was grueling, monotonous, repetitive, often dangerous. Fingers were lost, eyes strained, backs gave out. And yet workers returned day after day because they had to. And in that space, one between labor and collapse, came the break. And in that break, the cup. It was passed with reverence, not like a relic, but like a rite. You never drank first, unless you were oldest. You never drank last unless you were new. If the water was warm or bitter, you said nothing. It wasn't the water that mattered. It was the pause it allowed. Women too claimed their space. In factories where women stitched, packed, or assembled, the breaks were brief but vital. In sewing rooms, the cup might hang beside a tin of biscuits. In tobacco factories, beside a window cracked just enough to let in the smell of the street outside. Some took tea in flasks, others water. A few, especially in winter, sipped broth brought from home, but the pattern was the same. Mid-shift, back straightened, cup lifted. Time slowed, even for just 5 minutes. Management was slow to accept it. Early factory owners often punished breaks. Timed workers fined those who lingered. But over time they began to realize without the break, output dropped. Mistakes rose, accidents happened, and so grudgingly the pause was permitted, not named, not formalized, but allowed. Eventually, small break rooms appeared, just shelves at first, then tables, then chairs, and always in the earliest rooms a tin cup on a nail, a holdover, a symbol of how things had begun. And so we find ourselves back at the wall. The cup hangs still, its dented edge smooth from hands, its base stamped faintly with a date no one remembers. Some say it's lucky, others say it's just tradition. But one thing is certain. It marked the beginning of something, not just the lunch hour, but the idea that labor, no matter how humble, deserved a breath. And perhaps the quietest revolutions are the ones that begin with a sip of water in the middle of the shift. There was no bell, no announcement, no official permission, but sometime between the 6th and 7th hour of labor, just after the 2nd crate was sealed, or the 3rd spindle changed, or the 4th iron casting cooled, the factory slowed. Someone reached for the tin cup. Someone else unwrapped bread from cloth, and a few seconds later, without signal or word, the break had begun. Lunch, in the early decades of industrial labor, was less about eating and more about marking time. It was the one moment in the day when workers reclaimed something for themselves. Not much, just a square of cloth on a knee, a cup refilled from the tap, a crust of bread pulled from a pocket. They didn't call it the lunch hour. Often, it wasn't even an hour. In many factories, it was 20 minutes. Some 15, in worse conditions it was when the foreman allows. But no matter the length, it was sacred. Workers guarded that time, not with force, but with ritual. The rituals were small, quiet, and deeply personal. A folded handkerchief served as a placemat. A small tin box held cold sausage or jam sandwiches. Tea was poured from flasks wrapped in scarves. Some sat on crates, others stayed standing, backs to the machines. There were no microwaves, no cafeterias, no menus, but there was community. 2. Workers might share a heel of bread. One might slice an apple with a pocket knife, offering quarters without comment. Another might roll a cigarette, smoke drifting lazily toward the rafters, mingling with the dust and steam. And throughout it all, the cup remained on the wall, waiting, watching, gently swinging in the air, stirred by conversation. In many workplaces, there wasn't even a working clock, too expensive, too imprecise, too dangerous to rely on when machinery demanded the full eye and hand. Instead, time lived in the body. Workers knew when break time approached because their muscles told them, because the sound of the machines changed, because the sun moved behind, the high windows just so. And if there was a clock, it was often missing hands or wrong entirely. So they watched each other, waited for the first sign, and followed suit. Time was shared. For some, the break was the only moment to write. Men would pull out stub pencils and write letters to loved ones on torn corners of newspaper. Women scribbled grocery lists, reminders, or notes to children left at home. Messages were short. Ink was precious. But the act was everything. A life that felt mechanical for most of the day became personal again, even if only for 12 minutes. By the 1910s, a few employers began to notice something odd. Factories that allowed short, consistent breaks had fewer accidents, fewer resignations, more loyalty. And so slowly, the idea of the lunch hour emerged, not from theory but from observation. It became policy in some unions, practice in others, law eventually. But before it was any of those things, it was a shared crust of bread in the corner of a dusty room, and a cup of cold water passed without question. For women workers, the lunch break held even more complexity. Many arrived at the factory having already prepared meals for others. Many left to care for children. Some stitched lace all morning, ate a sandwich in silence, then cleaned houses in the afternoon. And yet in those brief moments, they rested, or sang, or laughed, or simply sat still, something they hadn't done all day. The break was not indulgence. It was survival. As factories grew, break rooms appeared, first as benches in unused corners, then as dedicated spaces. Simple, Spartan, but theirs. Bulletins were pinned up, union notices, lost gloves, occasional hand-drawn cartoons of the manager, always anonymous, and always somewhere nearby the old tin cup, still used, even when new cups arrived, still hanging. A relic of the pause before the pause had a name. Today, we take lunch hours for granted. We scroll phones, order deliveries, eat at desks, but somewhere in the history of labor, someone claimed the first break. Not with protest, not with slogans, but by taking a sip, unwrapping bread, and choosing for just a few minutes not to work. And in doing so, they began a quiet shift. So perhaps we should ask, what did they lose in those minutes? Momentum? Or what did they gain? Humanity? By the mid-20th century, the pause had become a right. The lunch break was written into contracts, printed on shift schedules, stamped by time clocks. It had a name now, a start and stop, sometimes a whistle to mark it, sometimes a bell. But for those who'd been there before all that, the older men and women who remembered the first time the factory floor stilled, it never lost its deeper meaning. It was still their time, and somewhere in a back room or a locker corridor, the tin. Cup still hung, maybe unused, maybe dusty, but no one dared remove it. It had become a relic of resistance, of balance, of breath. In newer factories, the break room became standard. It had linoleum floors, plastic chairs, vending machines, fluorescent lighting, schedules on the wall, HR notices above the sink. But in the corner, behind the paper towel dispenser, or near the fuse box, an old worker might still hang their coat beside a nail and see it, the tin cup, still there, still waiting. And though the world outside had changed, air conditioning, protective gear, automated tools, the worker, Inside the room still needed the same things: a seat, a moment, a sip, and a chance to feel human again. Breaks were no longer improvised but structured. 15 minutes mid-morning, 45 at lunch, but structure alone didn't make them meaningful. What made them meaningful was what happened. Inside them, people became people again. They played cards, shared sandwiches, talked about the weather, their children, a good deal on boots. They laughed. They sat in silence. They dozed. Some used the time to walk outside just for a patch of sun. Some wrote letters or sketched or read novels in small installments. Some fixed their tools or polished their boots, not because they had to, but because it felt good to care for something. In all these things, the break remained sacred, a pause within the machine. And when breaks were taken away, reduced, rushed, ignored, something changed. Morale dipped, accidents rose, tempers flared, the day blurred. People lost their rhythm, which is why unions fought so hard for them. Why workers remembered not the exact job, but the feeling of the break, what it gave them. Not energy, but perspective. In retirement, old workers often spoke of the break room with more warmth than the factory itself. They didn't miss the noise, or the pressure, or the clocking in, but they missed the cup of tea shared with a friend, the biscuit always broken in half, the joke told softly between shifts, never quite repeated the same again. It was in these in-between moments that the factory became a place of belonging, not just labor. Somewhere in a small industrial museum in the Midlands, behind glass, sits a battered aluminum cup. The label is brief: Communal Water Cup, 1890-1935, used by workers on the foundry floor during early shifts, often passed hand to hand during brief breaks before formal rest periods were established. That's all. No names, no stories. But the dents say everything. This was not a showpiece. It was used. And in its use, it helped carve out something priceless. Even now, the shape of the modern workday, as in offices, warehouses, studios, echoes that old rhythm: start, build, pause, return. We may carry smartphones and sip from branded thermoses, but the need remains the same: to pause, to reset, to reclaim, even for 5 minutes. And perhaps in the quietest corners of today's break rooms we still feel it, the old spirit, lingering like dust in the rafters. Not nostalgia, but continuity, that even in a world moving faster than ever, there is still value in putting something down, lifting something warm and saying with no apology, "This is my time." So here's the final thought. The revolution wasn't in the machines that made more faster. It was in the workers who said, gently, firmly, "We will stop, together, and breathe." And that tin cup, it was never just about water. It was about dignity, passed hand to hand. A Sunday afternoon in post-war Britain, windows cracked, the radio murmuring in the corner, and the smell of warm linen filling the air. On the carpet, a patch of sunlight, square-edged, filtered through net curtains, and in the center of the room, like a stage prop waiting for action, the ironing board. It wasn't a modern contraption, just a wooden plank worn smooth, resting on collapsible legs, covered in striped cotton or floral cloth, a white towel folded twice beneath for extra padding, and beside it a small bowl of water, a jug of starch, and an iron, heavy, black, and heated on the stove. This wasn't just laundry. This was presentation. This was care made visible. In the decades following the Second World War, British homes were defined not by what they owned, but by how they maintained it. Clothes weren't many, but they were watched over with vigilance. Shirts were whitened, skirts pressed, handkerchiefs stacked like book pages. The ironing board became the site of this labor, half chore, half ritual. And the person behind it, usually a woman, sometimes a hired hand, rarely a man, held the steam and the standard. She ironed, not just for neatness, but for reputation. Creased trousers reflected badly on the household. Wrinkled collars hinted at neglect. A child's school blouse, if limp or spotted, could cast silent judgment on the mother. So each Sunday the ironing board was brought out, placed in the parlor, not the kitchen, not the hall. The parlor, where guests were received, and children, were told not to touch anything, because this task deserved a room of stillness. The process was methodical. Start with the flat pieces, tea towels, pillowcases. Then move to shirts, cuffs first, collars last. Dresses came next, the pleats requiring patience. Trousers were folded just so, with the crease aligned to the stitch, and all the while the iron hissed, pressed, lifted, pressed again. She dampened the fabric with her fingers, flicked water from a bowl, dipped into starch, working the collar until it stood proud. This was not just fabric, it was order made visible. Many irons were still solid metal, heated on gas stoves or with coals. Some newer ones plugged into wall sockets with glowing red, indicators and coiled cords, but all were heavy, requiring muscle, not just skill. There were no bursts of steam at the press of a button, only the sound of linen surrendering under pressure, and surrender it did. Children watched from the doorway, breathing the warm smell of soap and fabric. They were told not to run through the room, not because it was dangerous, but because it was important. You did not interrupt ironing. You did not speak during starching. You waited until the trousers were laid flat and the iron was resting, handle up. And even then, you spoke softly. In working-class homes, ironing was often the difference between being presentable and being scruffy, between being offered a job or being silently passed over. A well-pressed collar could earn respect in a queue. A clean fold could make a widow appear dignified despite her hardship. A school blazer, smoothed at the seams, could make a child feel like they belonged. So while the act looked simple, it carried enormous weight. Ironing boards weren't sold as kits then. They were made or passed down. A board from the 1920s might still be in use in 1955, its legs wobbling slightly, its cover replaced every few years with scraps from old curtains or flour sacks. Mothers ironed. Daughters helped. Sometimes boys were taught, quietly so no one teased, but it was the women who bore the social pressure of appearance, and the board became their daily stage. And yet, many didn't resent the task. They spoke of it as satisfying, as peaceful, as the only time I get to think. Because in a world of shared housing, unpredictable rations and cramped rooms, the ironing board gave space. It folded out like a bridge, gave shape to time, let hands do something repetitive and good. Some used the time to listen to the wireless. Others prayed. Some planned shopping lists or rehearsed difficult conversations. And every once in a while the iron paused and rested on its heel. And the woman behind it stood still, staring out the window, not thinking at all, just breathing, just being. So perhaps we should ask, what other simple objects once gave people a place to reclaim pride, when the world outside expected nothing of them? And what does it mean that they did it anyway, with steam, starch and an iron in the middle of the parlor? Ironing was never just about wrinkles, it was about lines. Lines drawn across fabric, across class, across what it meant to belong in post-war Britain. Clothes told stories, and ironing. Ironing made sure those stories were legible. It didn't matter if a coat was old, if a skirt had been turned inside out to hide the wear, if a shirt had been patched beneath the arms. What mattered was that it looked sharp, stiff, fresh, as though it still deserved to be worn. In council houses and terrace homes, the ironing board was a tool of quiet defiance, against poverty, against judgment, against the creeping sense that you were somehow lesser, simply for having less. A crisply ironed school uniform could lift a child above their postcode. A sharply pressed tea dress could make a factory worker feel seen at chapel. A handkerchief folded into a triangle and laid beside a tin lunchbox could offer dignity between factory shifts. The act of ironing wasn't loud, but it was deliberate, and with each hiss of steam something deeper happened. Fabric was smoothed, yes, but life was ordered. For a moment, in a world of ration books and leftover soup, here was control. Soap played a role too. Most families used bars. Sunlight, Lifebuoy, Wright's coal tar. Clothes were boiled or scrubbed in sinks and wrung by hand, then dried on the line. But ironing? Ironing brought the scent back to life. As the heat met cloth, the smell of soap returned. Not strong but warm, clean, comforting. It filled the room. It told the family that someone had cared, and if the ironing was done on Sunday, that smell stayed in the fabric all week, a scented armor against a world that often forgot softness. But make no mistake, it was exhausting work. Each piece of clothing demanded attention. Pleats had to be measured, seams had to lie flat, buttons avoided, edges reinforced with damp cloths to avoid shine, and every movement was deliberate. Upper body leaned forward, shoulders tense, wrists balancing the weight of the iron with precision. There were no ergonomic grips, no heat-resistant gloves, just instinct and repetition. Some women timed their ironing to match radio programs. They'd start during Woman's Hour on the BBC, or hum along with a dance band while smoothing bedsheets. It was the only moment in the day when their hands worked while their minds wandered. Some thought about childhood, some about their sons in school, their daughters grown. Some dreamed, not dramatically, just practically, a better drying rack, a more modern iron, a morning without pain in the back, and some simply daydreamed, letting the rhythm carry them. But not everyone had the time or the room for gentleness. For many, ironing was done standing in cramped kitchens, the board propped at a slant, sleeves brushed by hanging tea towels. Sometimes the ironing board was balanced across two chairs. Sometimes there was no board at all, just a towel on the table, with a flat iron warmed over the gas ring. And yet the result mattered just as much. No one judged the tools, only the outcome. There were ironers who became artists, a widow down the street known for pleated skirts so crisp they could stand on their own, a housemaid who ironed lace so finely it looked new even when yellowed, a seamstress who insisted even linings. Be pressed. For your own satisfaction, she'd say. These women weren't praised in papers, but in whispers, in queues, in church pews. Their work was noticed, even ironing had taboos. You didn't iron clothes while wearing night clothes. Shows a lazy spirit, some said. You didn't iron with wet hair. You'll catch your death. You didn't stop ironing halfway through a stack, unless someone had died or something had burned. These weren't rules written down, but they shaped daily life, and to break them was to step out of rhythm, the rhythm that gave structure to a home. Then came the slow change. By the late 1960s and early 70s, synthetic fabrics arrived. Permanent press, drip dry, no iron, washing. Machines became more common. Electric steam irons improved. The Sunday ironing pile began to shrink, but many women still ironed, not because they had to, but because they believed that neatness was kindness to others, to themselves, to the world they'd learned to live in. So perhaps this is the real story, not of clothes, but of effort, of intention, of a quiet task done not for applause, but because it said in every crease, I cared enough to make this right. The ironing board is still there, folded now. Leaning behind the door or tucked into the cupboard under the stairs, its floral cover faded, edges fraying. The iron beside it is newer, lighter, made of plastic, with a steam button that spits instead of hisses. But the board remains, heavy, wooden and gently bowed from years of pressure. No one speaks of it much anymore. But every so often, when a shirt must be pressed for a wedding, a funeral, a job interview, it is brought out with familiar hands. The ritual begins again, quiet, steady, intentional, and the room changes just a little. In many homes, the board became one of the last domestic relics. When fridges modernized, when microwaves replaced stovetops, when living rooms filled with screens and cords, the ironing board stayed exactly the same. Its very stillness made it invisible, yet it had seen everything. Births, funerals, first dates, school uniforms, a spouse's work shirts laid out the night before a shift. It absorbed conversations, listened to radios, caught tears, gave space for reflection, and all the while it held a simple truth, that care, real care, is often repetitive. Mothers taught daughters to iron sleeves flat before the body. Grandmothers taught grandsons to lift and press, never slide. Aunts taught nieces to turn the garment inside out to protect the fabric. These weren't instructions from books, they were passed down, by gesture, by correction, by the muscle. Memory of watching someone else do it 1,000 times. To iron was to remember how someone else had done it for you. Some ironing boards outlived their users, found in empty houses, auction lots, church jumble sales, boards with faint burn marks, or pinholes from where papers had been tacked. Some still bore the scent of lavender water or starch, decades old. They looked ordinary. But they were repositories of effort. It's easy to walk past one and think just a board, but for someone once it was a place of purpose. In interviews and oral histories, many elderly women spoke of ironing not as a task, but as thinking time. It was when the house was quiet. I could plan the week. I talked to myself while I worked. It was the only thing I did when no one interrupted me. There was no smartphone, no multitasking, just heat, cloth and focus. In a life spent doing for others, ironing was a moment to exist in one's own rhythm. Eventually, the social pressure shifted. You weren't judged for wrinkles the same way. Synthetic fabrics dulled the edge of scrutiny. And slowly, the board stayed folded longer and longer. But the lessons remained. Many still ironed for interviews, for funerals, for weddings, moments when neatness carried weight. Not because anyone would notice the crease, but because you would, because smoothing that hem, folding that collar, laying the garment flat, it meant you had done your part. In charity shops today you can still find pressed handkerchiefs. Edges starched, folds perfect, though no one carries handkerchiefs anymore. Pressed pillowcases too. Baby clothes ironed and boxed. They weren't sold. They were prepared, tended to, made ready for someone else to find, to touch, to feel the care. So much of ironing was invisible, the time it took. The decisions behind every shirt, whether to bother, whether to skip the back, whether to repress a collar. But that invisibility was its power. It was love expressed in minutes, not words, in steam, not praise. And the board, silent, solid, and always waiting, bore witness to all of it. We talk often of grand gestures in history, but maybe history was also shaped by people who woke early, heated the iron, and made sure someone else left the house feeling put together, not for glory, not for reward, but because someone had done the same for them, and because they believed the small things mattered. So the next time you see an ironing board, unfolded, warm, slightly rocking on an uneven floor, pause for a moment. What's being pressed is not just fabric, it's time, it's memory, it's care. It stood alone. At the end of the road where the gravel met the hedge and the footpath curved out of sight, stood the postbox, cast iron, painted red, faded in patches, its surface slightly rough to the touch and warm from the afternoon sun. It didn't move, it didn't speak, and yet for over a century it had been the most dependable thing on the lane. There were thousands like it, scattered across Britain, mounted in brick walls. Standing sentry at crossroads, perched beside telephone booths, each one identical in purpose but different in memory, because each served its own community. They were not just boxes, they were portals, quiet entry points into the larger world. To post a letter was a ritual. You walked to the box with purpose, no rushing, no multitasking, the envelope held carefully, folded perhaps into a coat pocket, or carried in a handbag alongside coins and a paper list. The walk itself became part of the message. Time to rehearse what you'd written. Time to worry if it was too much. Time to wish you'd said more. And then when you arrived the moment of decision, did you really mean it? Because once posted, the words were gone. People knew the collection times. 15 p.m., Monday through Saturday, 11 a.m. on Sundays in some places, but only before the reforms. The metal plaque told you, and if it had rained, the ink might smear, but you still checked. Always. Sometimes if you missed it by a minute, you'd sigh, knowing your words would wait inside until tomorrow. You couldn't rush a letter. That was the point. Postboxes didn't just carry mail. They carried moments. A boy's shaky confession to a girl, a mother's update to a daughter in Leeds, a soldier's letter home, folded 3 times, damp at the edges. A final note, unsigned, tucked inside a pale blue envelope posted late at night when no one could see. The box never judged. It simply held, and in doing so it became a part of its landscape. People gave directions by it. I live 3 houses past the post box. The bus stops just before it. You'll see it. Can't miss the red. Dogs sniffed it. Children leaned against it. Teenagers carved initials into the bark of the tree behind it, then dropped letters into its mouth, and inside, beneath the locked flap, the letters gathered, in stacks, in bundles, in rubber bands, waiting to be carried off, sorted, delivered, opened. There was trust in it. To post a letter was to believe that the postal worker would come, that the system would work, that the recipient would read it, that what you said mattered enough to send, and that faith, slow, physical, deliberate, shaped how people wrote. They chose words more carefully. They rewrote paragraphs. They sat by windows in silence before sealing the envelope, because writing wasn't just sharing, it was committing. Children were taught the postbox early, how to write the address clearly, how to stick the stamp straight, how to double-check the corner for the Queen's silhouette, and most of all, how to drop the letter in and let go. It made them feel grown, independent, trusted. The clunk of the flap was like a seal, your words. Now en route to somewhere else, but the magic wasn't in the delivery, it was in the waiting. Because once a letter was posted, you had to hope. There was no tracking link, no instant reply, just silence, and the gentle ache of anticipation. You listened for the thud on the mat. You reread the letter you'd sent in your head. You imagined what they might say, and when the reply came, 3 days, 5, a week later, it wasn't a message, it was an event. So perhaps the postbox, that quiet sentinel, teaches us something. We've nearly forgotten that slowness is not absence, that silence is not indifference, that waiting can be meaningful. The letter has been posted, and now there is nothing to do but wait. Not idly, but attentively, because waiting in the era of the postbox was its own kind of work. You checked the mat more than usual, listened harder for the flap, tried to remember the exact words you'd written and whether they were too much or not enough. You went about your day, yes, made tea, hung washing, caught the bus, but part of you stayed suspended in the quiet space between your outstretched words and their reply. That space was called hope. The arrival of a letter was a kind of ceremony. You'd spot the corner of an envelope on the floor, your name, your address, their handwriting, and before you opened it, you waited just a second longer. Because in that moment, before the paper tore, before the fold unfolded, anything was possible. Reunion, regret, forgiveness, or just news from someone who thought of you far away with pen in hand and a few minutes to spare. It wasn't dramatic, but it was profound. Postboxes gave people time, not just to send, but to compose. Writing a letter required space. You couldn't dash it off on the way to work. You sat down, cleared the table, took a moment, often with a cup of tea beside you, a clock ticking, a bit of scrap paper nearby for rough drafts. You wrote with care, knowing there would be no follow-up message to clarify, no just to add note to amend. You said what you meant and you meant what you said, because the postbox would accept no edits once the letter was in. And what a thing it was to receive a letter you'd forgotten you were waiting for. Weeks might pass. Life might shift. And then, one morning when the post arrives, an envelope, a stamp, a name in your hands, a reply, a recognition, a return. The postbox had done its part, and someone somewhere had read your words and written back. Entire relationships once existed in these exchanges. Courtships stretched over months. Friendships were maintained across counties. Families stayed tethered by paper and ink alone. A girl in Cornwall sent letters to her sister. In Glasgow every Tuesday, they agreed never to miss a week. A father working in London wrote to his sons on the coast, enclosing comic strips cut from newspapers. A soldier overseas sent updates on lined paper, always ending with, "Tell Mum I miss her pudding." The postbox was their bridge, the only one that didn't tremble under the weight of silence. There were letters never answered too, ones sent in apology, or longing, or confusion. They slipped into the postbox like confessions, and then nothing. No reply. No thud on the mat. Just time. And yet even in that absence, the postbox gave something back. Completion. The sender had done their part, had spoken, had reached, and sometimes that was enough. People remember where they were when they posted certain letters, at the corner by the bakery, near the park gate, outside the station, in the rain, because the physical act, the place, became tied to the moment. They remember standing there, envelope in hand, heart half full. They remember letting go and hearing that quiet, tinny clunk as the flap closed. Behind their fingers, there were letter-writing habits too. One woman always signed in green ink, easier on tired eyes. A grandfather always underlined important words twice with a ruler. A young man wrote from trains, posting as he changed lines. This was written between Oxford and Didcot. Envelopes bore lipstick kisses, wax seals, fingerprints in the corners. Letters smelt of perfume, or pipe smoke, or the kitchen they'd been written in. The postbox didn't mind, it took them all, with a dignity no screen has ever matched. And when the world sped up, when telephones became common and messages grew, faster the postbox stayed, fewer letters. But never none, because some things still couldn't be said aloud. Some things needed to be folded, slipped into envelopes, given to time. So when we talk about patience, about distance, about meaning, we might look again at that red box, standing, where it always has, with a narrow slot and a plaque that promises collection at 4:15 sharp. And we might remember, it's not just about waiting. It's about believing that someone, somewhere, will want to reply. Somewhere in a box under a bed or at the back of a cupboard, there are letters, not printed emails, not typed pages, but folded papers, creased at the corners, maybe yellowing, maybe tied with ribbon, or held together with a rubber band long, turned brittle. You'd find them in envelopes bearing real stamps, postmarked, dated, addressed in careful handwriting. They haven't been read in years. And yet, no one throws them away, because they aren't just paper. They're proof. Proof that someone once put pen to page and thought of you. That they took 10 minutes, maybe more, to say something that couldn't be said quickly. That they sealed it, walked to the postbox, and let it go. That, in itself, was an act of trust. And when the reply came, a day, a week, a month later, it wasn't just a message, it was connection, made real. In homes across Britain and far beyond, generations kept letters in drawers, war letters. Love letters, birthday wishes, condolences, simple updates about cold weather, good tea and unremarkable Tuesdays. They didn't always say much, but they said it carefully, because there was no second send, no edit button, no retraction, only words weren't chosen once. There's a letter, folded into the lining of an old coat, found years later at a jumble sale. Another, tucked between pages of a hymn book, written in pencil by a girl to herself. One more, mailed with no return address, unsigned, untraceable, but kept always for what it dared to say. Letters told the truth, or tried, and sometimes they said things we didn't even understand until we read them again years later, because letters don't move at the speed of now. They wait. The postbox played its part in all this. It didn't speak. It didn't promise anything. But it stood there, dependable as a lamppost, patient as a parish church, rain, snow, heat, empty lanes. Crowded cities. The postbox never left. Today it's still there. The red paint a little chipped, the metal flap colder to the touch, the collection time shorter, or sometimes not listed at all. Fewer people stop now. More walk past. Some don't. I even notice, but a few still use it. A handwritten note. A birthday card with a pressed flower. A letter to an old friend, just to say, I was thinking of you. Postboxes remind us that not all messages must be instant. That some things, the best things, take time. That distance isn't always a barrier. Sometimes it's a canvas. And that waiting isn't weakness, it's devotion. So the next time you pass one, perhaps on your street, perhaps in a place you've never been, pause. Place your hand on its curved side. Think of the lives it's held. The words, the confessions, the small joys and the heavy sorrows folded into envelopes and dropped with hope. And know this, the red box didn't just deliver letters, it delivered patience, intention, and the quiet belief that our words, when written with care, will still matter. In many British homes of the mid-20th century, there was a small hook by the back door, not for coats, not for leashes, for a key. It wasn't hidden under a mat or buried in a flower pot. It wasn't disguised as a fake rock. It hung in plain view, often beside the larder, sometimes near the utility sink or behind a curtain flap. The spare key, not just to your own door, but to someone else's. You could stand in dozens of quiet neighborhoods, Sheffield, Norwich, Cardiff, Glasgow, and find the same scene. One key for your own house. One for Mum's, one for Mrs. Tilly at number 4, who left hers with you while she visited her sister in Kent. None were labelled. You simply knew which was which, by shape, by weight, by memory. It was a time before double deadbolts, before coded entry, before alarm systems chirped in every hallway. Doors were often left on the latch. Some were closed with a turn of the handle, not a click of a lock. Not because people were careless, because they were known. You knew who lived next door, what time they had their tea, who had the dog that barked at postmen, whose children played, marbles in the alley. And in that knowing there was trust. The spare key was more than metal, it was permission. To water the plants while someone was away, to feed the cat, to check the immersion heater, to let yourself in because the roast is already in and I'll be out for a bit, help yourself. No phone call was needed, no text, just a knock, a note through the door or nothing at all. The understanding was already there. Teenagers came home from school and let themselves in with the spare key, or used the neighbours if they'd forgotten theirs. Children were sent round to Mrs. Owen's. She has the key, tell her I'll come by later. Milkmen and coalmen knew which doors to leave open. Builders, decorators, chimney sweeps, all trusted by the weight of that key in someone else's hand. It wasn't always spoken aloud, this trust. It was demonstrated. In casseroles left warming, in electric meters read while someone was out. In babies tucked into prams on porches, napping safely in fresh air. If the key was used, it was treated with respect. No one snooped. No one lingered. You stepped in, did what needed doing, and stepped out again. There was even etiquette around it. You wiped your shoes, even if the house was empty. You didn't open doors you didn't need to. You left a note if something was out of place. Watered the fern, think it needs repotting soon. You didn't take advantage, because the key didn't just open the door, it opened reputation. To misuse it was to damage something far more important than a lock. Keys were sometimes passed across generations. A daughter marrying and moving 3 streets away would still hold the old key, just in case. A widow would keep her sister's key long after she passed, unable to let go of the weight in her pocket. It wasn't about utility, it was about connection. Children were taught early how to use the key, where to find it, how to turn it carefully, how to lock up after, how to leave everything exactly as it was. There was pride in being given that job, in being trusted to carry it home, to unlock the back gate, to go in alone and feed the goldfish. Small steps toward growing up. Sometimes a key was never returned because the person had moved or fallen out or passed away, and still the key stayed, tucked in a drawer, hung beside others, carried in a handbag out of habit, because even after it no longer opened anything, it still meant something. So perhaps the key was never really about the door. It was about the invisible lines drawn between people, not borders, but bridges. Bridges made of habit, memory, shared milk deliveries, borrowed sugar, and that quiet moment when someone said, "Here, take this just in case." You didn't always knock, not if you had the key, not if they were expecting you, not if you'd been inside 100 times before. Instead, you turned the latch gently, called out a soft hello, and stepped into a space that wasn't yours, but where you were always welcome. In the decades after the war, as Britain rebuilt its homes and families, there emerged a kind of unspoken contract between neighbors. You help me, I help you. We'll leave the key on the hook. It wasn't idealism. It wasn't naivety. It was practical. Because in a world without mobile phones, without delivery alerts, without spare time, life worked better when people trusted each other. It was common, even expected, for people to pop in. You didn't schedule it. You didn't apologize for the intrusion. You brought a pudding, or a bag of peas, or news about Mrs. Grant's hip, and if they weren't in, you let yourself in, left the parcel on the table, and locked up after. Sometimes you sat down and waited, kettle on, telly off, a newspaper folded in half on your lap. There was no awkwardness, because you weren't visiting. You were part of the house, and keys travelled far. One might sit in the pocket of a school coat, so a child could let themselves in after walking home alone. Another lived in the top drawer of a neighbour's bureau, right beside the spare torch and the Christmas stamps. A third was left with the corner shop owner, who knew everyone's comings and goings better than any calendar. Even holiday plans were built around it. We'll be away next week. You have the key, just pop in now and then, would you? No contracts, no alarms, just trust and a tin of biscuits left on the table as thanks. Keys were rarely copied. They were given, carefully, quietly, with a nod, with a "here you are." With a trust that didn't need to be explained, and once it was yours, you respected it. You didn't tell others you had it. You didn't show it off. You didn't use it unless needed, because the value wasn't in the metal. It was in the gesture, and it went both ways. If you needed help, to reach a high cupboard, to check a dripping tap, to look after your child for 10 minutes, you didn't hesitate, because you knew they had your key too. This wasn't about closeness or personality. It was about reliability. You didn't have to like each other. You just had to be there. Some people went their whole lives with the same key on the same hook, never used, but never moved. It was enough to know it was possible, that if the wind slammed the door shut, if the baby locked you out, if you fell and couldn't reach the latch, someone would come, let themselves in and say, "All right there?" The spare key lived quietly. It didn't demand anything, didn't call attention to itself, didn't flash or beep or chirp. It just waited. And in that waiting it held something rare, an invitation with no expiration date. And when a neighbor passed away, as neighbors eventually do, the key was returned, placed gently in the palm, or slid across the table. No words, because what could be said? You hadn't just lost access to a door. You'd lost the rhythm of a friendship that never needed explaining. So here's the question. When we gave away the spare key, what else did we let go? Eventually, the hooks were emptied. Not all at once. Not with ceremony, but gradually. As lives shifted, streets changed, locks got stronger, and people moved further apart. Keys were no longer passed over fences or slid into waiting palms. They were copied at hardware shops, hidden under stone effect boxes, protected with codes and apps and phrases like "for emergencies only." The spare key, once visible, familiar, shared, became private. But in its fading, something else faded too. You can still find the hooks in older homes near the back door. Tiny wooden plaques that say keys, screwed into walls painted 3 times over. Some still have a key hanging, not labeled, not touched in years. The weight has worn a small notch in the wood below. Maybe it still fits a door. Maybe it doesn't. But no one throws it away, because it represents something. A woman once said, "I never used my neighbor's key, but knowing it was there kept me steady." That was the point, not the access, the assurance, the sense that if something went wrong, you were not alone, that someone knew your house well enough to fill the kettle, fold the towels, jiggle the back door just so to make it shut, and that you knew theirs in return. Today, many of us know the names of neighbors, but not their lives. We wave politely, sign for parcels, smile at their dog. But we don't walk into their kitchens. We don't borrow sugar by stepping through the back door without knocking. We don't leave notes on the fridge when we've watered the plants while they're away. We've traded proximity for privacy, security for solitude, locks for independence. But sometimes in the quiet, we miss it. Not the inconvenience, not the noise, but the knowing. The knowing that someone might check if the milk's still out at noon. That a curtain left closed too long would prompt a knock. That a window left open would be pulled shut by someone with a key and a kind heart. There were entire streets held together by keys, terraced rows where everyone had one another's spares, where you could spot which neighbor had baked by the smell escaping into the shared alley, where doors were left ajar not out of carelessness, but because someone was just popping round, and when a child forgot their key, they didn't panic. They walked 3 houses down where someone said, "You're always welcome here, love." Those keys, those tiny silent symbols, held the weight of entire communities, of lives layered on top of each other, of favors that never needed repayment, of trust that didn't need to be earned because it had always just been there. There. Hooks now gather dust. The keys lie unused, but they are not forgotten. Some are framed in memory. Some are spoken of with affection in sentences that begin with "remember when," and some are kept in drawers long after their doors are gone, because their meaning never really left. Every house had them, behind a glass-fronted cabinet, wrapped in a paper-lined drawer, or displayed neatly on a shelf above the fireplace, slightly too high to reach without the step stool. The good teacups, fine bone china, gold-trimmed, floral. Sometimes part of a set, sometimes mismatched from different gifts, inheritances, or wedding boxes, but always kept, and rarely, very rarely used. They were not the cups you drank from every day. Those were the chipped ones, the stained ones, the practical, thick-handled, mugs with hairline cracks and long stories, the ones that saw morning grogginess and late-night chats, but the good cups. They were for guests, and not just any guest, for important guests, the minister, the doctor, the friend you hadn't seen in years, the cousin who dressed smartly and always smelled of lavender. Most of the time, the good teacups just sat, waiting, clean. Arranged, dusted on Fridays. They caught the sunlight just right through the curtains. They clinked when someone opened the cabinet too quickly. But they were never lonely, because being ready was their whole purpose. There was a kind of quiet pride in owning good china. It didn't need to be expensive, but it had to be cared for. Teacups were turned upside down and stacked carefully. Saucers separated with napkins between. Sugar bowls wrapped in soft cloth. Teapots polished even if empty. And once a year, or perhaps less, they came out, one by one, and were used. The ritual was precise, the kettle boiled fresh, not reheated. A tray was chosen, preferably one with a paper doily. Milk in a small jug, sugar cubes in a bowl with tongs. And the cups, oh, the cups, placed on saucers, handles turned just so, stirrers laid across the rim like punctuation. Children were taught to hold them with both hands, to sip, not slurp, to never dip biscuits unless it was a family gathering, and always, always to ask before touching the ones in the cabinet, because they were not toys, they were hospitality, and hospitality mattered. Many of the cups were gifts, wedding sets, anniversary presents, retirement tokens. Some had never seen a drop of tea. Some had been used once and then returned to their place like museum pieces. You didn't have to be rich to own them, just thoughtful. You bought one cup at a time, maybe. You saved for a matching plate. You asked for the sugar bowl as a birthday gift. And slowly, you built a collection not of things but of preparedness, because good china wasn't about luxury. It was about intention. It said, "If you come to my house, I will treat you with care. I've been expecting you, even if I didn't know when. You matter enough for me to use the best I have. Sometimes you never got the chance. The guest never came. The occasion never arrived. The teacup stayed behind the glass, turned slightly inward, as if waiting in conversation, but no one threw them out. Because they weren't meant to be used every day, they were meant to mean something when they were. So perhaps the real question is, what does it say about a time and a place that we kept our finest things just in case someone walked through the door? And what were we really preparing for? A visitor, or a version of ourselves we hoped we'd remember how to be? The room was always tidy by mid-afternoon. Cushions fluffed, side. Tables cleared. Ashtrays emptied, even if no one smoked. The lace doilies adjusted, and the tray with the good cups polished, even if not used, because someone might come. They rarely did. But the possibility shaped the day. Hospitality, then, wasn't spontaneous. It was anticipated. You kept the biscuit, tin stocked. You made sure the better napkins were ironed. You never let yourself run out of tea, even if you had to walk to the corner shop in the rain. And above all, you knew where the good teacups were. They didn't sit out. They lived in the cabinet, the sideboard, the hutch passed down from your mother. You knew which shelf, which stack, which spoon matched which cup. You didn't use them for yourself, not because you didn't deserve it, but because you'd been raised to believe guests come first. There was etiquette, too. You served others before pouring your own. You placed the handle facing them. You watched carefully. Would they take sugar? Would they stir too loudly? You judged no one. But you noticed everything. And when they'd gone, coat buttoned, front door shut, you washed the cups with quiet care, dried them, replaced them on their shelf. And somehow, the room felt more whole than it had earlier. The teacup wasn't just about tea. It was about readiness. It represented a house in which someone was expected, or at least hoped for. It stood for order, for pride, for the belief that there was still occasion in the everyday. Sometimes people never came. You kept the cups anyway. You told yourself you liked them, and you did. But more than that, you liked what they said. That you were the kind of person who would offer something beautiful if asked. That your home, though quiet, was still open. Others did come. A cousin from Birmingham, a neighbor after surgery, the priest, the teacher, the woman who used to sing at the chapel, and when they did, the good china came out, not because they expected it, but because you expected yourself to offer it. In working-class homes, where furniture was modest and walls were thin, the teacup offered a kind of grace. It didn't matter that your sofa had springs that creaked, or that the biscuits were shop brand. You served them from a cup with roses along the rim and a matching saucer underneath. And somehow, that made the conversation feel important. It lifted the moment. It made you sit straighter, speak softer. Feel something close to ceremony, even in the middle of a Monday. And for women especially, the good teacup was part of a broader tradition, to have something put aside. A drawer of best tablecloths, a tin of saved buttons. The good coat hung at the back of the wardrobe. Brushed twice a year, it wasn't hoarding, it was hoping. So what happened when people stopped coming? When neighbors moved? When the doorbell rang less? When visits turned into phone calls and phone calls into silence? The teacups remained. Their function changed, but their meaning didn't. They still stood for readiness. Still said, "This house remembers how to host." Still made the sideboard feel complete, and maybe that's why they were rarely discarded. Even in house clearances, long after the last cup had cooled, they were wrapped carefully, placed in boxes, taken to charity shops or passed to nieces. Because somewhere deep down we knew they had held more than tea. They had held intention. In a quiet room somewhere, the teacups are still there, set behind a pane of glass, their rims catching the late afternoon light, their matching saucers stacked in tidy towers and waiting. No one uses them. No one dusts them as often now, but they remain. Not because someone is coming necessarily, but because someone might, and that's enough. There was once a phrase, perhaps you've heard it, keep it for best. It applied to dresses, to china, to towels with lace edges, to the linen that lived in the back of the drawer. It meant not now, not today, but one day, when someone important arrives, this will be brought out. The good things weren't for you. They were for others. And yet, in preparing them for others, people created a quiet sense of who they wanted to be. Hospitable, gracious, presentable. Not every family had a matching set. Some had one perfect teacup, inherited from a grandmother, brought out with reverence when needed. Others had an entire sideboard full, rarely touched but lovingly arranged. There were patterns, bone white with forget-me-nots, gold-rimmed with ivy, pale pink roses, Art Deco triangles, Queen Anne bouquets. The cups were rarely labeled, but they were always known, each with a memory, a birthday, a visit, a silence. And when someone did come, when the bell rang and a coat was hung and the kettle boiled, the cup was placed gently on the saucer with a small spoon beside it. Sugar? Milk? The clink of porcelain was soft but significant. It meant, we've been expecting you even if we didn't know when. and when the guest left, the cup was washed carefully, dried with the softest towel, returned to its place, and the house settled again, back into stillness but never emptiness. In time, the cups stopped coming out, the visits slowed, the newer generation drank from mugs, large, chunky, practical. The tea was bagged, not loose. The sugar stayed in its packet. The old rituals faded, but the cups remained. Not as function, but as memory. They became part of the house, not decoration, but identity. When guests visited, they might say, "Lovely cup that looks like it's never been used," and the host might nod. "It hasn't, but it's there just in case, just in case you'd come back, just in case we'd sit together again, just in case we remembered how to make time slow down long enough to sip and listen." The modern world rarely waits for tea. It rushes. It emails, it scrolls, but the teacup that was never used still waits. And in that waiting, it reminds us of something lost, but not gone, the beauty of readiness, the kindness of preparation, the quiet love in laying a table for someone who might still knock on the door. So next time you find one, as in a cabinet, a shop, a box in the attic, hold it gently. Not for its rarity, but for what it once represented. A home with time, a table with space, a person waiting quietly for someone who might come in just for tea. The jumper didn't belong to you, not really. It fit well enough, slightly long in the arms, a bit short at the waist, but when you pulled it over your head that morning, the label told the truth. It said, "Tea Barker, sewn in with blue thread, crooked, frayed at the edge." Your name wasn't Barker. But for now, that was who you were, at least in uniform. In homes across Britain, especially from the 1950s through to the 1980s, hand-me-downs were not just common, they were expected. Jumpers, blazers, cardigans, with elbows slightly worn and collars slightly faded, sometimes from older siblings, often from cousins, occasionally from families down the street who bagged up outgrown clothes and passed them on without ceremony. And the labels, they were like footprints, tiny stitched reminders of the lives that had worn the fabric first. L. Ahmed, M. Jenkins, S. Davies, Turar, each one a quiet signature. You weren't meant to notice the name, but you always did. You told yourself it didn't matter, that the important thing was warmth or conformity. That the head teacher wouldn't check. But there it was in red or blue thread, brushing against your neck all day long, a small reminder that this piece of clothing had belonged to someone else. Before it belonged to you, sometimes the name was similar, close enough to pass. A sibling, maybe, your brother's jumper, handed down with the arms rolled up and the smell of pencil shaving still in the sleeves. But sometimes it was a stranger's. And that made it harder. You weren't ashamed exactly, you just didn't want to be mistaken. Some parents stitched new names over old ones, some used black marker pens, others left the old label intact and simply said, "It'll do." And it did, because in a time when clothing had to last, when new jumpers cost real money and school outfitters weren't for everyone, a name on a label was not a flaw. It was a lineage. The jumper was often slightly wrong shade, wrong style, wrong year. But it still counted. It passed inspection, it matched enough. And it made you part of the school, whether you felt like it or not. And when you stood in line for assembly, arms by your side, the sleeve with the thinning, cuff would twitch just slightly, and you'd remember again that it wasn't yours, not really. You learned to carry it lightly, to laugh it off if someone noticed, to hide the label with your collar, to say it was my cousin's as if that made it less second-hand, but part of you always remembered that you were wearing someone else's name. And here's the curious thing. Sometimes the label helped, because it meant you weren't the first. Someone else had sat in these same classrooms, worn this same itchy jumper through winter, felt the same nerves before maths. It was like a thread connecting you, not just to a person, but to the place. In some schools, hand-me-downs were a badge of thrift. You were told it was practical, sensible, wise, and it was. But for a child, especially one trying to find who they were, wearing a name that wasn't yours was a strange sort of invisibility, a reminder. That identity, like clothing, was sometimes borrowed. So maybe that's why years later, People still remember the label, not the jumper itself, not the classroom, but the label, because it was small, silent and honest. A thread that said, "This is who came before you," and asked, "Who will come after?" You wore it again. Same jumper, same label, same quiet thought in the morning light. Maybe no. One will notice, but of course someone always did. A friend saw the wrong name inside the collar. Her teacher called you by it, reading aloud from the laundry tag sewn above the seam. A prefect asked why your blazer was navy instead of grey. You smiled, shrugged, mumbled something about brothers or cousins, and learned early that not all questions were meant to be answered. Hand-me-downs taught you things no textbook ever did: how to fold sleeves that were too long, how to stretch a jumper that was too tight, how to walk through school in a blazer with someone else's initials inked under the pocket. But more than that, they taught resilience, not dramatic, shout it from the hilltops resilience. Quiet resilience, the kind that lives in seams. In the cloakroom, you recognized other hand-me-down kids. Their cuffs looked like yours. Their trousers were hemmed twice. Their shoes bore scuffs from feet not their own. You nodded at each other, not out loud, not obviously, but with a glance, a shared language of stretched fabrics and patched knees. You knew they knew, and in that knowing, there was comfort. Sometimes the label was neat, stitched by hand, the name written in proper cursive with navy thread. Other times it was rushed. A black marker scribble bleeding through the fabric, a corner curling from age, letters smudged from too many washes. Some children cut them out entirely, not because they wanted to deceive, but because they wanted to belong, to be no different than the child whose name was sewn by their own mum for them alone. But there was dignity too, in hand-me-downs well kept, in fabric softened by use, not worn through by neglect. In the way your mum pressed that jumper each Sunday night, laying it flat, smoothing the collar, brushing lint from the sleeves. She didn't say, "It's not new." She said, "It's ready." And that meant something. In some households, uniforms were stored in a special box, each item labeled, folded, ironed. Outgrown clothes handed down with ceremony. "This was your brother's, look how small he was in it, you'll wear it now." You tried it on. It fit, more or less. You didn't complain, because you knew this was how it worked. The world, and the wardrobe, didn't revolve around you. You took your place in line. Sometimes the clothes outlived the stories. A jumper with 3 different names written one over the other. A cardigan that had done 6 winters in 5 schools. A PE kit that had once belonged to a boy no one remembered except as tall and quiet. You wore their fabric, you carried their shape, and somewhere in that, your own shape began to form. It wasn't just about poverty, it was about circulation, about families making do, about clothes passed with care, about a schoolyard full of children wearing not what was fashionable, but what was available, what lasted, what could be stitched, soaked, dried, and stitched again. And years later, maybe decades, you still remember the feel of it, the way the jumper scratched, then softened, the weight of the collar, the sound of the label brushing your ear when you turned too fast. You remember what it felt like to be a child wearing a story that wasn't entirely yours, and slowly, day by day, adding your own chapters. So perhaps the jumper wasn't borrowed, perhaps it was shared, a little thread of continuity across years, from sibling to sibling, from stranger to stranger, from name to name. The jumper finally fit. One autumn, perhaps 2 years after it was first handed to you, you pulled it on and realized no tugging at the sleeves, no folding at the wrist, no bunching at the shoulders. It had shaped to you, softened by wear, smoothed at the cuffs, stretched at the elbows. Yours now in every way but one, the label still stitched, still not your name. But by then you no longer flinched when you saw it. You'd grown past the embarrassment. You'd grown into it, and when it was time to pass it on, to a younger sibling or a neighbor's child or the school second-hand sale, you folded it slowly. You brushed off the lint. You checked for snags. You turned the collar inside out to look at the name one more time, and maybe, just maybe, you left it there, a quiet inheritance, because now you had become the story the next child would wear, For some, the name on the label eventually became a joke. Friends called you by it in PE. Teachers caught themselves and laughed. Someone asked, "Wait, are you actually Barker?" You shook your head. No. But you wore the name long enough that it became part of your school self. A shadow name. A borrowed badge. You weren't pretending to be someone else. You were becoming someone through the lives that came before you. And sometimes you did know the name. A cousin who moved to Leeds. A neighbor who outgrew everything in 6 months. A friend who gave you the jumper, along with a knowing grin and a take care of it, yeah? Those hand-me-downs felt warmer, not because they were newer, but because they were offered with kindness. We often forget now how much of growing up used to happen in second-hand clothes. The act of choosing wasn't between brands, but between what fit and what could be made to fit. You didn't demand. You adapted. You didn't define yourself by the name on your collar. You defined yourself by how you moved in it, by how you made it yours, with rolled sleeves or a badge pinned on, or a name scribbled in biro beside the old one. In later life, people kept the odd piece of clothing from childhood, not the best, not the newest, but the one that stayed. Often it was a jumper like that, faded, familiar, fraying at the cuffs, and bearing a name long forgotten, stitched in thread that held on longer than the fabric itself. They'd pull it from a box and smile. Trace. The label. And remember how it felt to walk into school, sleeves too long, shoulders hunched, pretending not to care. And slowly, gradually, owning it. Because that's the truth about hand-me-downs. They don't make you less. They teach you to grow, not just in size, but in patience, in humility, in resourcefulness, in connection. You weren't the first to wear it. You won't be the last. But for a little while, that jumper was yours. In sweat and smell and stretch. The label told one story, but the way you wore it, that told another. So maybe we were never meant to start with a blank slate. Maybe we were meant to start with something worn, something lived in, something offered, something that carried history and made space for our own. It wasn't a garden, not really. Just a row of old jam jars on a narrow ledge, each with water halfway up, each with something green, a sprig, a stem, a hopeful cutting leaning toward the light. But to the person who tended it, it was a garden, a small one, a quiet one. But theirs, in post-war Britain, especially in terrace houses, upstairs flats and council housing blocks, not everyone had a garden, not a proper one, not with soil, not with fences and flower beds, but they had windows, and where there was a window there was light, and where there was light there could be growth. The windowsill became the patch of land no one could take away. It didn't need to be big, just wide enough for a few jars, or a teacup with cracked glaze, or a tin with the label half peeled. Whatever held water, held hope. You'd see them if you looked, walking past tenement blocks, row houses, back alleys, there in the window, between the curtain and the glass, a cutting of ivy. A bit of mint, a celery stalk growing again from its base, a geranium leaning sideways like a sleepy cat. Some were gifts, snipped from a friend's pot, wrapped in damp kitchen roll, handed over the garden gate with a smile. Others were salvaged. The last green bit of a market bouquet, or a tomato plant grown from seed picked out of dinner. They started as maybe. Maybe it'll take. Maybe it'll grow. Maybe it won't die on me this time. And sometimes they didn't, but often they did. Children were taught to change the water, to keep the leaves above the surface, to watch for little white roots like threads. It was a lesson without textbooks, a lesson in patience, in observation, in care. You didn't rush a windowsill plant, you checked it, turned the jar slightly, spoke to it when no one was around, and slowly, quietly, it grew. The jam jars were rarely clean, the labels only half scraped off. The glass sometimes fogged with limescale, but inside them lived something soft, something trying, and that was enough. No one expected roses, only green. For those who worked long hours or cared for children or lived alone, the windowsill. Garden became something to check each morning, a tiny reason to open the curtain, to notice the weather, to see if the sun had shifted. It reminded them that time was passing, Not in days marked on a calendar, but in millimeters of growth. And sometimes the plants got names. Maggie for the mint. Old Jim for the wilting spider plant. Betty's basil, because she gave you the cutting when you visited. You wouldn't admit it aloud, but you spoke to them. You asked how they were. You apologized when you forgot to top up the water. You moved them gently when the cold crept through the pane. Some windowsill gardens became kitchens, sprigs of rosemary, a pot of cress. Chives growing sideways in old tins. Others were purely sentimental, violets that reminded you of Nan, or aloe for little burns, or a sad daffodil bulb that never quite bloomed but refused to die. It wasn't about aesthetics, it was about companionship. So, perhaps the jar on the sill with its single sprouting leaf said more than any bouquet. It said, I am still trying. I am making something from what I have. I am watching and waiting and hoping quietly. The windowsill was never designed for this. It was meant to hold nothing more than a curtain rail, maybe a framed photo, perhaps a figurine. But over time it became something more. A borderless allotment, pressed against the world beyond the glass. And what it lacked in soil, it made up for in attention. In many households, especially post-war flats and urban terraces, windowsills became quiet testaments to ingenuity. You didn't have a garden. You made one. A tin of mustard cress by the sink. A row of glass jars along the back bedroom window. A pot of parsley in a butter tub, turned sunward twice a day like clockwork. And it wasn't only women who kept them. Children tended their cress experiments. Cardboard, damp cotton wool, mustard seeds. Fathers kept mint cuttings from Sunday roasts. Grandparents monitored geraniums with the seriousness of surgeons. Anyone could tend green. You only needed light, water, and patience. There was no budget for compost or clay pots, so you used jam. Jars, margarine tubs, empty tins, teacups with chipped handles, washed-out yogurt pots. Whatever held water was fair game. Whatever caught sunlight was worthy. And if it grew crooked, well, so did everything else in life. You propped it, you turned it, you whispered, try again. Some plants thrived with no encouragement. The spider plant that sent out endless runners. The ivy that trailed halfway across the sill. The rosemary that smelled stronger in winter than in summer. Others struggled. The tomato seed that never sprouted. The overwatered basil. The bulb that sprouted too early and gave up by March. Still, you kept them because trying was the point. Window gardens didn't need to feed the family, but now and then, they did. A sprig of mint torn into tea. A few leaves of lettuce snipped and rinsed. A single tomato grown from seed, picked with pride and placed at the center of the plate. Small victories, celebrated quietly. Appreciated more than anyone outside might guess. You didn't always admit how much it mattered to see something alive that was yours. To know you'd helped it grow, not with expertise but with showing up, day after day. Watered, turned, tended, with no guarantee, only belief. Some windows became greenhouses, condensation on the glass, tangles of cuttings in every corner. Even the washing line above was looped around planters, herbs, sweet peas or beans grown in plastic bags taped to the pane. It wasn't beautiful by magazine standards. But it thrived. It told a story not of style and bound but of care. There were rules you learned by doing. Too much sunburns basil. Mint loves neglect. Cress needs encouragement. You don't overfill the jar. The roots drown. You learned that growth takes time. That not everything takes. That green things can fail and still you can try again. And what you grew began to change you. You noticed the light more, the weather, the angle of the sun. The rhythm of the seasons, not from a calendar, but from the way your plant leaned on a Thursday when the sky turned grey. You learned that even if the world was loud, your windowsill was steady. So perhaps this isn't a story about plants at all. It's about the space you make, for life to take root, however small. It's about believing that even in a jar half filled with cloudy water, something new might grow. Over time, you stopped thinking of it as just the windowsill. It became something more. A routine acquired joy. A place to look every morning while waiting for the kettle. A moment of peace before the day began. And the plants, they kept growing, or trying to, leaning toward the light, turning their leaves in slow, silent choreography, making the most of what little space they had. Just like you. Visitors sometimes noticed. They'd say, "Oh, you've got a lovely little garden there," or "I used to do this. Remember when we'd grow carrots in egg boxes?" And you'd nod, maybe laugh, and say something modest. "It's just a few bits. Nothing fancy. They mostly look after themselves." But you knew the truth. It wasn't about what they were. It was about what they meant. There were times you forgot to water, times you let a cutting go too long, times when mold crept in or roots curled, or leaves yellowed before you noticed. But the garden forgave you. You started again, snipped a new cutting, rinsed out the jar, waited, and that was its gift, the quiet permission to fail. And to try again anyway. Some cuttings went on for years. A plant started from a friend's windowsill in '68. A sprig of mint that outlived 2 flats and 3 landlords. A spider plant that became a dozen, and then too many, and was finally offered to neighbors with a note. "Would you like a little green friend?" Others lasted only a few weeks. A daffodil bulb that never flowered. A parsley stem that drooped, then dropped every leaf overnight. You still remember them. Not as disappointments, but as guests, visitors who stayed a while. In winter, the windowsill dimmed, light came late. Left early. The jars grew quiet. The roots slowed. But still, you kept them. You didn't expect much. Just survival. Just the quiet reminder that life didn't end when things got darker. It only waited, and when spring returned, and the sun hit. The glass at the right angle again, you'd see it. A tiny new shoot. A curl of green. A stem you thought was done suddenly standing taller. And in that moment, brief, soft, unspectacular, you felt something you didn't name. Not pride. Not relief, just something close to faith. Someday you might leave the place, move out, move on, pack boxes, but you'll stop at the sill. You'll take the jam jar with the mint, the glass with the ivy, the pot with the nameless plant that's been there for 7 years and never once flowered, but never died either. Because it's part of you now, not the house. Not the room, the next place will have a window. Not as wide, maybe, or not as bright, but you'll set the jars there anyway, because you've learned this much. You don't need a garden to tend something. You only need a bit of light. And a reason to check in once a day with something quiet and alive. So when you pass by a windowsill in someone else's house, and you see the cuttings, the old jars, the sprigs of green curling upward in the light, you'll know. Someone lives here with hope. Someone believes in trying. Someone knows that even in the smallest corner, that something can still grow. It was already on when you came into the kitchen. You didn't remember switching it on. You weren't sure if anyone ever really did. It just was. The little radio on the windowsill. Square. Plastic. Maybe cream or brown. A soft dial for volume. A crackling knob for tuning. A coat of dust in the corners no one quite got to. And from it came voices. Soft. Measured. Familiar. They didn't ask for your attention. They didn't interrupt. They just filled the room. The radio wasn't for listening. Not in the way you listen to music or to people or to arguments in the next room. It was for accompaniment. It spoke while you boiled water, folded towels, stirred, beans. Watched the window, doing nothing at all, and in that background hum the house felt occupied, even when no one else was home. In post-war Britain, and well into the decades that followed, the kitchen radio became one of the most constant presences in domestic life, not flashy, not new, not large, but there, reliable, unfussy, comforting. It didn't bring news of wars or scandals, though sometimes it tried. It brought voices, daily voices, friendly voices, people you came to know and care for, though you never met them. Taught each program marked time. The 6:30 farming update, the 9:20 quiz, the lunchtime recipe hour, afternoon plays, shipping forecasts, weather reports, each one a little clock. Not to tell you what the time was, but what the time felt like. You could chart your day by the radio, toast buttered by the end of the headlines, washing pegged up before the gardening advice, tea poured. As the theme tune played, hands paused mid-drying as the familiar host signed off. It was like someone in the room knew your rhythm and shaped theirs to match. You didn't focus on the radio. You let it wash through the kitchen like sunlight. You caught phrases. Gale force winds on the East Coast. A recipe sent in from Mrs. Latham of Sheffield. And now a short story by Alan Bennett. You didn't listen to everything, but you remembered the sound of the voice, the shape of it, the tone, like a friend speaking beside you while you chopped onions or shelled peas. There was something calming about the voices. They didn't rush. They didn't shout. They didn't ask anything of you. They told stories, shared tips, laughed, softly. Let the silence sit between words without needing to fill it, and in that quiet, even a house that felt too big, felt full enough. Children came to recognize the voices too. They learned which ones meant bedtime was near, which ones came just before dinner, which ones made Mum hum while peeling potatoes. And later, as adults, those voices stayed with them, not as names, but as company. You could leave the room and still hear it. The radio didn't need to be heard to be felt. It kept the air moving. It softened the silence. It made solitude feel like being alone with someone, not being alone altogether. So perhaps the kitchen radio was never really about the news, or the music, or the show. Perhaps it was about presence, about that quiet, gentle, "Promise? I'm here." You didn't always know their names. The men who read the weather, the women who answered gardening questions, the cheerful hosts of lunchtime quizzes, the slow, measured narrator of afternoon short stories. But their voices, you knew them like wallpaper, like the squeak of the tap, like the sound of a teaspoon against a mug. They were woven into the day. In kitchens across the country, from suburban semis to terrace houses to upstairs flats, the radio was tuned to the same stations. Not loudly, just enough to hear while buttering bread, enough to half follow a story while folding laundry, enough to catch a poem while stirring stew. They weren't distractions, they were companions. Listeners wrote in with comments, corrections, recipes, complaints, and every so often you'd hear one read aloud. A Mrs. Jennings of Croydon writes, "To say the scones turned out very well, though she substituted margarine. It felt like a little ripple in the day, a reminder that you weren't the only one listening, that somewhere someone else had tried the same recipe, heard the same forecast, laughed at the same poorly phrased pun. You weren't alone." The kitchen radio was democratic. It didn't care how big your house was, what kind of stove you used, what job you had, or whether you had one at all. You could be boiling a single egg or cooking Sunday lunch for 10. The voices arrived all the same kind, steady, speaking to everyone and no one in particular. Some broadcasts became rituals, the shipping forecast before bed, the afternoon play while ironing, the quiz show that made you pause mid-task to shout out answers. 1958. It's Quince Jam, Elizabeth Gaskell. There was no prize, only the quiet pleasure of knowing something, and of being invited to answer. For many, especially older listeners or those at home alone, the radio became a kind of surrogate presence. It didn't interrupt, didn't need feeding. Didn't mind if you talked over it, but it was always there, through marriage and divorce, through retirement and grief, through illness, through the long afternoons when no one called and the dog was asleep and the clock ticked too loudly. The radio never needed you to reply, but it made room for your attention, and that mattered, even if you weren't doing anything at all. And though the technology changed, from big wood cabinets to portable plastic, from AM dials to DAB buttons, the essence remained the same. Company you didn't have to explain. Some families passed down radios, not because they were valuable, but because they had shared time inside them. Hours of tea being made, storms listened to, football scores celebrated, Christmas recipes tried and failed. A daughter now grown might plug in her mother's old Roberts radio and still hear the faint echo of those days, even if the voices had changed. And when you lost someone, a parent, a partner, the radio filled the gap gently, not with answers, not with distraction, just with sound, enough to carry you forward a few more minutes, enough to make the day feel shaped. So perhaps that little rectangle on the windowsill wasn't just a device, it was a witness to breakfast routines, to birthdays, missed, to moments no one else noticed on, but the radio quietly was there for all of them. In the end, you stopped noticing it was on. It became part of the room, like the chair under the window, the biscuit tin, the smell of toast that Lingered hours after breakfast. The kitchen sounded right with it on, and too quiet without, even when you weren't really listening. Even when the announcer said things that didn't concern you, it was still a comfort, still a sign that the day was unfolding, somewhere, somehow, beyond the walls of your home. You could trace your life by programs. The quiz you listened to while feeding a baby. The afternoon play that aired the day the phone rang with bad news. The song that came on while the dog barked, and you both danced in the middle of the kitchen just because you could. These weren't grand moments, but they stuck. Because they had a soundtrack, and the radio, without ever knowing, held them all. Some days, it said nothing remarkable, just headlines, temperatures, gardening tips, but you needed it just the same. Like a neighbor who stops by but doesn't come in, simply waves, says a few words and carries on, not to share anything urgent, only to remind you we're still here. In later years, the old radio was replaced. The buttons got stiff, the cord frayed, the volume knob wobbled. A new one arrived. Digital. Sleek, less charming, but it worked. You kept the old one, though. Didn't throw it out. It stayed under the sink or in a box in the loft. Too silent to be useful, too familiar to let go, because it wasn't just a radio. It was proof of the time you'd shared together, and as the world changed, grew faster, noisier, full of screens and alerts and voices that shouted more than they spoke. The kitchen radio stayed slow. It waited for you to turn it on. Never demanded, never skipped ahead. It let the silence breathe. And in that breathing space, you remembered how to focus, how to be still, how to let company arrive without knocking. You might not remember the names of the voices, but you remember how they made you feel. Not entertained, not informed, just accompanied. Like someone was holding time steady in the corner of the room, letting the hours pass gently without asking you to rush or change or prove anything. And one day, after you're gone, someone might find your old radio. They'll wonder why it's kept, why it looks so worn, why the aerial is bent and the speaker is scratched. But maybe they'll plug it in, and if it works and a voice starts to speak, slow, measured, friendly, they'll hear what you once heard. Company, because the radio in the kitchen didn't. Just play sound. It held your days in stories, in silence, in music, in moments, and it asked nothing in return. Just a bit of shelf space and a few minutes of your time. It stood at the edge of the car park, or near the post office, or outside the church, wooden, pinned, weathered. The village notice board, covered in paper, corners curled, thumbtacks scattered like old confetti. Some of the notes were new, typed, neatly laminated. Some faded. The ink bled into fibrous paper by months of rain and sun. It was never full, never empty, just alive. Once, every village had one, sometimes several, by the green, by the station, by the shop that sold both bread and boot polish. They were the internet, before email, before smartphones, before group chats and apps and online invites. There was this, a corkboard, a staple gun, and the faith that someone would read what you had to say. You didn't need permission to post, just a piece of paper, and maybe a plastic sleeve if you were worried about weather. You walked up, peeled back a few layers, cleared a space, and pinned your news. Fresh eggs, 1 dozen. See Mrs. Riley, number 6. Found child's mitten, blue wool left on fence post near allotments. Meeting of the parish council, Thursday 7:30. Wanted, lawnmower, cheap, doesn't have to work well. Messages were short, straightforward, polite in their own way. The notice board didn't promise a reply, but it offered presence. Your words would sit in the open for days, weeks, sometimes months, blown slightly by wind, faded by light, read by the same 6 people who always stopped on their walk home, and that was enough. There were patterns, same people, same notices, same handwriting. Mrs. Dent always wrote in blue ink. Someone else printed. Theirs from the library computer. A teenager once pinned a poem, unsigned, unreadable, removed by Tuesday, but still they tried. The board was never cleaned, not properly, not with spray and cloth and purpose. It was tended. Old notices were taken down slowly, only when truly out of date. Edges were smoothed, Extra tax returned to the little tin on the ledge beneath. People didn't vandalize it. They respected. Fared because it wasn't anyone's, and so it belonged to everyone. Children learned to read by sounding out the letters on the board. Teenagers scanned it for odd jobs. Elderly neighbors checked it like a newspaper, and occasionally, beautifully. It brought people together. A dog returned. Her church fete filled. A piano found a new home. Two people realized they'd both been looking for someone to play whist with on Thursday nights, all because of a square of paper fluttering at eye level. It wasn't glamorous, it wasn't fast, but it was human. A slow, simple exchange, written, posted, trusted, left in the open for anyone to read and maybe, just maybe, respond. So perhaps it's worth asking, what did we lose when our messages stopped needing thumbtacks? The board never lit up, it didn't ping. It didn't send reminders, but it still spoke, slowly, quietly, and in ink that faded with time. People learned to glance at it, on their walk to the bus, on the way back from the shop, while tying a shoelace beneath it. It became part of the landscape. Not decorative, but dependable. The notices changed with the seasons. In spring, lambing open day, visitors welcome. Wellies found near the playing field. Gardening club resumes. Bring cuttings. In summer, fate schedule. Raffle prizes still needed. Lost cat answers to tinker. Outdoor cinema night behind the pub. In autumn, conkers for sale. Cleaned, bagged. Bonfire night details. Safety. Hanotisgas, harvest suppers, all welcome, bring a pie. And in winter, as carol service times and logs for collection. Help needed, grit paths after snow. The board didn't need design. It needed attention. There were the regulars, people who always posted Mr. Fisher with his amateur dramatics flyers. The woman from number 19 with her exactingly formatted dog-walking service ad. Someone who sold turnips in small brown bags. Exact change only. And every so often, something unexpected appeared. A hand-drawn map to a missing tortoise. A page ripped from a notebook reading only, "Thank you to whoever returned my gloves." A typed notice that simply said, "Hello, I'm new here. I make good shortbread. You didn't need an account to post. No password, no inbox. You just needed a drawing pin and the willingness to be seen. Not by thousands, but by someone." And that was enough. The board was forgiving. It didn't mind crooked paper, didn't fuss about grammar, didn't care if you stapled instead of pinned or if your headline was in all caps. What mattered was the effort. You'd stopped. You'd written. You'd offered something. And in a time when communication became more private, more digital, more closed, the notice board remained wide open. Sometimes, notices stayed up long after they were relevant. A concert from 3 months ago, a job filled, a flat let. A dog returned and now sound asleep in front of the fire. But no one minded. Those paper ghosts were part of the board's charm. They reminded you that people tried, and that sometimes things worked out, even if the sign was a little late in coming down. In some places the board had a little roof. In others it was just pinned straight to a tree or a wall. Some had cork. Some had felt. Some were so layered in staples and tacks that the wood itself was no longer visible, just a patchwork of puncture marks. Every hole was a history. A message posted and pulled, an ask, a thank you, a need. And even when no one read them anymore, the board remembered. You rarely saw someone reading it for long. Just a glance, a pause, a moment of stillness. That was the rhythm, and it made you feel part of something, even if you never pinned a notice yourself. Even if you just walked by, the board made the village feel known. So perhaps it's not the words themselves that matter most, but the act of putting something out there, into shared space, in public without certainty, trusting that someone, even just one person, might stop and see and care. It's still there, somewhere in the village, beside the shop, the church, the bus stop, the notice board stands. Its frame is older now, a little crooked, the cork is splitting in the corners. The tacks don't always hold, but the paper remains, worn, flapping, slightly curled at the edges. A few notices are fresh, printed with color ink, plastic sleeves to keep off the rain. Most are not, but all of them carry the same quiet promise. You are not alone in this place. The world has changed. The posters come less often now, fewer handwritten notes, fewer lost mittens and piano teachers and wreath-making evenings. There's a Facebook group now, a WhatsApp chat for the street, emails, texts, alerts. And yet, the notice board remains unplugged, unconnected, but somehow still relevant. Because sometimes it's not about reaching the most people. It's about reaching the right person. The one who still checks the board every Saturday. The one who doesn't have a smartphone. The one who walks the dog the same route each day and stops out of habit. You pin your note not for the crowd, but for the one. Even now, some things only feel real once they're posted there. A new baby. A fundraiser. A missing cat. A thank you to whoever salted the pavement on that icy Monday. It's not about permanence. The rain will smudge the ink. The wind will tear the edge. The next person will pin something slightly over yours. But for a moment, a few days maybe, your words exist in public, and that matters. There's something deeply human about the notice board. The way it invites participation without demand. The way it holds space without judgment. The way it offers no feedback and yet makes you feel heard. And when you're new to a place and when the street is unfamiliar and the shopkeeper doesn't yet know your name, the notice board is where you look. Not because it will tell you everything, but because it tells you someone's selling eggs, someone lost a glove, someone's organizing a book club, and that's enough to say you belong here too. You may never meet the people who post, you may never reply, you may forget the details, but you'll remember the feeling of pausing mid-walk, of reading something simple, true, human, of knowing that this square of wood and staples and sun-bleached paper is where a place still breathes. So, if you pass one, stop. Not to post, not to read, just to notice. Because the village notice board, in all its modest stillness, still whispers something you don't hear much anymore. This is ours. We live here. Let's keep telling each other. It wasn't locked. It almost never was. The garden gate, painted once, now gently peeling, swung inward with a lift of the latch. No key, no buzz, no camera, just a bit of trust. And the softest sound. Click, clack, creak. You didn't slam it. You didn't rattle it. You lifted it, carefully. And if you knew the gate, really knew it, you closed it the same way, gently dropping the latch so it rested in place, not hanging loose. Every old gate had its rhythm, a stiff post in winter, a squeak after rain, a latch that needed to be lifted just slightly to the left, and people knew it. Not everyone, just the right ones, the ones who were meant to come in. In villages and towns all across Britain, the garden gate was more than a bit of timber. It was a threshold, not just between the street and the garden, but between public and private, between being seen and being welcomed. It marked the moment someone was no longer a passerby, but a visitor. You didn't knock at the front door, unless you were formal. But the back gate, that was for neighbors, friends, people who knew when to show up and when to leave. They opened it with a kind of quiet confidence, not ownership, just permission. And even when they didn't come all the way in, just standing there, hand on the post, head leaned in, and that was enough. A conversation over the hedge, a question about the roses, a borrowed cup of sugar returned. Children were taught how to use the latch, not to swing it too hard, not to leave it open. You'll let the dog out, not to sneak through if they weren't invited. The gate wasn't just wood and metal, it was manners. Some gates had signs. Please close the gate. Beware of the dog. Backdoor visitors, welcome. Some had no signs at all, just the latch, and the knowledge that it was meant to be lifted, not forced. There were stories that started at the gate, a boy who waited with a letter in his coat pocket, a friend who didn't come in, but stood outside during a family row, a neighbor who opened it softly during a storm, just to check you had light. And when someone died, the gate was often where people paused first, unsure whether to come in, but knowing they needed to be near. The latch was not just for entry. It was a gesture. It's easy now, with fences high and locks firm, to forget what a gate could do, how it invited, how it held the line between welcome and privacy, without ever saying so out loud. The best gates were slightly awkward, never quite straight. always a bit too heavy. The latch loose or rusted, but they worked, and more importantly too, they were understood. Not by strangers, but by the right people. The ones who knew how to close it properly. Who knocked once, then waited. Who never let. It swing in the wind, so perhaps the latch was never about security. Perhaps it was about respect, about saying, I could enter, but I'll wait to be let in. There were people who never quite got it. They tugged, yanked, pushed instead of pulled, let it bang behind them, didn't pause to close it properly, didn't notice the latch at all. You never had to say anything. You simply knew they weren't regulars, because the ones who belonged, who had come through the gate before and would again, they lifted it just so, tilted slightly to the left. Pushed gently so it wouldn't drag, made sure it caught on the way out. There's a kind of care that comes not in words, but in how a person opens your gate. It's quiet, unspoken, but unmistakable. The neighbor who lets herself in to drop off jam. The friend who checks your plants when you're away. The cousin who knows not to come all the way to the door when you're grieving, just stands by the gate, hands in pockets and waits. Some left things on the post, a wrapped parcel, a bag of plums, a note tucked under a stone, folded against the wind. They didn't need to come in. They just needed to be near enough, and the gate was close enough to matter without being too close to intrude. Children learned where the line was. The latch was the boundary. Not a wall mark, but a line to cross only if you were sure. Some would stop and shout from the other side, Mrs. Clark, Mum says, is it all right if I take the clippers? Others stepped in as if the garden were their own, barefoot, muddy, loud. And that was fine too if they'd been invited before. It wasn't about the latch, it was about the relationship. You could tell who had a good gate by how it sounded, a soft click, a gentle creak, the scrape of wood over stone. It was the soundtrack of trust. A gate that wasn't locked said, we're not expecting trouble. And in the right places, that was enough. Not everyone used the gate often. Some only came through once or twice a year. But they remembered how. Remembered to lift, not pull. Remembered to glance toward the kitchen window, to give you the chance, to wave them in. Because entering someone's space is a kind of language, and the latch is the first word. Some gates were painted. Some were left bare. Some had hinges so rusted they protested at every opening. But still no one fixed them, because sometimes that sound was comforting. A signal. He's here. She's come. They've let themselves in. And it was all right. Of course, not every gate was open. Some had new locks now, new owners, new signs that said, please do not disturb, and that was fair. Lives change, boundaries shift. But those who remembered the gate in its earlier days, who once stepped through it freely, often still slowed when walking past. Not to knock, just to remember. So maybe the latch on the garden gate was never just about entry. Maybe it was a question, asked each time silently. Do you know how to lift this? Have you been here before? Will you come in kindly and leave just as gently? In time, the garden changed. The roses grew heavier, the grass thinner. The path mossed at the edges, swept less often but still with care. But the gate, old, softened, familiar, stayed much the same. Its latch no longer clicked quite right. The hinge creaked louder. Sometimes you had to give it a little nudge with your foot to open it at all, but it still stood, still marked the boundary, still invited, quietly, cautiously, those who knew how to approach, even when no one came. The gate was maintained. You oiled the hinge in spring, repainted the post in early summer, shook your head when the wind blew it open, and tied it shut with a bit of twine, because a gate, even unused, held meaning. It said something. I'm still here. This is still my space. You may come in, but only with care. Neighbors changed. Visitors grew fewer. The habit of letting oneself in, of entering gently with trust, became rarer. Still, now and then it happened. A knock, a hand on the latch, a voice calling softly, "Just me!" And you'd smile. Because they remembered. Gates were never just functional. They were emotional. To leave a gate unlocked or latched but loose was to say, I believe most people are good. I trust that those who need to come in will come gently. I have nothing to hide, but I still need space. And for those who once passed through the gate often, now grown, moved away, the memory of that sound, that feel, that rhythm never quite left them. Long after the latch had rusted, they remembered the weight of it, the way the garden smelled just past the post. The sense of entering something not just physically but personally, and when you visited someone else's garden, someone you hadn't seen in years, you noticed their gait too, whether it stuck, whether it clicked, whether it stood straight or leaned slightly to one side like an old friend waiting to be recognized. And when they let you in or left it open for you, you knew you were still welcome. Eventually, perhaps, someone new took over, replaced the latch, built a taller fence, installed a keypad, and you understood. But a small part of you missed the old gate, the one that taught you not just how to lift and close and latch, but how to enter someone's life with care. Because in the end, the garden gate wasn't just about who came in. It was about how they came in, how they left, and whether they noticed the latch at all. So if you ever find yourself standing in front of one again, hand resting on a wooden post, fingers reaching for a crooked bit of iron, pause, lift it slowly, step quietly, and remember, a true welcome doesn't shout. It doesn't swing wide with noise or force. It simply waits, just ajar, for someone who knows how to enter. It was always in the same drawer near the back, behind the tape that had lost its stick, beside the blunt scissors, a thimble no one used, and a length of elastic that had turned brittle with time. The button jar, glass, or maybe an old tin, or a plastic tub with a mismatched lid. It rattled faintly when the drawer opened, and everyone knew not to spill it, because inside were the pieces of everything else. Every home had one, not because anyone decided to, but because buttons were never thrown away. They came from old shirts, from coats worn through at the elbows, from dresses grown out of, from blouses lost to time. Some were cut off carefully, some found loose in the wash. Some came attached to a new cardigan in a tiny plastic pouch in case one goes missing. And all of them went into the jar. It wasn't organized, no sections, no labels, just a swirl of color, texture, and years. 2-hole, 4-hole, brown, plastic, shiny brass, tiny shell ones nearly translucent, and chunky novelty ones shaped like bears or stars or tiny apples. Each one, a memory trapped in silence. You didn't open the jar often, only when something needed mending. Or when a button was lost to the washing machine, when a jacket came undone at the chest, and then, only then, did you tip it gently into a tray or onto a tea towel and sort through with your fingertips, looking for just the right one. And sometimes you found it, that moment, when a button from 20 years ago matched something new. It felt like magic, like your past had saved a little gift for your future. A whisper from the drawer saying, "I knew you'd need this again someday." Even when the button didn't quite match, it would do. That was part of the ritual, sewing it on, wearing the jumper anyway, explaining if asked, "It's from the jar?" And there was pride in that. The jar held more than buttons too, snaps, hooks, safety pins, beads that never found their thread, the back of an earring, long parted from its partner, odd keys with no door left to open, a little museum of things that might still matter. Children loved it to turn it over in their hands, to pick their favorites, to ask where each one came from, and no one ever remembered exactly. Only maybe. That one's from your granddad's coat. I think that was off your cousin's school cardigan. I kept that because it was too pretty to throw out. Stories worn smooth by time. So the button jar wasn't about sewing. It was about refusing to discard possibility. It said, "This doesn't match now, but it might, later. This is small, but it still has a use. This is broken, but not beyond saving." And maybe that's why we kept them. Not for the buttons themselves, but for what they stood for. A kind of patience, a kind of thrift, a quiet belief that nothing is ever truly useless if you wait long enough. Most of the buttons in the jar were never used. They were kept not for function, but for comfort, because something about their smallness, their smoothness, their quiet variety made the world feel a little more manageable. You might not be able to fix everything, but you could sew a button back on, and sometimes that was enough. There was a rhythm to sorting the jar. You poured them out, spread them like coins, and moved your hands over them slowly. The coolness, the soft clatter, the tap of one button against another, looking for something the right size, the right shade, the right feel. And while you searched, your mind quieted. You thought of nothing, or of everything. Of who had worn the original shirt, of how fast children grew, of how long it had been since you'd last mended something. The buttons gave you space to think. Sometimes you didn't sew at all. You just opened the jar, held it, turned it, let the buttons tumble from one side to the other. There was something reassuring in their weight, the soft sound of plastic and shell and metal colliding gently, proof that time had passed, and you had kept track of it. Not all buttons were beautiful. Some were plain, scratched, ugly even, but they stayed, because usefulness wasn't about appearance, it was about potential, and no one knew which button might be the one you'd need one day. The button jar also told you who you were. You weren't the sort of person who threw things out without thought. You were the kind who saved, who remembered, who kept what others might discard, not out of sentimentality but out of respect. Each button was a vote against waste, a quiet declaration. This still matters in its own way. When people moved house, the jar often came too, tucked in a box of miskin wrapped in a tea towel, set aside on the windowsill before the van arrived. Not essential, but never forgotten. And when it arrived at the new place and new floors, new cupboards, new routines, it was often the first thing put back in the drawer, because it meant this is now home. Some jars were passed down, from grandmother to mother to daughter, from uncle to niece, from friend to friend after a funeral with the whispered, she would have wanted you to have it. Not because the new owner needed buttons, but because the jar held a life, a quiet life, marked not in milestones, but in mended cuffs, repaired hems, favorite coats saved one more winter. And the sewing itself, that was quiet too. You threaded. The needle, chose a color as close as you could, knotted the end and then in, out, 4 loops through, knot, snip. No applause, no spectacle, just something made whole again. So maybe the jar wasn't about sewing or saving or even remembering. Maybe it was about continuing. A little act of faith every time you dropped in one more button. Not today, but maybe one day. Eventually the drawer sticks a little more than it used to. The jar is heavier now, or maybe your hands are slower. You open it less often, but you still know it's there. And just knowing is enough. Enough to feel like you haven't forgotten how to fix things. Enough to believe that small efforts still matter. Enough to remember the people who taught you how to thread a needle, how to tie a knot, how to save what could be saved. You may not remember where each button came from. The brown one, maybe Dad's coat. The tiny pearl, Mum's Sunday blouse, the red one. The cardigan you lost in Brighton. The navy pair, the school blazer you passed on 2 children ago, but you remember the feel of them. Round, steady, familiar, and that's something. When someone else sees the jar, they often smile. You've still got one of these. My Gran had one just like it. I remember playing with the buttons while she sewed. They always remember playing, sorting them by color, stacking them in little towers, choosing favorites and pretending they were treasure. Because even then, before they knew the value of a mended sleeve or the patience behind a perfect stitch, they understood something. That the jar wasn't junk. It was care, disguised as clutter. One day someone else might inherit it, not deliberately, not with fanfare, just find it, while cleaning out the drawers, packing up the house, going through what's left behind. They'll lift the jar, shake it gently, turn it in. Their hands and wonder, why did they keep all these? And maybe, if they look closer, they'll understand. They'll see that it isn't a jar of buttons, it's a jar of second chances, of sleeves given one more season, of clothes loved a little longer. of shirts not discarded when they failed, at a seam. It's a jar full of the idea that not everything broken has to be thrown away, that you can keep something even when it isn't perfect, even when it's missing something, even when its purpose isn't clear yet, and perhaps they'll keep it too. Not because they sew, not because they need the buttons, but because the jar holds something else, a philosophy, a rhythm, a memory of hands that once did things slowly and with care. So if you still have a button jar or anything like it, open it now and then, touch the pieces, remember what they meant. Add one more to the mix, and if you don't have one, you could always start. Not because you'll use them all, but because you'll be saying quietly, I believe in mending, in saving, in small things with long lives. I believe in enough.